Afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's a City Council Authorities and Stadium Authority concurrent meeting. Could we please have a roll call, Assistant City Clerk?
Yes, of course. Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park. Councilmember, Board Member
Here.
Park. Thank you. Councilmember, Board Member
Here.
Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our first item of business is closed session. The first is public comment. Do we have any public comment on our closed session items? Assistant City Clerk?
There are no hands up this time, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to convene to close session, and our Stadium Authority City Council meeting will start approximately 5:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone. See you back then. Meeting to order again of the Santa Clara City Council and the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I have a statement to read as well. So good afternoon and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department orders and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19. This includes social distancing, the use of face coverings, and frequent hand washing. For today's meeting, the city has implemented a Zoom feature to allow the public participation from the safety of your home or your office. Members of the public can join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that the members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov. And the comments will be read into the record. So let's move on to our council agenda. The next item we have on the agenda is reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. We have one item where there's a request to continue the public hearing originally set for March 9th, 2021, and to set a new hearing date for March 16th, 2021 to consider the appeal submitted by the Santa Clara Citizens for Sensible Industry, care of legal counsel for 1111 Comstock Street, Santa Clara. So Councilmember Jane, do you have a comment on this? Or a continuance?
Well, I would move for the continuance, but I do have another comment.
Okay, so there's a motion to continue. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, so the new hearing date is March 16th. Okay, do you have a comment on that now, Councilmember Jane?
No.
Okay.
No.
Vice Mayor, do you have a comment on this? Vice Mayor? Can you hear me, Raj?
Madam Mayor, my property lies within the 1,000 feet, so I'll recuse from this one.
Okay, thank you. You have that for the record, Assistant City Clerk, the recusal?
Yes, duly noted, Mayor.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on this. Is there any other discussion on this item? Any member of the public? Okay.
Don't see any hands.
Thank you. Roll call vote. Assistant City Clerk.
I'm just entering the vote here, just a moment. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
He
Councilmember Hardy.
recused himself, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes,
Thank you.
and that passes unanimously. Councilmember Jane, do you have any other continuances, exceptions, or reconsiderations?
I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to do this, but I would like to recommend a slight change in the order of items on the agenda.
What are you suggesting?
Well, there are a number of items that were continued from last week. So I'm suggesting that we take things in the following order: item 5, 6, and 7, then items pulled from consent, then 8 and 9.
Hold on a second. Okay, say that again, because you went 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So,
I said 5, 6, 7, then items that were pulled from consent.
oh,
And
I see what you're
then-
saying. All right, well, okay, so you want the pulled items for consent before the general business. That's fine. We can do that. And then one other change I have, a request, is that the Stadium Authority budget come after the city budget. So we move 6 and 7 with each other.
Yes, Mayor, that was my suggestion, is that we do the budget first and then the marketing plan.
Yeah,
So
that makes
5,
more
7,
sense.
6.
5, 7, 6. Then we have budget, marketing. Okay, that's fine. All right. Is there anybody else have a reconsideration or continuance? City Clerk, do we have anything?
We have a hand raised. Gita Dev.
Ida, go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring this up, but I wanted to ask for one of the items for E on Tasman East, which we had been following. And I was wondering if it could be pulled from the consent calendar and have some discussion on it.
Okay, so we'll pull 4E when we talk about consent items pulled for discussion. Will be right before public hearing, general business.
Thank you.
Okay. That's a little early, but we'll do it right now. Okay. Anybody else? All right, so we're going to move on then to our special orders of business. The first is, let's see, as a special order of business this evening, we are proud to proclaim March 2021 as Red Cross Month in the city of Santa Clara, honoring the American Red Cross Silicon Valley chapter. And I know they've been very, very busy this year. This evening, we have representatives from the American Red Cross Silicon Valley chapter, Mr. Joe Szynski and Ms. Kay Ammon. Mr. Szynski will be giving us a presentation on the American Red Cross and his chapter's work in the community. Joe, are you with us?
He's being moved over, Mayor.
Okay, very good.
Joe?
Thank you, Mayor,
Great.
City Council, Joseph Kira, and thank you very much for the proclamation, as March is the National Red Cross Month, and it has been a wild and crazy year. What I'd really like to do is introduce one of our longtime volunteers and let her just give a little background on some of the things that have been happening this year. Kay, go ahead and kind of let's just tell them about what's been going on.
Thank you.
Well, there have been a number of things going on this year. As you all know, mostly last year, we should say, 2020 had multiple fires, and many of us were working virtually. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, so I do mental health work, and I'm involved not only in the disaster mental health, but also in the services to armed forces and as an instructor. So we do a wide range of activities, no matter what our background is, and we're always looking for volunteers. For example, there are very few Spanish-speaking social workers or mental health people. So I get called periodically to deal with issues in Idaho, Washington, Oregon, pretty much anywhere. So we really do respond to so many things, both locally and distant. I started with 9/11, and have gone to hurricanes, fires, floods. But there are also a lot of really good local things, like the installation of fire alarms. Right now, we're doing that instruction virtually. But if you ever get a chance to do it, I really highly recommend it. It's really interesting. It's a really good service, and people really appreciate that. So I encourage you to think about volunteering with the Red Cross. As you can tell, I've been with the Red Cross now since 2002 or 2001, a long time. So
Thank you, Kay. So I'd like to express our appreciation to the volunteers in Santa Clara. Santa Clara actually had the most volunteers for the Ambassador Blood Drive. We also support over 53,000 mental health and spiritual care contacts over the last year, and we're volunteers. So anyone interested in volunteering, please let us know and give blood, because blood is a lifesaver. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Kaczynski and Ms. Ammon. I don't know what any of us would do without the Red Cross. I mean, the American Red Cross just is there for all of us in so many disasters and issues, and you're always there to help. So in honor of Red Cross Month, the City Council would like to present this proclamation. Here it is, to the Silicon Valley chapter of the American Red Cross. And we thank you and the Red Cross volunteers from the bottom of our hearts for your dedication to the community and everything you do for us. So thank you so much, and we'll make sure you get this. But anyone interested, they're asking for volunteers, asking for blood donations. Anything we can do to help the American Red Cross really helps our community a millionfold. So thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes,
Councilmember Jane has his hand raised.
Councilmember Jane, thank you.
It looks like he just lowered it.
Okay.
No, sorry, I'm still here. Thank you, Kay, for all that you've been doing for the Red Cross. I've had the opportunity to donate blood twice since COVID started, and I wanted to say that my blood gets tested for antibodies every time. And so that's a way for you to get your blood tested. I didn't know about the fire alarm, the smoke detector installation opportunity. I kind of think of the Red Cross as just blood, but you guys do so much more. That, yeah, thank you for presenting.
it's done in conjunction with the fire department.
Yeah. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Joe and Kay. Red Cross has done such a tremendous work, not only in Santa Clara, but worldwide. So it's such a great organization, and volunteers are so great in helping in any circumstances, you name it, earthquake, whatever is there, catastrophes. So we really appreciate all the work done by all the volunteers and the Red Cross as an organization worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining us this evening. All right. Our next special order of business this evening, I would like to announce that March is Women's History Month. Women's History Month was first recognized by Congress in 1987. Since then, Women's History Month has been an annual celebration of the contributions of American women to history, culture, and society. Throughout our nation's history, women have risked their lives to secure the rights of their people, of workers, and their fellow women. Women's History Month serves as an important reminder to reflect and recognize the perseverance of women and how they or we have fought so hard for justice and equality. This month, we celebrate the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women. In honor of Women's History Month, the City of Santa Clara is proclaiming the month of March as Women's History Month, and I have a proclamation here declaring that for the City of Santa Clara. So, yay, women, yay. Okay. All right, next, we have a verbal report from the city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic, and we look forward to these every week to find out where we are, where we're going, and when we can get out of all this mess. City manager.
So like last week, there has been so much change on a daily basis. I'm going to ask Lisa to provide us the current state of our COVID update for the city. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. This status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. So there was a lot of late breaking information today from the state, from the Board of Supervisors, as well as the California Medical Association webinar, and we learned a few things from that too. I will try to synthesize this information, hopefully in a meaningful way. And I will share when we are ready to advance the slides, but it's going to be a few minutes before we're ready to do that. 1 year ago today was when the very first health officer order was issued, limiting gatherings of over 1,000 people. And what a very long year this has been. The state announced today Santa Clara County remains in the red tier 2 of the state's blueprint for a safer economy, which we announced last week. And we expected this given how great our numbers have been decreasing. Late Friday, the state released changes to the state's blueprint that relaxes restrictions across all tiers. Additional activities may be conducted outdoors with consistent masking, which does reduce risk of COVID-19 transmission. So I'll share some data with you. It's going to be a few minutes before I'm going to address that slide. The state announced the test positivity rate of 1.7%, so they lag about a week behind. That's not actually even as good as it is right now that I'll get to, but that 1.7% meets the least restrictive yellow tier 4 threshold that is less than 2%. Our health equity positivity rate is 3.8%. That meets the less restrictive orange tier 3, and that's down from 4.8% last week, some may recall. Our adjusted case rate, according to the state, is 4.2 cases per 100,000 of our population, which also meets the threshold for the orange tier 3, which indicates moderate transmission. Our unadjusted case rate is 8.4, which meets the most restrictive purple threshold. So our county numbers are just looking more and more encouraging all the time. Our new cases have been pretty consistently below 200 each day. Today, the county reported 90 additional cases of COVID. And you've heard me say it's the hospitalization numbers that are really more meaningful as to how our health care system is stable or not. And we had 23 new hospitalizations today. Generally, we have had less than 30 new hospitalizations, a total of 151 COVID hospitalizations today. 40 in total intensive care unit hospitalizations right now. But many of those, according to Dr. Ahmad Kamal, the county's healthcare preparedness director, are patients that have been in the ICU long term. So not a lot of new ICU patients, which is really very, very encouraging. The last time we had a new patients admitted to the ICU was March 6th, Saturday. And there's just been either no new ICU patients or just 2 ICU patients on March 3rd and then 2 on March 4th. The deaths, every death is such a tragedy. 3 new deaths reported today. A total of 1,830 people have lost their lives in the last year. City of Santa Clara had 3 additional COVID cases reported today. We had 5 additional cases yesterday. These numbers are also decreasing, a total of 5,040 cumulative cases in the city of Santa Clara. And the county reports our test positivity rate today to be at 1.6%. So our county available intensive care unit capacity is 26% availability right now. And the regional Bay Area availability for ICU capacity is 27.2%. So our new hospitalization numbers in general are about where they were in early November, although the ICU numbers do appear to be stabilizing. Dr. Ahmad Kamal also shared today that the non-COVID hospitalization numbers have stabilized, and general bed availability is around 20%, across all hospital beds, which is generally where hospitals like to maintain available bed capacity day to day. So it's very encouraging right now to look at these numbers. The state's case rate thresholds to move to less restrictive tiers will change. This is among the changes released late Friday. Those will change as statewide vaccination goals are met. So for example, higher case rates will allow counties to move to less restrictive tiers as statewide vaccination numbers increase. So today, Dr. Erica Pond, state epidemiologist, this was during the California Medical Association webinar, stated that the state will consider case rates only when the state reaches 2 million vaccines in a healthy places index quartile. And I don't have a baseline for that right now, but it gives us an idea of where the roadmap will head. Last week, the state announced that outdoor stadium events, sporting and live performances are eligible to begin April 1st in the red tier. Also, the state said that amusement parks at the same time are eligible to reopen in the red tier beginning April 1st. So yesterday I asked Deputy County Executive Gary Hersig if he could share if the county will align with the state in this regard. He said it is still too early to tell. So the county has been aligning with the state more and more, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, but it's too soon to know if this April 1st deadline will be applicable for us. So I wasn't planning to share any more about that right now today. Yesterday also, I just want to acknowledge that the CDC did release guidance for vaccinated individuals, and Mr. Hersig also shared that it's really too soon to say when the county, if the county would be aligning with that. It's just too soon. The California Department of Public Health is also not aligning with that just yet. And we check all of these websites multiple times a day. Last week, Mayor, you asked about the testing requirements in the new directives for youth sports. Even newer guidance on sports was released late Friday, and there are distinctions depending on whether teams engage in competition. So this is the state guidance that the county is following, and Mr. Hersig confirmed that yes, the county is following this. So testing is strongly encouraged for all sports programs. However, for non-competitive sports activity, when the case rate is less than 7 per 100,000 of the population, and that is us, that's our current status right now, testing is not required. But to address the question that you had last week, Mayor, for high contact sports such as soccer, if the case rate is between 7 and 14, which is not our current situation, testing is required if participants are 13 or older. So, there is an age limit that was a threshold that was identified. So as of Friday, March 5th, any youth or adult recreational sports teams, including indoor sports, may begin practice with contact and competition at any time, as long as they follow the stricter requirements in place for college teams. This change does not generally authorize indoor youth sports to resume, but allows teams to return to competition if they adhere to the stricter college team requirements. And so those new updates include required masking by all youth and adult sports participants, coaches and support staff, which is not so remarkable for us, but also allowing teams to complete only if they follow those stricter college team requirements. And that includes significant testing around each competition, following contact tracing protocols, and having coordination with local health authorities. So our Parks and Recreation Department is assimilating all of these requirements, and recreation staff are assigned to participate in county training on COVID-19 case reporting. And that covers 4 different case reporting requirements, or case reporting different scenarios for that training. So we can go to the next slide. It says red tier at the top. I want to just point out, now this is most of the same information I presented last week, but I just want to draw your attention to the second bullet up from the bottom. I'm not going to read all of this slide. Most of it is not new information. But that second bullet up from the bottom, sector and activity-specific local directives will no longer be in effect. So there are now only 2 county mandatory directives. And gosh, I think we had probably over a dozen at one time. There's only 2. One is for capacity limitations. That is really more of an assistive tool to help entities determine capacity limitations. The other is case reporting for youth programs that our Parks and Recreation staff are becoming more and more proficient with the training. We can go to the next slide. At this time, there is just not one slide or one user-friendly link that I can point the public to at the state level. Some information is on covid19.ca.gov. Some information is at cdph.ca.gov, the California Department of Public Health website. So I can share that our city website, our tried and true santaclaraca.gov/coronavirus, does have current information and a lot of new information. And as I shared, we check all of this out multiple times a day in the EOC. A lot of new information right now seems to be released on the frequently asked questions location on the county website. So we go, thank you. The next slide, scccovidconcerns.org. You've heard me talk about this as one-stop shopping. You can go to this link, and then if we can go to the very next slide, just to show you how to navigate to those frequently asked questions. In the top right corner of this slide, learn about the county's response. You click on that, and then you go to the next slide. That takes you up in the top left there to public health orders. You click on that drop-down link, which is the next slide, and you will see where you can reach frequently asked questions. And if you go there and if you scroll down, you will see that there's only those 2 mandatory directives that are being included now for local county guidance. All right. So I'm going to show a few slides that Dr. Marty Fenstersheib showed this afternoon during the Board of Supervisors presentation. It was a very comprehensive 2+ hours of information. It is fair to say today, I'm sorry to say, that we have less reason to be optimistic about our future vaccine supply than we shared last week. The state announced late last week, and this has been very much in the news, 40% of California's vaccine allotment will be allocated for disadvantaged neighborhoods, and this has been done by zip code. The disadvantage for us is that none of these zip codes are in Santa Clara County, and most of them are in Southern California, where the density of need is greater. We'll talk a little bit more about this. We can go to the next slide. So Mayor Gilmore, you asked me last week how many vaccines were being provided daily. And the number that was in my head, the number I recalled, was actually the previous week's vaccine allotment for the entire week. Last week at that time, it was approximately, the 7-day rolling average was approximately 10,000 vaccines being administered on a daily basis. And this is for all the providers in the county. So that is to include Palo Alto Medical Foundation and Kaiser. It's a little less than that right now, I'm sorry to say, because our allocation was less than we expected last week, and it's less this week as well, which is one of the challenges. But as far as where we are right now, this is a bit of positive news at the moment as far as who has been vaccinated so far. For residents 16 and older who are eligible right now, 21% of those have been vaccinated with at least one dose, and there is significant protection provided from that first dose of vaccine. Percentage of residents 75 and older have received at least one dose, 64, almost 65% there, 64.4%. And then the percentage of residents age 65 and older receiving at least one dose is over 60%. So these are encouraging numbers right now, and we want to continue with our progress. We go to the next slide, please. So I'm not going to read this whole thing here, but I want to share the challenges that were talked about right now. The first dose appointments, many first dose appointments are not available right now because with the decrease in vaccine allocation, the county has had to focus on those second doses. The county spoke at great length today about their concerns with the third-party administrator, Blue Shield, that is determining allocations. And of course, as I shared, this has been by zip code. None of the zip codes are in our county. There is an extensive effort countywide to have the state change this approach, including county councils apparently throughout California have come together. And optimism was shared today that the state seems to be open to not sticking with this particular approach of these zip codes. Strong cases have been made, and obviously we have great density in our county. We certainly do have very vulnerable populations that we have talked about in the past. This is not, this is just not helping us move forward at all. And County Council also believes and spoke at great length about a conflict of interest he believes exists with the state contracting with what is essentially a healthcare, a health insurance company to take this role on behalf of the state. So we may see some positive changes going forward. We'll see. And the Board of Supervisors is jointly going to send a letter. There have been other letters also sent and conversations had with local leaders and the Health and Human Services, California Health and Human Services Agency's Secretary, Dr. Mark Galley. So we're hoping to see movement in this area. We can go to the next slide. Thank you. Also, there was a question last week about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and the Board of Supervisors had not discussed it then. It was discussed today, and I hope that I can alleviate any concerns that some may have about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Because there's just, I have to say, I don't believe the messaging for this particular vaccine has been helpful in communicating really what an excellent vaccine this is. So there's the efficacy percentages are listed there. It has been 100% effective against death in all of the trials. And these were very global. This was a very widely experienced vaccine in the trials compared to the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. That 72% overall efficacy in the United States is what has made people think this is an inferior vaccine. I know my mother is among those people very concerned about that. I got a phone call over the weekend and I told my sister, yes, get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. It's an excellent vaccine. It's the first one available to you. We don't have a choice as to which vaccine, we're going to be receiving when we're eligible. Any three of them are excellent. We can go on to the next slide. I will share, Dr. Pond said today, Dr. Erica Pond, during that webinar I mentioned with the Medical Association, that in addition to what's been advertised for efficacy, Johnson & Johnson is 93% effective at preventing hospitalization. which is very comparable with Pfizer and Moderna. So I won't, we can talk more about that in the future, or if people have questions today, but I've probably said enough. So having 3 vaccines is excellent. We have 7,500 Johnson & Johnson vaccines this week allocated to us. We're actually not expecting any Johnson & Johnson now. We just learned a little bit ago in the next 2 weeks, but then probably a large shipment. I've told my families, get any vaccine you can. And I just want to really encourage the community to not think the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is inferior. It's also been tested against the variants, the more variants out there, including the South African variant and the variants from Brazil. So, and it's only 1 dose for people who don't like shots. So, okay, probably enough said. We can go to the next one. Just as a reminder, who can get vaccinated now? This has changed so many times that if people are just interested, who's going to be eligible next? Really, the county follows this state directive here. That's at covid19.ca.gov/vaccines. This has not changed, but as far as the sector populations right now, ag and food, education, childcare, emergency services, that is for people who live or work in Santa Clara County. They have gone back and forth on that. That particular point has vacillated, but it is to live or work in the county, which is certainly better. And we can go to the next one. It is still sccfreevax.org or 211 for people I do encourage the community to just visit it regularly. Right now, if you were to go to it right now, I would say no appointments are available, but this can change, and so it is a good idea to just continue to check regularly if you are among those who are eligible. I said last week, heads up, we're going to be required to go to the state website soon in mid-March. The county was very optimistic today that we will not be required to do that. So that's an open issue right now, but the county is not the only county. Others are also not wanting to use that state website. This one has worked well so far, and so we're hopeful we'll be able to continue with that. And that, I believe, is the last slide. So before I would conclude the report, I also would like to just share that Supervisor Cindy Chavez today called out the city of Santa Clara's Bigfoot video and urged everyone to watch it and to share it, and how it was such a very enjoyable way to communicate the need to be socially distanced. And so I just wanted to share that, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I have a question. I get a lot of questions during the week as to what's happening. And one of the questions I've had this week and several complaints is that they're administering vaccines from pharmacies and drugstores like CVS and others. Do we have any of those in Santa Clara? I did get a few complaints about the fact that people are just walking in and they're cheating the system as to, saying that they're taking care of an elderly person or childcare, or something like that, and they're not asked to show any sort of documentation on that. But I didn't know if any of those were happening in the city of Santa Clara. I know the county did talk about people that are jumping the line to get their, by making, and they thought I think they threw out like 10% of the people out there are going that. I don't know, but the question is about, are there any pharmacies in Santa Clara that are administering the vaccine that we know of, and what is the criteria? I don't know if you know now, or maybe you can get that for later. So that's my
yes, I should offer. No, thank you, Mayor. I should offer that I don't know conclusively. I've not been told that there are. I can share that the county does not have any control, and now they haven't said this recently in the last week or so, but it wasn't that long ago when they said they really don't know what's happening, with these pharmacies. That's a federal program. However, what they have said is that the pharmacies, every provider of vaccines in Santa Clara County, actually statewide, but is supposed to be following the state eligibility requirements. So I know the county had realized that it was not in their best interest to ask for letters and extra documentation other than work IDs, for people who met the sector eligibility requirements. They weren't asking for additional verification. So that, that's certainly it's very disheartening that people would cheat the system. I can certainly raise the issue with the county and see what they might be able to offer.
Well,
But
they're
I don't.
taking the place of a vulnerable, citizen that needs it. And that upsets me, but I didn't know if there's anything. And then one other question I had, I really couldn't answer. Someone asked me this week if there's a timeline once you do get the vaccine. Is it like a lifelong, immunity, or is there, someone said they heard it was 3 months. So I don't know what the science is on that. If
Well,
you know about that, or we're
sure.
yeah.
Well, no, yes, I appreciate that question. Well, that, so much is emerging data. And it did very early on. I want to say a couple of months ago, they said we don't really know the durability, the efficacy of these vaccines, was Pfizer, Moderna in particular. They really didn't know. They were estimating between 2 to 5 months. But I have to say, this the Medical Association today reported just some very encouraging science that Dr. Cody would probably not appreciate me sharing because it's just very new. I mean, these are conversations among physicians, but just very, very encouraging longer term protection than that 2 to 5 months that they had initially shared. So I'm going to be digging into that more deeply.
Okay.
But I can just say that there is emerging data that is definitely longer term than what was initially reported.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hardy, followed by Watanabe.
I will just say that because I work at the high school, I became eligible, and I went up to Levi Stadium just yesterday for my first vaccination. I will say that I had to produce documentation showing that I did work for the school. My faculty badge for this year was appropriate, but I was required to do that, and that was through someone with the county. That was not someone there at that was not someone that works at the stadium. It was the
Right.
county people that were going through that. And the one they were doing yesterday, at least, was Pfizer, and it was a very positive experience. They did a very good job. There was a lot of signage and a lot of people standing far away but giving good directions. So I was impressed.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the great report as always, Lisa. I know this is, it's ever changing information, but it's very important information. I was actually going to ask the same question as the mayor regarding the durability and the long-term protection, because I've had questions as well, and wondering if this is going to be something like a tetanus shot that people are going to have to get like every 5 or 10 years. So so hopefully as time goes on, we'll get better direction on that and what the durability is. I had a question regarding the mandatory directive on travel will no longer be in effect. I mean, that's great news for many. I know a lot of people wanted to see that lifted. However, I've had questions whether or not people still need to quarantine. If they do travel outside the area and they come back, do they have to quarantine for 10 days or 14 days?
So thank you, Councilmember Watanabe. So the county's mandatory directive on travel is no longer in effect, but the state's guidance on travel is in effect, and they do recommend quarantine for 10 days for non-essential travel.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Good questions. So anybody else? Okay, seeing none. Thank you so much, Lisa. We appreciate it. City Manager? Do you have anything else on that topic?
I don't. Thank you.
Okay.
My computer is restarting, so I'm trying to
Okay.
deal with the technical issues.
Thank you, Lisa, and we look forward to your report next Tuesday. but as long as we're going in the right direction, we just need those vaccines. Okay, next we have the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion. I want to tell the Assistant City Clerk for the record, I'll be abstaining on, I think it's 4J. Action on Historical Preservation Agreement, a Mills Act contract for 904 Madison Street, and that's located next to a property that I own. So I'll be abstaining on 4J. Do you have that, Assistant City Clerk?
Duly noted,
Okay.
Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor?
I would like to pull item 4L, Mayor.
4L,
Just
okay.
for some comments, right, thank you.
Okay, 4L, and that is just for the public, JKL. Action on resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a cooperative agreement with the Energy Council for the Bay Area Regional Heat Pump Water Heater Contractor Incentive Program. All right, Councilmember Jane?
Yes, a mayor, a member of the public pulled 4E on Tasman East. So I too wanted to pull that, just to
Already
reiterate.
pulled.
Yep.
That's already pulled. So is there anybody else for the balance of the consent calendar? Is there any member of the public that would like to pull anything from the consent calendar? Oh, Councilmember Becker?
Sorry, I was gonna make a motion to
You're
approve the remaining balance.
Okay, approve the remaining balance. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion second by Vice Mayor. Assistant City Clerk, vote please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstention on 5J.
Thank you,
And
noted.
passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to one of our continued items. And that is, oh, hold on one second. Public presentations. Do we have any public presentations? Assistant City Clerk.
I did receive an email through the public comment email, and let me pull that up.
Okay.
Email is from Kirk Vartan. He asks to read this into the record. I believe all council members should have their video on for entire council meeting. There should be no difference in behavior for a council member to be present and visible to the public during a public meeting, whether in person or on Zoom. If the internet connection is not usable at one's home, I am confident you can drive to Santa Clara City Hall and use their internet connection. The public is paying for council participation in these meetings, and it is unacceptable for elected members to choose simply turn off their video when they feel like it, hiding from the public. If someone has to take a 1 to 2 minute break, going off camera is an option, but not being on camera should be an exception, not the norm. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other members of the public on an item that's not on the agenda?
I don't see any hands and I have nothing in the e-comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on. Consent items pulled for discussion. We're going to hold that off until after item 6 on the agenda. So now we have items continued from March 2nd. The first is item number 5, action on the fiscal year 2021 budget rebalancing actions to address the COVID-19 pandemic impacts. City Manager, would you like to?
Yes, I'm just going to make some opening comments before I hand it over to Ken to follow up on some questions that came up, as well as just to provide a brief presentation. On February 23rd, Council continued this item to March 2nd to allow for more community input and further discussion on the public safety impacts. On March 2nd, Council received community input, discussed public safety, and was presented with additional fiscal impact analysis. Unfortunately, the city staff written budget recommendation has created confusion on the applicability of Charter Section 1305 and in turn resulted in motions that commingled council action that requires 5 affirmative votes and other actions that do not. We have corrected that in the recommendation in the council agenda packet, reflecting the items that require 4 votes and the items that require 5 votes. We also have provided clarification on public safety services in a manner that requires 4 votes or 5 votes so that the council can have full discretion and information with respect to policymaking. I want to state that presenting a budget, no one wants to ever present reduced positions or reduced services. We understand the difficult position you're in. I just want to remind us that these are completely COVID-induced and not what we had hoped for. We have been very thorough in our fiscal and service analysis to have the least impact for residents and to achieve the council goal of no layoffs. Fortunately, as we cured the $116 million deficit 4 years ago and assembled significant amount of reserves, this administration is proud that while we have made our recommendations based on the required ongoing reductions, we have also provided the council and are proud that we can with a plan B that allows the council to use a greater degree of its reserves to balance the budget, which is only available through our hard work with fiscal management over the past 3.5 years. Not many other cities have been in this position, and this cannot be overlooked about how we got into this condition with respect to having an option plan B. We know that you have difficult decisions to make. We know that this is not easy. However, your actions will help us address 30% of the deficit, knowing that we go into phase 2 to address the remainder. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Ken, and he'll
Thank
provide
you.
the presentation.
Thank you, City Manager Santana. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss additional information on rebalancing actions for the budget due to COVID-19 impacts. And so I wanted to present to you a short agenda of the presentation. As the City Manager had explained, I have some additional information from a city school liaison meeting last week, discussion around the city charter, section 1305, detailed overview of the many alternatives that's presented to the City Council for consideration, as well as recommendations. By way of timeline, just wanted to show that we presented this item to the City Council as part of the February 23rd meeting. That included a presentation, discussion, as well as public comment. On March 1st, city staff, including both representatives from the police and fire departments, presented at the Citizens Advisory Committee, and it included public comments. Last week on March 2nd, City Council had further discussion and public comment on this item, and as we are here tonight, additional information as well as discussion and public comment on this item. For purposes of follow-up to questions that were raised around school services provided by the police department, I wanted to offer up some information here that hopefully will be helpful as the city school liaison discussion continues around costs provided to the school district from our police department. On the left-hand side, there are 3 police officers that are assigned to serve as liaisons to the schools, and they provide a myriad of services for the schools, including our DARE program. This is a program that's offered to 16 schools, 14 elementary schools and 2 middle schools. Last year, the program was offered servicing approximately 1,600 5th and 7th grade students, so very widely participated program. In addition to the DARE program, our police department provides services around the Every 15-Minute program, teacher training on run, hide, and defend. They attend truancy and expulsion meetings, handle patrol calls from schools, consult with administration, organize workshops, and attend school-sponsored events. On the right-hand side, I wanted to show the costs associated with those services that are provided to the school district. The 3 police officers, citywide overhead and supplies. The first part there, our school crossing guard program. So that includes significant resources from as needed crossing guards. So in total, working with the police department, the program costs roughly $942,000 or so, of which the school district currently contributes about 64,000. So that leaves roughly 878,000 or so in unreimbursed program costs. I want to be clear that none of the programs on this presentation or on this slide is being considered to be impacted as part of this phase. But as we get into the second phase of our budget balancing exercise or recommendations, it would be important to potentially close that gap with regards to unreimbursed program costs. I wanted to switch gears a little bit and talk about City Charter Section 1305 and read through that here and talk about our application of this section. And so it states that at any meeting after the adoption of the budget, and so this is in reference to the budget that's approved for July 1 implementation, the City Council may amend or supplement the budget by motion adopted by the affirmative votes of at least 5 members so as to authorize the transfer of unused balances appropriated for one purpose to another purpose, or to appropriate available revenue not included in the budget. And so those are very specific phrases that by way of interpretation and application, what we see as what would require 5 votes is the use of unused balances. That includes the use of the budget stabilization reserve in the general fund or any other fund balance in special revenue funds and enterprise funds. And then also recognizing new revenue that's not in the budget. And oftentimes that includes grant revenues throughout the year that's brought forward to the City Council. Or in the case of the item before you, there are 2 actions of revenue that would result in terms of returning funds back to the general fund. As far as amendments to expenditures, which the bulk of the recommendations before you are reducing expenditures to offset lower revenues, those require 4 City Council votes. So I wanted to talk through, based on discussion and some of the motions that were presented to the City Council last week, staff included alternatives, 9 alternatives in the item before you. The first one here is approving the expenditure reductions in attachment 1 to offset revenue reductions as listed here. As I presented in my presentation, the bulk of the revenue reduction is due to the hotel tax or transient occupancy tax, as well as several other items there as listed. So that action, as staff presented, would require 4 City Council votes. The consideration of the appointees as listed in attachment 2, this reduces expenditures in appointee budgets and would offset reductions in TOT revenue. That would also require 4 affirmative council votes. Alternative number 3, this includes 2 revenue transfers to the general fund. These are return of funds from proposals included in attachment 1. And so those actions to move return dollars back to the general fund from the streets and highway capital fund, as well as the parking and maintenance district fund, would require 5 affirmative votes, because that does appropriate additional revenue back to the general fund. Alternative 4, there was a discussion regarding the freezing of positions rather than the elimination of positions. So that action, if the council would like to choose to do that for any or all of the positions that are eliminated in attachments 1 and or 2, would require 4 affirmative votes. And then as it pertains to the fire department, alternative 5, this was part of the motion last week. If the council would like to exclude the minimum staffing overtime engine company brownout proposal at a cost of $705,174 and substitute that action with budget stabilization reserve, that would require 5 affirmative City Council votes because of its use of unused budget stabilization reserve funding. Alternative 6, around the fire department, if the council would like to exclude that proposal entirely from staff's recommendation and offset that with a lower reduction in the TOT revenue by that same amount, $705,000, 174. That would require 4 affirmative council votes. I do want to mention that if that action were to occur, it would, from a collection standpoint for TOT tax revenue, we would end the year however the actuals turn out, and potentially through the year-end process require offset from the budget stabilization reserve. Alternative number 7, with regards to actions considered last week in the police department around the field training officer program, the administrative services division task force unit, and the community service officers. If the council were to choose to exclude those proposals and offset that with budget stabilization reserve, that would require 5 affirmative votes for the use of the BSR. In a very similar way to recommendation number 6 in the police department, if the council would like to exclude those proposals from staff's recommendation and offset that with a lower reduction in TOT revenue, that would require 4 affirmative council votes. And item number 9, any other actions as determined by the city council. So that's a summary of the 9 alternatives that based on the discussion and feedback last week, we wanted to present to the city council. And so with that, staff's recommendation includes alternatives 1 and 2 and alternatives number 3. Alternatives 1 and 2 would require 4 affirmative council votes, as those are reductions in expenditures to offset revenues. Recommendation number 2 is the equivalent in the appointee offices of expenditure reductions to offset revenue reduction. And then staff recommendation number 3 under B, in accordance with the city charter section 1305, requiring at least 5 members to vote affirmative votes related to the 2 revenue actions that are included in staff recommendations. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and city staff as well as myself are available for any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I wanted to understand the concept of what you call lower reduction in TOT. I guess what you're doing is you're just changing the estimate of how much money we're going to get from TOT. And what you're saying is that if that change in estimate doesn't work out, we'll have to do a last minute transfer from budget stabilization at the end of the year. Is that correct?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember Jane. If I could explain or elaborate further. Currently, the budget estimate as approved on July 1 for TOT revenues is $17.6 million. Based on our projections included in the recommendation, we believe that TOT collections will end the year roughly around $3.6 million. That's a $14 million drop from what we approved the budget at. And so staff, as I presented last week and 2 weeks ago, on an overall revenue basis, we're looking at a $20 to $25 million shortfall in the general fund. Staff's recommendation would be to close that gap to the tune of $17.3 million. If there's any elements of the expenditure reductions that are not approved, and those would offset TOT revenues, for example, that just means that the approval to reduce expenditures and offset that is not considered or not included in the action. And then as part of the year-end report, what happens is, actual revenues come in, actual expenditures, including savings, would occur. And without the kind of strategic planning of cutting the expenditures during the year, what would happen is we'll have a negative variance for TOT revenues, and to the extent that there's not an offset to that at the end of the year, that would impact the budget stabilization reserve. So hopefully that clarifies. The action before you is to reduce revenues based on our revenue projections and offset that with expenses. And then if the council chooses not to cut expenses and or revenues to that offset, then as part of the year-end process, that would get trued up.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to follow up on that. So Ken, how would that get trued up, with 4 votes or 5 votes? I'm so confused that you're counting revenue reduction when we may not get that revenue at all.
So as part, thank you, Mayor, for the question. So as part of the year-end report, I typically bring that forward in the September, October timeframe. The council may recall last year, we ended the year roughly $3.5 million in the red. And so that was a number that was a lot lower than forecast at $10 million in April. And so in a similar fashion with this fiscal year, based on TOT and expenditure collections and expenses in September, I would bring back a reconciling item for all the city funds, including the general fund. And to the extent, our revenues and expenditures miss the budget, then that would impact the budget stabilization reserve. And so if there is a reduction to that reserve based on actuals, I believe that would be 4 votes. If there's a allocation from that reserve for either expenses or revenue offsets, that would require 5 votes. But it's part of the actions that I bring forward to the council every year in the fall based on.
I get all that, but in this case, the action would have taken place now. And it's too late then. We would have made the cuts. And I think, we're all aware of our discussions have revolved around public safety. So we would have made those cuts already. And by then it's too late. And so I look at this whole thing as, I'm going to just call it, to be nice, I'm just going to call it very creative. It's very creative by taking our charter that we have used in the past, with major changes to the budget that we're proposing tonight, has always in the past required 5 votes. So I am saying this is very creative, and you all have, very creative minds and have gone to a lot of trouble to try to separate all these things with a hope and a prayer that there might be monies. But if we take the action with 4 votes on one of these things and it doesn't turn out that there's money to reduce in TOT and it had to go to budget stabilization, then it would have needed 5 votes, but by then it's too late. So I'm declaring my disappointment in how this is being presented, not on your numbers or not on any work that you've done. It's just the looking at our charter and making an interpretation of it, which makes me think that we need to go back and maybe, clean up the charter and some of the language there, because I think it's not being used to the intent of how it should be used. And you may be technically or legally correct, but I think when you're talking about TOT numbers that aren't quite there to use yet for 4 votes, I think we're taking it too far. So I just wanted to make that point on this 4-5 budget thing, because 4 or 5 votes, because these 9 alternatives are just, I think, going way too far on this. I also had requested today some information, because I know a lot of what we're talking about are, fire issues and police issues. And so I had requested some information from the police chief. So I don't know if now's the appropriate time. Are you finished with the staff report, Ken?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I just want to add, Mayor, I am sorry that you're disappointed. We have been very vocal over the past 3 years of the misinterpretation and application of this charter section. We added to the confusion. We understand that. But we spoke internally as well as consulting with our city attorney. This is the correct way that the charter should be represented. And if the voters want to change it, then and if that's the will of the council, then we'll certainly work on that as well.
I know you, city managers, I think you said that last time, you've been very vocal about it. I don't ever remember having a conversation about this ever, at a council level. Maybe I'm not remembering, but I just don't remember ever talking about this ever. So maybe you did at a staff level, but I don't recall. Okay. I asked for information because at the last meeting, we again had a lot of discussion about police and fire. And the representative from the Police Officers Association gave us some numbers about some pretty alarming statistics I had that we had heard about some violent crimes and some shootings and things like that in the city. And I asked today if police chief and city manager would provide the city council with some information on what's been happening out in the community, because I know that I am seeing things, I'm hearing things, I'm getting emails, I'm getting complaints, that our community is going through a lot right now in terms of public safety. And so I wanted to get some facts behind it. So I can't see if you're on, Chief Nikolai. If you are, I'm wondering, or whoever you assign this to, can someone please give us the information that I requested today?
Chief Nikolai is on, and we have the slide available or the information available to share.
Thank you.
So if we can share the slide on the screen.
Thank you.
So can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Chief.
Okay, so this is a couple of charts of some numbers for you to review. The top row is basically a 5-year snapshot of major crimes in our city. And you can see that the trend, year to year goes up, goes down, but the majority of crimes have increased over last year. But really what's most concerning to us in the police department is the bottom row. When you look at the end of 2020 compared to the beginning of 2020, you can see that violent crime has just skyrocketed in our city. And there are things happening in our city, for example, the shootings that I have not seen in my career here at the department. So those are some numbers that I think should be alarming to everyone. And so one of the things that I wanted to mention while I was speaking about this is one of the comments that I made earlier has been used by several council members to kind of rationalize these cuts. And the statement I made was that with these 16 bodies frozen, we could maintain the status quo. And that unfortunately is accurate because we are in a pandemic. We have been locked down for a year and our services have been drastically reduced. In actuality, we have 38 vacancies here at the police department. So yes, if you freeze 16 positions, it will maintain the status quo. However, there's going to be impacts. I mean, how could there not be? So when you see the increase on crime and you realize the number of vacancies that we have, obviously the police department is going to have to prioritize, and patrolling the city and investigating the crimes that occur here are our #1 priority. And the other duties we will try to do, but there will be cuts to services. And another example you mentioned or was in the slideshow earlier was talking about the DARE program. Well, in our proposals for the phase 2 cuts, and I understand that these are only the phase 1 cuts, the phase 2 cuts include cutting the DARE program. Well, when you realize that we have the 38 vacancies right now, we are in effect living the phase 2 cuts. So without some additional officers, we are not going to be able to run programs like DARE. We are going to be forced to strictly do the duties of public safety, which are keep the citizens safe. And luckily, you have an incredible department full of hardworking men and women, sworn and professional staff that will do that. And I think they've shown that through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Councilmember Jane, you have a question on this? Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find my unmute. Yeah, I'm very concerned that we're 38 people down in the police department, and certainly there has to be an impact. I think, as I understand it, the major impact will be on the DARE program and then traffic and abandoned vehicles. not so much on, I guess, the regular patrol. But what I'm confused about is we are so far down, and yet the budget doesn't seem to reflect that we're, say, 15 or 20% down on our budget for the police department. Can you explain that?
I think Ken's probably the best one to answer that question.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jane, for the question. So I talked to both budget staff and police staff regarding how they're tracking this year. And so while there is savings in the police department, and historically they've had savings returned to the general fund as part of the year in actions, a couple items at least that weren't budgeted occurred this year. And so I'll name a couple of those and note a couple points to that. And so while there are 38 vacancies, those the full year value of those positions were not realized as those vacancies occur during the year. Some of that is partial year savings. And so we are tracking that. I do report out monthly to the city council as part of the monthly financial report how the police department expenses are tracking. And I just recently looked at January numbers, and they're tracking roughly 2.5% under budget, or roughly about $2 million or so. There were unbudgeted actions this year as part of the POA increases as required by the MOU, the 4.7% increase that was higher than budgeted. So a part of that increase did impact some of the savings. And then as well as separation payout. So there's some of the expenses around the leaves that we pay out once officers retire. And so that's typically trued up at the end of the year, but based on how we're tracking, the police department is tracking to end the year with some savings, given that those two unbudgeted items were also hit this year. So we are tracking with some savings.
But from what I understand is that we're 38 people down, but we're only 2 to 3% down on the budget. So that is concerning to me.
Yeah, and if I may just comment, I mentioned the two unbudgeted actions during the year, so those negatively affected the savings. As we tracked the budget throughout the year, if there are different trends that come through from projections, we report that out monthly to the council. So we'll continue to monitor that, and assuming those 38 positions are in effect today, we should see higher trends of savings as we close out the year, since not all those positions were vacant when we started the year.
I think there's a misunderstanding. How long has the police department been down those numbers? Those numbers have been down for years. It's not like we were 38 officers down in the last year, and so we should have a big reduction in budget. How long have we been short police officers? And I'm going to ask the chief on that, just to clarify that.
Yeah, no, the extreme shortage that we've been under right now is mainly due to the hiring freeze that we've been under as a result of COVID. We always have vacancies. We're always hiring. There's no doubt about that. But I don't remember a time we've ever had this many vacancies.
What staffing levels, chief, are we at right now in terms of how many officers do we have? Do we have the staffing levels we had from the 1980s?
Right. Well, we have the full-time equivalent or full-time employees of 239. But again, as I said, we have 38 vacancies. So we could hire that many more people right now if there was not a hiring freeze, obviously.
How many officers did we have in the 80s? I mean, we remember we had that management report from a couple of years ago. You weren't chief at the time, but.
Right. We did have a staffing study done, and it did recommend that we add several officers. And I want to say it was around 20 positions in the department that it recommended to add. And we did add those positions. So again, what we noted is At the time of that report, which was, I believe, 5, 6, 7 years ago, it said at that time we were understaffed. So, you know, if these cuts are made, we're going to be back to the point basically of where we were when they said we were understaffed. And as you can obviously see with the crime statistics, crime keeps rising.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. I have a question, like, can I know how many of vacancies occurred in last 1 year due to resignations, retirements, and what financial impact of that on the budget? I know Councilmember Surts asked the same question, but I want to ask in real numbers, how many vacancies were created by retirements and resignations? And
I couldn't give you an exact number, but I
of
just
those,
from,
are there any vacancies that are open or everything is frozen on those?
no, we currently have authorization to hire 2 dispatcher positions and 3 officer positions.
Sorry, Chief, can you repeat that? I think I lost the connection. Yeah.
That's quite all right. We have authorization right now to hire 2 dispatchers and 3 police officers. And so we're in the process of doing that right now.
Okay. And how many officers retired or resigned during this last 1 year, roughly?
I don't have the exact number. I can tell you that as of right now, we have 12 officer vacancies, 2 captain vacancies, and 5 sergeant vacancies. So probably the majority of the vacancies are the result of retirements over the last year.
Over the last year. So out of those 14, basically 12 plus 12 officers and 2 captains, most of them. Okay. Okay. And the 2 dispatchers and 3 police officers, that's already been budgeted. It's in the budget.
Well, as of now, all the positions are in the budget. That's what's being decided right now, is if we are removing 16 positions from our budget.
Okay. No, but you mentioned that 2 dispatchers and 3 police officers, let's say we pass the budget as is, as per the staff recommendation, they will be removed, you mean to say?
No, those will continue to be recruited for. And what we have been speaking of internally is, given the positivity of vaccines and the acceleration of moving to different tiers and reopening, if the economy recovers, then the recruitments allow us flexibility to go deeper into hires, since the department will still have 15 vacancies if phase 1 is approved. And so we'll need to fill those positions and adjust those with incoming revenue or other funding sources.
So if I may clarify that, the phase 1, as per the staff recommendations we are asking today, we will, and if the situation improves, we will still have 15 vacancies.
There will still be vacancies, and we are still hiring because the vacancies will need to be filled, recognizing that that's more than desirable. And should new revenues appear, then it allows for us to go deeper or higher in numbers of recruitment and placement and offers for these positions.
Okay, so these are not eliminated as per our current budget we are discussing.
No, we are, I think the chief and I are very much in agreement. We still need to continue with the aggressive hiring and recruitment to fill these vacancies.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That answers my question.
Isn't the proposal to eliminate like 15 positions in the budget?
I believe the chief just said 16. Is that correct, Chief? And so
16 positions.
And the remaining positions, based on, Chief, you might want to, I'm looking at our previous communications from earlier today.
Right. The proposal that you're looking at the original proposal was to eliminate 15 positions and freeze 1 position. And I understand there was discussion about freezing all of the positions, but regardless of the semantics, it is taking 16 positions away from the police department.
Right, okay, because didn't sound like that from that last conversation. Okay,
Let me be very clear, and I'm 38 vacancies. There is the chief and I have already discussed over the last couple of weeks some internal promotions, which fulfill some of those vacancies and leave other vacancies. There is out hiring for 5 positions, the 3 officers and 2 dispatchers, which will then leave 15 vacancies. So that's how the numbers add up.
so you're promoting to fill some vacancies, but then that will create
More vacancies, yes.
But at the end of the
And we have hires. We have the hiring is for 5 positions.
3 officers, but there's still net, vacancies of 15 positions. And that's what's in phase 1, right, of the cuts?
There's 16 positions in phase 1.
Okay.
There's 15 left vacancies. 5 are actively being recruited for and for filling.
Mhm.
And then there's internal promotions.
But that will just create more vacancies.
That's how you get to the 38.
Okay. At the end of the day, you're asking us in phase 1 to eliminate, or unless the council takes other action, your recommendation is to eliminate 16 positions. Correct? I just want to make sure.
That is in fact the recommendation. And this action, as I mentioned earlier, it hasn't been taken lightly. We understand the seriousness, and we understand that with phase 1, we are accomplishing 30% of our deficit, leaving about $29 million still of ongoing. And to the extent that ongoing revenue doesn't come, then this problem will continue to persist, which is why we've given a turnaround plan of what actions we would need to take over 3 years to get us back to a stronger and healthier fiscal condition.
I understand why you did it. Don't get me wrong. I understand why the recommendation's there. I think it's up to the city council to prioritize what is important.
Absolutely. And we're fortunate. Yeah, absolutely, Mayor. And we're fortunate that we have a plan B and that we are able to present those to the council, which other cities have not had the luxury of having.
Right, and because of all of our fiscal management and savings and putting money aside in the reserve for the last 3-4 years since you've been here, city manager, we worked really hard to get that, and for exactly this reason. So again, it's prioritizing what's important in the community, because I don't aspire Santa Clara's police department to be like, no offense, San Jose. I don't aspire to long response times. I don't aspire to having our department with these rising crime rates and we're going to cut the department. That makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's why I'm fighting so hard for this, because I think it's a core service that we can't afford to let drop, because it will take, if you looked at San Jose, what they did years ago, it'll take years to get it back because of the long recruitment process for public safety officers, police and fire and others. It's too hard to get it back. And you can see the direction we're going in with crime. I mean, it's horrendous what is happening. And I think those statistics really show what's happening out there, the things I'm getting complaints about, the things I'm reading about, constantly. It's every day, it's something. And we want to reduce, but yet at the same time, our community the population is increasing. We're increasing. Development's not stopping. Residential development, more people are coming in. The businesses are thriving. All you have to do is go out on the streets and look at the traffic is increasing now. We're talking about, taking some traffic cops out. The traffic's increasing. People are going to get back to work. We're going to get back to life as close to what we knew as before. You don't reduce your police force. That is so short-sighted. You don't reduce. Things are happening. The crime is in the neighborhoods. It's in it's in the apartment complexes. It's in the single family homes. It's in everybody's cars, mine twice, broken into. It's everywhere. So we don't reduce that, especially when we work so hard to have a reserve. We will come out of this, but by the time we come out, it might be too late for the criminals to say, oh, Santa Clara is ripe for all this. We can't afford this. We can't afford to let this department go down, response times go down, and not get the kind of service we can to our residents. And now you're going to talk about in phase 2, which I think the chief aptly put it, the cuts in phase 1 is almost like you're cutting already for phase 2. The DARE program, come on. That is one of the best, if not the best program we have for kids and children in this city. How many, 5th graders, and we always bragged about here, we were one of the last cities, and we had a city school liaison committee meeting, and they talked about the importance of our partnership with the DARE program. We have a PAL officer that will be in jeopardy. We have all the CSOs with all our, neighborhood watch, all of our community front facing programs are going to be in jeopardy, and they will be cut because those officers are going to be needed in patrol. So we really have to make some tough decisions, and I'm hoping that this council makes the right decisions, because our community can't afford to cut down on our safety. Our safety. I don't like any of the cuts to the fire department either, because police and fire have been the departments we've all counted on during the pandemic, especially. They're the ones that couldn't stop. They're the ones that had to go out there. They're the ones exposing themselves to everything on our behalf. So I know we have issues. I know we have problems, but we have to rely on our reserves. Otherwise we're degrading the quality of our services to our residents, and they don't want longer response times. They don't want this crime. Councilmember Hardy, followed by Watanabe.
I'm going to say that I'm disappointed that some people do not understand the difference between cause and effect, and that you're making very large assumptions. If I understand correctly, and either Ken can answer this or Deanna, this is just to get us to the end of June. Is that correct?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Hardy. So the actions before you close out $17.3 million of savings out of the $20 to $25 million revenue gap that I presented as part of the either elimination or freeze of ongoing positions that would help towards roughly 12 million out of the ongoing $42 million deficit that as we look ahead beyond this fiscal year.
Thank you. So I will make a motion based on that, because here's the reality. The kids aren't even at school if we're talking about the DARE program. And the few that will be allowed on campus, it won't make a difference at this point. We have to recognize we have some realities. So I will make a motion for the recommendation for 1, 2, and 4. 4 is the council would freeze rather than eliminate positions, because we will be looking at the budget with the hope that we are in a recovery. We are desperately hoping that things go up, that our TOT comes back, that our hotels open back up, that we have conferences, that will be going on. So I'm making the motion at this point for 1 recommendation from staff, number 1, number 2, and number 4.
I'll second that.
Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. We actually we've received a lot of information from the community, and I was really taken aback by a letter that we received from a resident this afternoon in District 6. And I don't know this gentleman, Tom Ellicott, wrote a really, wrote a great letter that really emphasized the importance but at the same time, the understanding of the budget decisions that are before us. And one of the first comments that he made was that he wanted to remind the council that as figureheads for the city of Santa Clara, you should remember that your words and actions have an immeasurable impact on the morale and motivation of all city employees. Act as a source of inspiration whenever possible. I don't, and then he also follows up that the POA has not missed a beat during the entire pandemic, no matter the difficulty. And when you see the list of items that the chief presented in terms of crime in the city of Santa Clara that has occurred over the last year, our police officers have been able to address that. And like the mayor talked about, crime is not going away. I hear about it every day. And I was really concerned to know that a crime that I hadn't heard about in a long time, several years, chain snatching seemed to be reoccurring in my neighborhood. And an older lady was affected as a result. And in broad daylight, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, her chain was snatched. She was followed, and at the opportune time, the criminal just ripped the necklace off her neck, and the witness that came upon the scene actually could see the hand imprint of the person on this woman's neck. That's really scary, and crime is not going away. We cannot afford at this time to make cuts. I will not support any cuts. We have the reserves. There's a reason why we've worked hard to put those reserves away over the last 4 years. And I don't want to take anything away from the city manager. I know how hard she has worked to bring that down, that $116 million deficit. That is huge. And then to be able to put us in this position where we have had $80 million to be able to fall back on and use some of that right now. We still have $57 million. We just want to get through June. We want to get to June. And in the meantime, things are changing. The economy is coming back. This gentleman even talked about how he says, if you look at the activity I saw this past weekend, the shopping, the traffic, etc., our economy is going to snap back with a vengeance. Freeze the positions if you must, but don't cut them. We don't want to cut our police force, because to lose them will make it even harder to get those numbers back. We already know we're down over 100 positions that have never been filled. Our fire department, again, the browning out of an engine will have a huge impact, and the ability to be able to respond when there's an emergency. Jeremy Ray, Officer Jeremy Ray said last week there were no guarantees of that the response times would be the same, because you don't know, you have to account for traffic. And the mayor just talked about traffic is increasing. Things are coming back. So if we are cutting in places, there's no guarantee that the response time is going to be there. If we cut police, we don't have the guarantees that they're going to be able to respond to neighborhood concerns. Right now, public safety, the protecting our city it should be first and foremost. Like I said, we have the reserves. They were put there for a reason. The economy is coming back. We can look at this again in 6 months' time, but for now, we need to protect what we have. We need to let the residents know that they're first and foremost. Our core services are first and foremost. We need to protect our city. The money is there for a reason. We need to use it now. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me explain you why I seconded the motion. First of all, we were presented different scenarios, and one of the scenarios was if we do not make any cuts to the public safety, we have to lay off. And this council and everybody on this council has been emphasizing we do not want to lay off people, lay off our employees. Everybody has been talking about it. And one of the scenario was if we do not make any of these public safety cuts, the scenario was we will have to lay off 58 employees from the different departments. And our public safety budget is $99 million, and that's almost 50% of our total budget of our employees, basically. And both fire and police, they had a minimum cut, like 5% whereas other departments took a cut of around double-digit cuts, more than 10% cuts. And I think staff had done a due diligence, have taken a very balanced approach when they brought forward this thing. And this is the phase one where I understood right now, we are currently in process of hiring some vacancies. That's not done. We are hiring. It's not that within this phase, we are not hiring any of public safety officers. We are hiring. We have proposed that no browning of the fire engine. That's there. We are not browning that out. We have listened to the community. And coming back to the TOT, after effects of COVID, there will be a huge reorientation how the day-to-day business is done. There are so many companies who have already decided that remote working will be a normal and remote conferences will be normal. If we are anticipating that our TOT budgets, TOT revenue will be the same as what we had pre-COVID, I think we are mistaken. There will be fundamental studies and fundamental changes in how the business will be done in going forward. And I'm also worried about our convention center, to be very frank, whether we will be able to go back to hold the same number of convention center shows and attendance on that. So these are the reasons we have to put into. We do not want to do that. So to answer Mayor Gilmore's question, nobody on this council wants to do what we are doing right now. None of us wants to do that. But do we want to approach a balanced approach? And if we get some savings, let's say today we pass this, and if we get some savings going forward, 2 months, 3 months, staff can always come back to us that, hey, we saved X million dollars from whatever sources, and we can always prioritize where we want to put those X number of dollars into which department we want to put into it. So let's not be very short-sighted when we are talking about these things. Yes, Mayor, I'm trying to say that. Let's not be very short-sighted. We have to take these steps as we go. And this is not, whatever we will do today is not written in stone. It can be changed if the things improve in 2 months, 3 months. Staff can come back anytime. And let me see if I have any other. Yeah. So those are the reasons, like as a fiduciary authority, like how we want to balance our budget in the given circumstances. And there is no certainty that in 6 months or 9 months, we will have a better revenues going forward. There is no certainty on that period. And we have to cope with it. We have to have a very balanced approach. And that's the reason why. And if I would encourage staff to find out if we can have some more sources of where we can save some money, and then we can plug in into the public safety or whichever priority we have. So those are the reason I'm supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jane. And then I'm going to go to the public. And we can come back.
Yeah, I wanted to just clarify with Karen, Councilmember Hardy. The staff had actually recommended alternatives 2, 1, 2, and 3. 3 might be taken separately because it actually requires 5 votes. And
That is why I
one,
did that.
one, okay, that I wanted to clarify that with
Yes,
you.
that's why I separated that out. I'm gonna have to move because the lights are turning out.
Okay, and then I just wanted to reiterate with what Vice Mayor Chahal had said, was that we all live in the city. We are all going to be affected the same as most people if there is an increase in crime. It's not that we want to make the city less safe. We have no intention of doing that. We have, as Vice Mayor Chahal had said, we have 3 police officer positions that we are hiring for. We're just not able to fill those positions at this time. So fundamentally, part of the problem for such reduced coverage in the city is we're just not able to hire for those positions. And option 4 would instead of eliminating the positions, would actually freeze the position. So we are not asking to eliminate. But as I brought out before, was that while staffing is way down, the budget is not down. And I'm very concerned about that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker, and then Chief Nicolai.
Thank you. Can I get for clarification on the motion? It was alternatives 1, 2, and 4.
Yes, because 4 is it freezes instead of eliminates positions.
Okay. All right. So the one thing I have a concern about, which I heard, and which I'll express, which is about the DARE officer. I believe it was saying it was going to be eliminated. That is a major concern to me. I grew up with DARE. That is something I don't want to see gone. At the same time, I was, referencing, and I'm going to say it again, we should have entertained the idea of bringing in cannabis in our city to get some revenue, to maybe cover some of these cracks down the road in about 6 months to help fix these problems. And that's kind of why I'm a big fan of DARE, is because it keeps kids away from doing these things until they're adults and let them make their own personal decisions. Hearing about the DARE program in that kind of direction, I'm not a real fan of. And I'm sorry to say that, because I think the DARE program helped me a lot growing up. And I think it helped a lot of kids. And I wish some kids actually went to the DARE program. And I grew up here in Santa Clara, up in Pomeroy. I went to, with the DARE program there. And then when I moved to Los Banos when I was a kid, there's also the DARE program out there. And I got to say, it helped a lot. So, and it kept me out of trouble, and it kept me from doing things that I should not be doing. So just wanted to state that's a major concern to me. But at the same time, I agree with every single one of you on everything. From we need police, their crime is going up. At the same time, I agree we need to start making cuts. We need to start, finding ways to save money. And at the same time, at the end of the day, please, everybody, let's not vilify each other. I think we're just trying to do the best thing we can for our community. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart to every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Nicolai.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify or address something that Councilmember Jane said, where he said we weren't able to hire. If my hiring freeze was lifted, we just did a test and we had almost 200 police applicants. So I'm going to be able to fill those 3 police applicants immediately, and I could fill all of my vacancies. So I just want to clarify that. And specifically regards to the DARE program, I do understand DARE is not going to happen this year. It just physically can't. However, the time it takes to hire an officer, if we don't hire the officers now and give them the 18 months they need to get through training, they won't be available to teach DARE next school year. So I just need to make sure that that is realized as well by the council. Thank you.
Chief, can I ask you a quick question? You said there was 230 something officers. How many sworn officers do you have? Does that include civilians? Are you including civilians in that?
Yes, no, the 239 is total employees here at the department.
How many
We have
officers? Sworn officers.
approximately 160 sworn.
And are they all working now, the 160?
No, they're part of our vacancies are in the sworn.
How many do we have working? That's the number I'm trying to get at.
Oh, well, it's easier to tell you the vacancies right now. We have 19 vacancies in the sworn ranks.
Okay. So you have 141 officers working?
Right.
That's the number I was trying to get at. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor, you have another comment before I go to the public?
Yes. Oh, I can go to public. Let's go to the public first.
You get that right. Okay, so let's go to the public now, and then we'll come back and I guess have a vote on that motion. All right, the first person I have is A, the initial A. A?
Hello? Yes,
Yeah.
hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. My name is Linda, and I'm calling in because I just wanted to say that I'm appalled we're even discussing taking police off the streets when we're seeing an increase in crime in our city. Our Santa Clara residents pay top dollar to live here because of our core services. My husband works for the fire department, and do you know what happens when he's on duty? Him and his coworkers, their families are left home alone. We live in a good neighborhood in District 6. However, not once, but twice now, I've had persistent late night knocks on the door. I've had these criminals peeking in our windows. And if it wasn't for Santa Clara police and their incredible response time, what do you suppose may have happened to me and my young children while we were left home alone? Please do not do this to our police. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Bob O'Keefe.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a tough subject, and we knew we were going to be here when this pandemic started, and even before that, when the budget was projected the way it was. The real question comes down to you six council members and mayor, 7 council members, on the best way to do it. The savings need to be there, but the question is when to do it. We have the funds in the budget stabilization reserve right now to keep these positions, to not cut public safety. It is much easier to, when times get better, to fund or refund that budget stabilization reserve than to rehire, retrain police, fire, and other public service emergency personnel. I think every council member said that this is to get through June and further down the road. But again, if we have the money, now is the time to spend it. That's what these funds are for. And when times get better, as I said before, then you start putting that money back in your budget stabilization reserve. I was very concerned when the chief brought up that slide to show how our violent crime is just soaring, and it will continue to soar. It's not going to get better with less police on the roads. It's not going, the fires are not going to get less, the accidents and everything that fire responds to when this thing gets better. We need to keep public safety there to keep us citizens safe. And honestly, I don't think you guys know what's going on. You're getting the emails, you're getting the letters, you're getting the contacts. I don't think there's many of us public that want to see these cuts. So I'm asking you, no, use the budget stabilization reserves and do not cut public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Anthony, you're next. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. I'm Anthony Pasquale, president of your Santa Clara Firefighters, IFF Local 1171. I'm sure by this time you know very well who I am. You've heard me speak over the last several weeks, and I'm going to do my best not to sound like a broken record, but I want to reiterate some of the points I made before. Over the last weeks, I emphasized the importance of maintaining our response times, and I urge you again tonight to not make drastic cuts to our services. And I urge you for two things. One, freeze positions, which I know is already on your items tonight as proposal 4, I believe. But I also urge you to not brown an engine company, which is not part of that proposal. That's proposal 5. Since 1986, when the convention center was built, we have had 10 stations and 10 core units. Since 1986. And you can imagine what the city looked like at that time. We never dipped below those 10 core response units, even in the last recession, and I have seen no reason to do that now. I'm not saying not to cut anything or not to cut nothing from public safety. I understand that cuts have to be made. And I'm not at all suggesting that we need to lay off other city employees. No one has ever said that at the cost of maintaining the services that we have. What I am saying is to dip into the reserves just a little bit, because you have 57 million at the cost of one fire engine, which is $705,000. That is a huge difference for that community that fire engine is going to serve, which more than likely will be on the north side of town, which would only leave 2 resources north of 101, which is really north of Walsh Avenue, which is the next closest resource. Additionally, it is most certain that we'll be getting some federal relief. As of today, it sounds like later on this week, President Biden is going to be signing that into law. I understand this is a one-time, but the relief, it's relief nonetheless, and it's more than enough to preserve our public safety. Make no mistake, there will be an impact to public safety if these cuts were to proceed. Do not make the mistake, especially at the time when we need public safety the most. Please listen to the letters and the messages that you've heard from the community over the last 3 weeks, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Anthony. Do we have anybody else, member of the public, that would like to speak? Alex Torkey, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Alex Torkey. I'm the president of the Santa Clara Police Officers Association. Much like Anthony, I think most of you are sort of familiar with me at this point. I just also, like Anthony, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we have to address this. There's no doubt the city absolutely faces a financial crisis that requires action. The Budget Stabilization Reserve is in fact the resource that exists solely for this circumstance. It exists for this very moment in time, yet we are sitting here refusing to touch it. With federal funding on the way, progress being made with respect to COVID, we insist on hoarding this money that's specifically earmarked, and I'm going to quote, for unforeseen economic shocks, because we might need it for some mysterious future boogeyman as instead of the threat that in fact sits right in front of us right now. It's disappointing that we would pretend that $57 million is not there to address this shortfall when it deals with the most basic of governmental services to its citizens. The financial benefits from these proposals are already realized via the hiring freeze. Hiring freeze and eliminating these positions will not generate any more additional financial benefit. That financial benefit's already there. And that's because we're not allowed to hire. There's a discretionary hiring freeze happening. This only provides savings on paper. They're not real dollars. Those real dollars have already been saved. They already are going to be saved. This just generates savings on paper. It's literally paper. Councilmember Jane, you mentioned I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken, you were asking where we're down 38 people, but we're seeing some significant pay or some significant budget expenditures. Anything outside of normal payroll is not budgeted because council won't give us that money because the city manager won't budget that money. This freeze is fruitless. It only serves to codify cuts to public safety. It's defunding by another name, and politics and personal conflicts are driving this conversation. This is about public safety. For some, that is an abstract concept that involves numbers on a spreadsheet. But for most of us, that involves very real people and very real problems. It involves the detectives that are currently being called into the police department right now to handle an investigation. You're not accountable to me. You're not accountable to my members. Council is accountable to the public, to your constituents, and you'll have to answer to them for what your votes are tonight. I would ask you all to consider that. I would ask you all to consider that these cuts are very real. They don't last for 6 months. They don't last for 2 months. These cuts will be felt, even if you only go through June. These cuts will be felt for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to speak on this issue of the budget? Anyone else? Last call. Okay, I'm going to go back to Vice Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the speakers, and all of them as have a valid points. It's not that we are not listening, but it's just the situation we are in that's making us take these decisions. I want to touch the DARE program. So we would like to have DARE program, and I was on the last school liaison committee meeting, and I was the one who asked the school district if we can have more funds from the school to support this program. They have already budgeted around $62,000 or $64,000 for this thing, and they have not spent that dollars for this year actually, because there was no DARE program as such. So I would ask them to roll this thing to the next year so that we can have a double the amount. Or rather, I did ask them if this program is so beneficial to the students, then why not they should be pitching up more to support this program. And when phase 2 comes, I was asking school district and the staff to coordinate between each other so that we can find some more funding from the school district or down the line sources, and we should be supporting that. So that's about the DARE program. Browning of the fire truck. Once we are done with the 3 motions, I will be the one who will make a motion to support the item number 5, basically. So I think Council Member Hardy did not make it because it's a conflict of 4 votes or 5 votes. So we plan to take care of that. Federal relief, yeah. So any relief, any savings, which we can come up during the process after whatever we approve today, is always welcome to pitch in and do the best for our public safety or whatever city programs are. You know, we were so hopeful in, I think, late October that city will be getting $34 million. If we would have got those $34 million, we would not have been in a position where we are today. So we are all hopeful. And as soon as that money gets into our hands, if President Biden approves that tomorrow and we get it, I will ask staff to come back and present us within a week that, hey, let's stop this thing, no cuts, nothing, and we can fulfill our requirements. I'll be the one asking the staff, bring it back and let's take care of that and appropriate that money, whatever we are getting, and make adjustments into our budget. So we are looking forward to that, and we will be taking care of that. So again, the decision we are making today are hard decisions. And again, I want to point out, the staff has done a tremendous job of balancing the cuts across different departments. And they have presented us various options. And this was the one option which we think makes best sense as of now. And that's the reason. And if within a week things change, within a month things change, we will be more than happy to bring it back and take appropriate decision. And going back to, nobody wants to see the graph of any of the crimes going high. None of us would like to do that. No community would like to do that. And same applies to us. And I was browsing through the screen. In 16-17, we also had a spikes on several of those crime rates, basically from 16 to 17. And so we have to mitigate these things. We have to take actions according to our means, basically. And that's the reason what we are doing today is hopefully this is a short-term solution, and down the line we can present and fulfill all the requirements of our police safety, so that we do the better job going down the line when we have more revenue. or more savings. If we have any other savings which comes up within our preview within a week, within 10 days, we will bring this forward and make sure we appropriate right way and do not cut any services we don't want to cut. Thank you.
Thank you. I missed a hand, or it came up after the public. So I'm going to go to Debbie Algieri, if you'd like to make a presentation before I go back to the council.
Thank you very much. I'm multitasking this evening, but thank you very much for hearing me, Mayor and council members. I've kind of come in and out of this conversation a little bit because I'm multitasking this evening. But, you know, I'm listening to you talk about cutting funds for our police force and firefighters. And I'm somewhat concerned that the city council has not thought this through completely. Cutting is not what we need to be doing in these areas. Public safety is majorly at risk. You know, SUDS has been talking about changing the curfew at Levi Stadium. Well, what are we going to do when we don't have the police to support that in the neighborhoods to protect the neighborhoods? You know, and taking money from the schools is absolutely ridiculous. You guys maybe don't realize we don't pay our teachers enough today to survive, and you want to take money from the school systems? It's just, you know, you need to think through the long term and what your decision impacts on other decisions within the city. It's important you do that. So, you know, before you vote tonight, think seriously about it, because cutting these funds in these two areas is not wise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just have a couple of comments. I find it very amusing that you were called short-sighted earlier, and yet we just had a comment made that we cannot mitigate if we don't have public about ways to, there was a comment made about mitigating crime, but the thing is, we can't mitigate crime if we don't have the resources. And so so anyway, I would like to offer a friendly amendment to what's on the table. I would like to offer adding in alternatives 6 and 8, because they both require 4 affirmative council votes, which would go along with the other recommendations that have been made as part of the motion that was made earlier, that also require 4 affirmative votes. And this way, a motion can be made that will only require 4 affirmative votes. So I am making that friendly amendment to what has previously been motioned.
So you're asking to add in the fire department, not browning out an engine, and not reducing certain functions of the police department, including training, field
Yes.
operations, community service officers, and that. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor.
The maker of the motion does not accept that, and I would like to handle those separately.
All right, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, so we have an amendment to the motion on. So before we vote, we'll vote for that one first. Are you finished, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you. Vice Mayor Chahal is absolutely correct that there will be a second motion with the work staff put in to separate key parts of the recommendations to make our budget successful longer term. And I think that Councilmember Hardy is absolutely, good and right in her refusal for the amendment. I do not believe that anyone on the council has the intention of reducing public safety or removing a fire engine from service. It is not easy and the actions do not always seem clear. But if it were just about public safety, I think the decisions would be simple, meaning no one wants to reduce public safety. But it is about balancing public safety with the budget to support it. It's interesting to me that the staff recommendation was what both fire and police chiefs agreed to last week, and it was more concerning when the police and fire associations disagreed. But I am a little better with the seeming agreement that we have today. It seems like some of the positions have changed. But I want to point out that with the police promotions to vacant positions, we are not hiring in kind. We are actually increasing expenditures with the promotions and then adding additional money with the hiring of new positions. I'm curious as to how big the effect of the 4.7 raise and police was on our budget. Perhaps an issue is that we cannot, any longer afford to pay salaries that are among the highest in the state and nation for a city as small as Santa Clara. I think that if we were to have good salaries and have more officers with the same budget, that would be like a good balance, but I don't know what we can do to get there. Councilmember Hardy's motion is a good balance of temporary measures to get us through the short term. I think that reducing the school programs this year in the time of COVID seems like a good compromise if we can agree to preserve the positions and not remove them. Again, I do see a lot of merit in the motion, the original motion. And I do believe that if we to make a second motion, there is nothing that says we can't approve 6 and 8, at that time, or some other combination which would preserve public safety, keep the positions frozen, and not brown out an engine, which I believe is the intention of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Could the city manager please explain and more for also the public about how these motions are going to go and how basically how are we supposed to do this? How are we supposed to break it down?
Thank you, Councilmember Becker. So the way that the recommendation is written on the agenda shows Part A, which is the budget amendments for net reduction of expenditures, and that requires 4 votes. The second part by separate motion would be item B, 5B, which is the part of the budget amendments that recognize additional revenue, and that requires 5 votes. So the way that these recommendations are broken down is 1 by expenditures to handle expenditures appropriately, and then 1 by revenues. To the extent, though, that the council wants to consider amendments or the freezing rather than eliminating of positions, we did include those as policy alternatives in the report. And we also provided options for public safety that require 4 votes or 5 votes. Just reflecting off the last week's conversation and trying to present with you with a menu of policy options that allows for the council to successfully consider phase 1 of the budget. So 2 votes, 2 motions, 1 revenue, 1 expenditures, and then any other additional motions that the council wants to entertain. But it looks like through the motion on the floor, that Councilmember Hardy put forward, she added item 4 into item A, which is the expenditures, which is fine, because that's appropriate where the expenditures would occur.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Chief Nikolai.
Thank you, Mayor. I just need to make a couple of comments. Again, I was hoping that during this budget discussion, there wouldn't be talks about salaries and pay cuts and things like that. I don't think it's appropriate to be doing those kind of talks in public as opposed to in the negotiations table. So I'm disappointed with that, which brought me back to some comments that were made at some previous meetings. Specifically first, it was mentioned by a letter, was describing the chief of police as just a figurehead. I believe that's an insult to every Santa Clara voter here in the city. As the chief of police, I'm the head law enforcement officer in the state, and I have legal authorities to take care of the city and to protect it. And I take that obligation seriously. Also, there were some previous comments made directed not only to the members of the association, but also to various staff members and department heads here at the city. And again, there were comments made just now about being overpaid. And I think what's important is that the council members need to realize that some of the comments they have been making have been condescending, and they are crippling to morale, and they are hurting the people that are trying to do their job. You're demanding more from the city staff than ever before. I can guarantee you that nobody in the city staff is working 40-hour weeks. I know personally, my both assistant chiefs work on the weekends trying to meet up with the demands. But instead of being appreciative of all their hard work, you just demand more. And then you make repeated comments about taking pay cuts. That does not exactly motivate people. So the staff and department heads have decades of experience, and it seems like you take that for granted sometimes. The insinuations that anyone could do their job doesn't help. As someone else mentioned, it does remind me of Mayor Reed and his single-handed desire to cripple San Jose, which he was very successful in doing. So I really hope that the council will be able to put that behind them and move forward positively. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for those comments. Yeah, I know that was probably hard for you to say, but it's well taken. I've listened to a lot of stuff here, and I'm just shaking my head at a lot of things I heard, because I've never heard that if we don't cut public safety, we're going to be laying off 50, I think it was 58 people. I've never heard that before. That was a first for me. The fact that if you think you're just cutting short term, you're going into phase 2, because it makes no sense to cut public safety in the short term and then add it back in June. I mean, so I'm making a huge assumption that if you're cutting now, you're going to continue those cuts into the next phase. And I think that, the DARE program's an example. And I know, Vice Mayor, you asked the school district to take on the cost, which they already pay a big portion of that. And if you know anything about the program, the best part about that is that it's a partnership between the city and the school district. And it's really the first chance that these students, all these 5th grade students, they've been going on for years, learn about drugs, alcohol, stress, bullying, all the everyday social media, all the things that our kids really need to know before they go into middle school. It's so important. We talked about in previous meetings, we talked about next year trying to accommodate the students that missed this last year and ones that had missed the second half of the year before, to try to catch them up. So it's not a matter of, oh, you saved money, so now school district, we're going to throw all this cost on you. What are we going to throw the crosswalking cost? I mean, the crossing guards and the neighborhood protections, and what about the PAL police athletic league person? We're going to throw that back on PAL. I mean, I really want to emphasize that if public safety is a priority for you as a council member, then make it a priority. This is the time to make it a priority. And we're not just talking about 3 months, we're talking about phase 2, because we're going to have this discussion, 2 months from now. And I don't think that the situation's going to change. I'm not going to wait until there may be a revenue source. And, again, we're hoping for some federal relief. There's a package coming out, and I think it passed the Senate, and we're hoping that we're going to get something. But tell a woman who's about to be raped to wait until we get funding. Tell someone who's who's been shot at, just wait. Well, pretty soon we're going to get funding, and if we do, then we'll throw a little money your way. No, someone who's going to be robbed, your car stolen, cause a traffic accident because, people are speeding and not paying attention. I am not going to wait. I don't want to wait. I don't want our citizens to wait until we come up with savings on certain. Who's interrupting me? I can't tell. Who keeps trying to talk? I can't see. So I just want to say that I think that, you know, the monies we're trying to add back and not cut from police and fire are important. Very important right now. I don't want our citizens to wait. I don't want to be like San Jose. I don't. I want to have the great response times and other things that are the reason we live in Santa Clara. I don't want people looking through people's windows when, you know, and their children are. I don't want any of that. All you have to do is look online to see how people's cameras are catching people lurking in all of their, you know, their residences and their backyards and other things. I don't want that to happen. And so, and I'm not willing to wait. And that's why we have our rainy day fund exactly for this. I want to make public safety a priority. I've always made public safety a priority. We are adding people. Well, I don't want to stop because I'm repeating myself, and I always tell the council I don't like it when we all repeat ourselves. But I just think that we have to make it a priority. And I'm hoping with the amendment to this motion, at least in the short term, we will continue to make it a priority and at least give a couple months to hopefully for that next phase that we can, you know, be able to have hopefully some relief. If not some relief, you know, we then continue to make public safety a priority. So the first motion we're going to vote on is the amendment to add in, what was it, Councilmember Watanabe?
It was alternatives 6 and 8.
Okay, now let me read those alternatives because I just want to have those read. Alternative 6 is exclude the fire department minimum staffing overtime reduction engine company brownout proposal. So we won't, if this part passes, we won't be browning out an engine. All right, and then 8 is the police department. We add back in the Field Training Officer Program Academy, proposal, Police Administration Services Division, Task Force Unit Proposal, Police Field Operation Division, and Community Services Officer. Does that also include the Northside Police Substation? Because I know that was scheduled to be closed. Does that include the substation? Can anybody answer that for me?
Ken, I'll defer to you on that question.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm not clear.
Thank you, Mayor, for the question. So the CSOs include 4 vacant positions, I think one of which was assigned to the north side.
Northside substation. Because I want to make sure the Northside substation isn't closed either. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on that. So before we vote, Vice Mayor, you have a comment on this motion?
Yes, Mayor, I have a comment. Like, can I ask Ken to confirm one of the option 3A or 3B was there that if we do not make any cuts to the public safety, we will have to lay off around 58 employees? Can please confirm that?
We showed a slide last week of that information. Yes, that. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I showed a slide last week that if in the option where other departments would need to pick up the equivalency of proposals or savings generated from public safety, using basic math in terms of average cost of an employee, that would equate to 58 positions. I also provided information regarding the status of the vacancies within the city. I believe there were 20 vacancies in general positions, and then it grew from there in terms of technical positions. So as far as the equivalent 58 positions that would have to be reduced to cover that, and whether those were actual layoffs versus bumping versus redeployments, the complete analysis around the HR impact was not done, but just for discussion purposes, 58 positions or so in value.
Whether they are actual positions or not, whether they're filled or not, and that's assuming we don't use any reserves, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm proposing we use reserves. So 58 unfilled or filled positions, we don't know at this point. All right. Anything else, Vice Mayor?
And yes, there is one more. And I would prefer to go for number 5 instead of number 6, because number 5 is eliminating browning of the fire truck, but we are eliminating using the budget stabilization funds versus reducing reduction in transitory occupancy taxes. So that's my preference on why I would prefer number 5 over 6.
So are you saying that if it's switched from 5 to 6, so 5 and 8, you would support the motion?
I would support 5.
Okay, so you won't support.
Separately. That's why Councilmember Hardy was mentioning, let's take.
We're talking about the motion on the floor.
Yes.
So you just don't want to support the police. That's it. Okay.
I am supporting the police, Mayor. Don't put words in my mouth,
Well,
please.
the police part of the motion. That's my point. It's 6 and 8, fire and police. All right, well, we'll see. Let's vote. So Assistant City Clerk, go ahead on the amendment.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, that fails 4-3. So the next motion is Councilmember Hardy's motion, the main motion for 1, 2, and 4. 1, 2, and 4. All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. So according to this new policy, that passes 4-3. All right. Anything else, anyone?
Madam Mayor, if I can make a motion to staff recommendation for number 5.
Okay, staff recommendation for number 5. Councilmember Jane?
I would like to add number 3 to that, which was
yes,
staff
both-
recommendation.
I would add that. Yeah, because both need 5 votes. I can add that. Right.
Okay, thank you.
3 and 5?
Yeah.
Is that
So I'll second it.
okay? I won't support that. It doesn't include police, and I'm not in favor of these cuts. All right, Assistant City Clerk?
Just a moment, Mayor, I'm inputting the information.
We're moving too fast.
No, that's okay.
Kind of.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, that motion fails. All right, any other motions, gang?
Let me make a motion only for number 3.
I will second that.
Okay, motion second. I won't support. All right, go ahead, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
No, fails.
Mayor Gilmore,
Mhm.
I'd like to reconsider number 3.
You can't.
You need a second. Does he want a second? You are going to change your vote, or do you want to put up a motion?
Just because we need 5 votes. I mean, it seems like we're going to be in a deadlock here. It seems like, right? I mean, we're going to be going round and round for probably another hour. So, I mean,
Let's see. Let's see. Were you in the prevailing party?
was I? I don't know. No.
You were not.
So I can't reconsider then.
I can bring it back again. I was in the prevailing party because this motion is basically transferring the funds from one revenue source to other, basically. That's it. This has nothing to do with the public safety. This is just a adjustment within the budget.
Well, this is where the creative, voting came out to separate these two. So they should have all been.
I want to add that if the council cannot achieve 5 votes, it doesn't mean that the revenue is magically going to be there. It is not. We can always correct this as part of the proposed budget that we'll be releasing as part of the May 1st, at which time it will go before the full council, requiring only 4 votes. Nothing has been created. There is no new policy. I respectfully disagree with the mayor's comments because it places the position that the staff is departing from applying the charter correctly. But for purposes of 3, if the council does not feel it can achieve 5 votes, the revenue still isn't going to be there, and we'll just bring back the appropriation for the May budget, and at the time when the council can approve the total budget with 4 votes as stated in the memo.
Okay. All right. All right. So are we done?
Let me try. Let me bring this motion back. As Councilmember Becker has showed interest into that.
I don't know if you can bring it back.
So what's the reconsideration, Mayor?
City Attorney, go ahead.
I just want to read Robert's Rules of Order on changing one's vote. A member has a right to change his vote up to the time the result is announced. I don't remember exactly when Councilmember Becker spoke. After that, he can make the change only by the unanimous consent of the assembly requested and granted without debate immediately following the chair's announcement of the result of the vote. So in lieu of a motion to reconsider, Councilmember Becker could request unanimous consent to change his vote.
Okay, can I request unanimous consent to change my vote?
I'll say yes.
I think that a unanimous consent would be, is there anyone that would object to it, is really the way you do that. So I think the mayor would ask, is there any objection?
Are there any objections?
Yes. Councilmember Watanabe.
There you go. All right.
Can I make a motion to approve just item number 5, alternative number 5?
I'll second that.
Councilmember Park, do you have something to say?
Yeah, so if Councilmember Becker voted no on approving 3 and no was the prevailing vote, is he not allowed to do a reconsideration?
I think the city attorney just read the.
Yeah, no, he's asking about reconsideration, and it's not the prevailing vote. The measure failed, so it's not the prevailing. Not on the prevailing side.
So I guess clarification on that, which is he voted no, the measure failed because of his no.
Right.
And would that not be the prevailing side?
No, the measure failed, so the motion was not carried.
Oh, so it has to carry in order for it to be reconsidered.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have another motion on the floor?
Yes.
What, can you repeat, please?
Sorry about that. I thought you were going to repeat. My apologies, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion for alternative number 5.
I second that.
Okay, motion for alternative number 5 with a second. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question. I see that alternative 5 is for the fire department. What alternatives do we have for the police department? Has an alternative been voted on to support the recommendation for the police department? I don't believe there has been.
Yeah, it was your alternative. We included fire and police, and
Correct.
they included police. So they wanted to exclude the police.
Yes, yes. I think that's pretty obvious, and I think that's I'm very very disappointed to see something like that happening after everything that's been said. If Councilmember Becker wants to make a motion to entertain item number 5, I am asking that number 7 also be added to that motion.
Okay, can you please provide me what number 7 is? I don't have it on my.
I'll put it in, I'll read it, and Councilmember Becker. It's the same as 5, coming from the budget stabilization reserve, but it's for police. So it's the police operations, the field training, the task force unit, the Northside unit, substation, and the community services officers, which includes the Northside substation.
Okay.
Taking the money from the reserves, yes, as opposed to the TOT revenue that may or may not be there.
Okay, I can entertain that. Would my second that?
I would like to take that separately because the amount of money on that is $1.6 million. That's a different pocket. So we can, if you want, you can take it separately. Let's vote on number 5 first.
Okay.
Well, I don't understand. Why does police have to be taken separately from the fire department? They're public, it's public safety, it's core services. It's both monies will be taken out from the budget stabilization reserve. What is the difference? They both encompass doing the same thing, which is protecting the city.
We have a council majority that doesn't want to support that, Councilmember Watanabe. So you can make it a motion as an amendment. I'll second it. You can try it. We can try it.
Okay, Mayor, then let's make it a motion.
To add number 7 to number 5, and I'll second that. So let's vote on that first, to add 7 to 5, which is taking the money from the budget stabilization reserve that we created to help for this rainy day, to police and fire to preserve these funds. So Assistant City Clerk, we're just voting on now fire and police.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe, I think you have your answer there.
Councilmember Gilmore, what was your vote?
I mean, I said yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I'm getting confused now. It's crazy. Okay, so that fails 4-3. Now we're going to go back to the fire department. I'm actually going to support this motion because at least we'll have a little sliver of something for public safety that we can, bring back. And again, we're going to have this conversation in just a month or so going forward, but I will support this motion. So we have a motion to to exclude the fire department minimum staffing overtime reduction and taking the money from the general fund budget reduction, budget stabilization reserve.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, Councilmember Watanabe, go ahead. That passes unanimously.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And okay, so I am going to then separately make a motion for the adoption of alternative number 7, which is the police department, which protects the field training officer program, the task force unit, police field operations division, community service officers, which also includes the Northside substation. And I would like to make that motion for alternative number 7.
And I'll second it so we can get to a vote. All right, Assistant City Clerk, we'll try it again for police.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No. And I think I raised my hand for discussion, but I maybe
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do you have something to say on this? Go ahead.
Thank you. The only reason, because of the funding part of it, there is a and how to prioritize this thing. And as I mentioned earlier, we will come back if we have savings from any source, federal money, whatever savings, we can bring these things back, because we are trying to do this thing piecemeal, depending upon how much money we are trying to appropriate for these particular motions. So it's not against police. I want to make it very clear, Madam Mayor, it's not against police. It's how we are trying to prioritize and how much money we have, which we can prioritize basically for using these things. And what if the water and sewer department comes back tomorrow and say, hey, can you give me another $1.6 million for that? That's a very essential service for the city, for whole of a city. So that's the only reason I'm not voting for it.
Right.
That once we have money, we can come back, any savings, any federal money, and we will do that. And that's the only reason, because we do not have funds right now to, which I think on priority, which we can do that.
Right. People will wait when they're going to be a victim of a crime. They'll wait for us to fund it. I'm going to go to the public now. I'm sorry I didn't go to the public earlier about some of these issues. We have Mike A, your public member. Please go ahead, Mike.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
You know, Mayor, public safety cannot reflect the economy. We cannot have good public safety when the economy is good, and we cannot have bad public safety when the economy doesn't agree with the budget, right? Especially if we got a rainy day fund that would cover that 1.6. And you know what, Vice Mayor and everybody, you nailed it, right? This isn't against the police. When you vote to not fund it, it's really against the public and the people that they protect. You know, our PD does a great job. You know how I know they do a great job? We don't see them in the news every week, right? You start having people out there on the beat who are tired, who are fatigued. You know, you start getting to instances that, you know, doesn't reflect them favorably. Also, how many of them actually live in the city? Are we paying them enough? I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, if we took a poll and said, hey, you know, we're concerned with how much they're making, you know, well, how much of them can actually afford to live in Santa Clara? You can look at their pay scale online. It's public information, right? And in terms of, you know, who do I trust when I go to for information? If I want to know how deep a hole is, I'm going to ask the guy who's actually digging the hole in the trench. I'm not going to ask the person who's sitting at his desk how deep that hole is. You guys can't defund an organization that protects the community. It's ridiculous that we're even having this argument when we have a rainy day fund that, you know, and as far as I'm concerned, there has been only a few times in history that would, you know, necessitate these sort of actions that require us to dip into that rainy day fund. And this certainly qualifies. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Mike. Anyone else from the public? Alex, go ahead, Alex. You're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a whole lot to say other than to echo Mike's comments. To be a Santa Clara police officer, to work as a police officer for the city of Santa Clara is to know the very unique experience of running into folks like Mike, who I actually don't know who he is. I don't know that we've met. You run into them on a daily basis. It's very uncommon as a police officer in any city for the public to go out of their way to stop you and thank you for the job that you do. But it's a very unique thing to be a Santa Clara police officer because it happens to us on a daily basis, multiple times a day. I have friends that work at other agencies and they are shocked at the amount of care and the amount of appreciation that we get from our public. I point this out because you haven't heard anybody from the public come on here and tell you that you absolutely should be cutting the budget, telling you that you should be refusing to use the BSR. All you've heard is comments from the public telling you not to cut public safety. It's 100%. I challenge somebody to find a comment otherwise. We are public servants. We're here to serve the public. We will continue to do so. No matter what's said, we will continue to show up every day. We will continue to give 110%. We will continue to walk out on our kids' birthdays to handle urgent problems in the city of Santa Clara. I just ask for all the council members who are refusing to support the police specifically, I'd ask you to go talk to your constituents, find out what they think about that. Universal public support for us. It's sort of uncommon, extremely uncommon, perhaps in a time like now. And I'm grateful to have the opportunity to be a Santa Clara police officer. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent the Santa Clara Police Officers Association. And I hope that in the future, this conversation goes differently.
Thank you, Alex. Debbie, go ahead, Debbie.
Thanks for letting me pipe in and just make a couple of comments. First of all, I agree with the last two people calling in. I am so disappointed, and I am taking vigilant notes about what I am seeing. I actually came on this call today and listening to you all talk, and I thought, oh gosh, maybe they have made it over the hill that they're working as a team. And what I now see is you're not working as a team. And quite honestly, that's probably going to come and bite you in the ass here come re-election or sooner, because I'm going to be the first one out there rallying to make sure that the people that voted you into office knows exactly how you're voting now. So every time they get their car broken into, they have a fire in their house, they're going to know that you personally made those cuts and who did and did not make those cuts. And we can't afford to cut back in those areas. So I'm disappointed that the council continues to not work as a team. And I'm going to be on your case, and I'm going to be publicly making sure people know that you're continuing this. And you need to stop, and it needs to stop, and you need to become a team and get the right answers for the public, the people that you should represent, not the new city council members that obviously have their own agenda. And I cannot believe that you're not talking to each other because you're all voting the same way. It's very apparent. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, go ahead. Your turn.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Just echoing what previous speaker just said. I challenge each one of you to bring forward one of your residents that says it's a smart idea or it's their idea to cut police funding. I think you will be hard to find that person. And I know we're not allowed to talk to, or we should not talk to council members directly, but I'd like to remind Vice Mayor Chahal when he ran 2 years ago. And before that, his call to arms was Raj for residents. Raj, your residents do not want the police cut. Not one of the Santa Clara citizens want the police cut. This is the time for every council member to stand up, say, we support our community, we support our police. By voting no or cutting, you are actually defunding the police, and you are putting my life, my family's life, my neighbor's life, every person who works for the city, in the city, and lives in the city in grave danger. You might not think about it. You might think that this might be some sort of political payback, but that's the reality of it. Please stand up, be counted, do the right thing. As another speaker also said, this is going to be noticed, and it's going to be noticed strongly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you. No, it's kind of sad because, you know, I'm hearing a lot of this, and it kind of, you know, makes me a little emotional how we can really kind of, I think, I don't know, hurt each other in certain ways like that. You know, about a few days ago, I had somebody that was came into my backyard and looked into my window. And this scares me because there's a lot happening in our city. You know, I just moved into this place. I actually live maybe about 3 blocks down the street, and there was the shooting that happened. I heard it. It sounded like fireworks. So there's a lot of scare, and you know, it's a lot of fear that's happening right now with our public. But at the same time, you know, I know politics is a beast. And I just hate to hear how we vilify people. Just, you know, we should be allowed to disagree. And, you know, a really good friend recommended a book to me recently. And the book is called Boomerang by Michael Lewis. And this book is by one, you know, from one of my favorite movies, which is Moneyball, The Big Short. You know, Big Short is basically telling us about economic issues. So I see where our council is coming from on economic issues because they are worried about impending deficits, impending issues. I see where it's coming from. You know, from this book by Michael Lewis called Boomerang, you know, he said it's the city of Vallejo was in bankruptcy mainly because of everything that was happening with pensions, with public costs, and that was during the recession. One of the things that when the new city manager they hired at that time requested, and his only demand was that the city council no longer be nasty with each other. That was his demand. And he had to deal with a financial crisis. So I hear every one of you, I hear our residents, I hear every council member, I hear our mayor, and I hear our city manager. Sometimes people on this council have to make the toughest cuts, and I stand with our police because they're good people, but I understand where everyone comes from on this council. So please, to the members of the public, to my council colleagues, please, let's not make each other feel bad about making these very hard decisions, because tonight was a very hard decision for myself. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. So I heard the speakers say, and I still tell them, I'm still voting from a head and heart to keep the same thing. I'm still voting on behalf of the residents who put me in this position to vote for them. And as mentioned, these are unprecedented times. These are very uncertain times. Not that we will have a recovery within, it's not a V-shaped recovery that we will have a recovery tomorrow. There are so many uncertainties still ahead of us, Given the financial position we are in, given the economic forecast we are in, I think I'm making a decision based on what is good for my residents and what's good for my city. I do respect the professional work done by a city professional which involve like city manager, police chief, fire chief, and finance director. I have taken all these things into consideration when I'm making this decision. And again, I'm saying this thing, once the situation improves, whether it takes 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we will be back. We will be doing the right stuff. And I want to make it clear, I do respect my police officers. I do respect my public safety officials, each one of them. I do respect them. And this is a hard decision. And as a council member, or for that matter, any voting block, when you have to have to make these votes, you have to make tough decisions. And this is probably one of the toughest decisions we are making today. And let's not try to pitch one against the other, for as council member Anthony Becker means. Let's accept that it's okay to disagree, and what we are voting today is not permanent. It's not permanent that this cannot be reversed if our economical situation improves down the line. But as of today, what I'm voting as per what I think we have in our hand, what we have in our hand, and what is being forecasted by our staff, what is being forecasted by our finance director. And again, I would like to emphasize the cuts we are making to the police department or to the fire department, public safety as such, are the minimum cuts we are making to the overall scenario in the city. And that's what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have to say just one more thing, and that is if you will not support this, especially when you are hearing from all of the residents, I have yet to hear one resident say that they want to see the police department defunded. One, there is not one. So when you will not support police because you say that we are because you don't want to take $1.6 million from a budget reserve that currently has $57 million, and you know that if you did take that 1.6, it would keep 15 police officers on the street. I don't understand how you can do that. And when I have my residents contact me and say, where are the police? Why are they not coming through the neighborhood? How come they are not responding? I will be able to tell them because the city council did not listen to you. Not me, but 5 members of the city council did not listen. Excuse me, 4 members did not listen. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you've spoken a lot on this issue. Do you have anything more to say that you're not going to repeat?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I know Council Member Watanabe mentioned with this action, we'll bring 15 officers on the street. I want to ask staff, is that true?
Ken or Chief Nicolai, I need to defer to you about what the numbers are for this item.
So Vice Mayor, thank you for your question. So there are 15 positions in the police department, 8 of which are sworn. I believe it's 5 officers and 3 sergeants, and the rest are non-sworn, including CSOs and administrative staff.
Okay, thank you.
And those are frozen, not eliminated, right? As per our earlier motion.
Correct. The council approved item 4, which was to freeze and not eliminate positions.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So when we have time, we will bring those back. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to make something clear, and I know a couple members, because have mentioned that, you know, we shouldn't vilify other council members, we shouldn't do this or we shouldn't do that. I just want to remind everyone that we're all elected, each of you in your own district. I'm elected by the entire city. We're elected to make decisions. And when we feel passionate about something, like I feel very passionate about this issue, and I'm going to fight for this issue, and I'm going to fight for public safety. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings or your skin is very thin and you can't, you know, absorb what I'm saying. But I just want to say that I feel like I'm taking a leadership position because I feel strongly and passionate about public safety in our community. And I'm sorry if it's offended some of you, you know, what I've said or what I've done, but I wouldn't take back a single word, because I think it's that important for our community. So I just wanted to put that out, that, you know, there's things that all of you feel passionate about, but I'm not criticizing you. So I think that you ought to really take, especially some new council members, take another look at how you advocate for the positions you feel, you know, important about. So anyways, I think we have another member of the public, and then I'm going to go to Kevin Park, and then I'm going to go for a vote. Brenna, go ahead, Brenna. You're muted. There you go, Brenna. Go ahead. Brenna? Assistant City Clerk, can we?
She's on the line.
Brenna? Can you hear me?
Okay, I'll start again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now,
Okay.
Brenna. Sorry
Just
about
very
that.
quickly. Yes,
Earlier.
I'm a school teacher here in Santa Clara. And as a single female, I chose to live in Santa Clara due to the safety that our police do help us feel safe here. I live in the north side, and I just want to say that the mantra where put your money where your mouth is, you can say whatever you want. I'm going to do this. I'm going to promise this. But, you know, to circle around and remember that and to make the police a priority may not happen. And the forecasting of the economic, we don't even really know what's going to happen, but we know what we need right now. And as a resident in the north side, I have to tell you, I'm in the woods in Ulistack every day walking. I've been chased. I've almost witnessed right after a necklace was stolen off of a lady, a mother with a baby on her back. And I wanted to say that thank God I was able to speak to a police officer, and one of them assured me that if you even feel intimidated, because there's few people in the woods that do intimidate females that are alone. And when you're taking 8, 15, whatever police officers off the beat, that does not make me feel safe and secure. And I want to tell my students, and, you know, just the fact that even the DARE program has made police officers available as a friendly officer for all students, not just middle, not just 5th grade. And I just want to say that they are a priority to us teachers and the children. So let's remember the children in this, and that we can grow up and say, yes, we did. Santa Clara did not cut the budget of the police department because they are that important to us. So I hope that you remember some of us females, some of the kids and the kids also that live here. And every time they see a police officer, I tell them to respect them and to admire what they do, because just like teachers, we're public servants, and we just want to show our appreciation, putting our money where our mouth is. They are a priority to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenna. All right, Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I do understand the confusion that a lot of people have, including the public. And again, I don't think anyone has the desire to cut public services. And again, I think what we're trying to do in this case is we're trying to find the balance of how do we preserve services without costing the city any more, any more money. And at the same time, hold all of the units that we deal with, that we bargain with, equally. Meaning, it's not clear to the people here, that if we want to talk politics, when you have groups that can, take raises almost without limits and expect that we will fund those raises continually with council decisions that will take from other resources in the city. I think that's a really bad positive feedback loop that doesn't actually result in good public service, but public safety, or a good budget. It's really difficult for people to understand how much each of the groups affect their own budgets and their sizes, the sizes of the groups. I'm trying to be very careful here, but I know that no matter how careful I am, there will always be people who fight for one way because they're not looking at the picture. And I would disagree with the mayor's assertion that the people that take this view are thin-skinned or are hurt by these things. I think that if the council members were thinner skinned, we would have caved in to a lot of things a long time ago. I don't think that that's what's happening here. I think in this case, we are trying to show character with responsible actions. And sometimes those responsible actions, and I know this as a parent, I always want to tell my daughter yes, but there are some things that we have to say no. And those are actually the harder decisions to be made. Again, if this were only about public safety, 100%, we want more public safety. I've stated many times that I would like more police officers. But if we continue to choose fewer police officers at higher salaries over, decent salaries, great salaries with more officers, that's something that we cannot sustain. I know there will be a lot of comments about this, but I think people need to take a good and hard look at the politics and the economics and try to resolve the two before you simply take one side. I would love to find a situation that, does not involve bankrupting the city and getting higher, and getting better services. I would love to get better services. This is for the short term. We're trying not to reduce services. We're trying to maintain the status quo. And I feel that there are lots of things that we could do as an entire city to resolve this. And I hope that in the discussions to come, because we don't want to talk about budgets or negotiations in public, that these things will come out. It's not going to be very popular. I think that we're not here to do the popular thing. We are here to try to run the city. I don't think that the people who are disagreeing, I don't think that the people who are trying to run the city responsibly are trying to vilify anyone. I think that the vilification, if you listen closely, is pretty one-sided and it's pretty political. I don't have any problem saying that. I also know that Fire, they actually spoke to me. They didn't know who I was. Maybe they didn't care, but they said, this is what our situation is. And I had a very good discussion with them. I tried to bring up lots of possibilities for how we could, preserve things. And I think that comes from, they are trying to work. They took their cuts. They forewent their raises. And again,
council member, I'd like to stop you. I don't think you should be talking about negotiations here. I think we got We started that last time. That's down a place we don't want to be talking about. So I just want to caution you, and I'm hoping the city attorney or somebody jumps in and says, don't talk about that. So.
Understood. But okay, then I'm pretty much done. I just thought people should know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have two more public members, Alex and then Kathy after that, and then somebody else. Okay. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Because I'm employed as a police officer, my profession is the investigation of crimes. I deal in facts. So I'm going to talk about some facts that are continually misrepresented. The city came to every single bargaining unit to discuss concessions. We met. We did not hesitate. And the last time we met in 2020, we provided an offer to the city. We did not hear a response until Wednesday of last week, asking us to meet again. So for every council member here, and I've heard it from several, and it's frustrating to me to hear our actions so twisted. The last offer made was ours. The city didn't respond to us. That's the fact. The other fact is there's an act called the Myers-Milius-Brown Act that governs collective bargaining. We've gone ahead and filed a PERB complaint because we believe that the quid pro quo of your unit didn't take concessions, therefore we're going to cut your budget, is a violation of state regulation and law. The fact is, this keeps being brought up because council members that are happy to cut public safety because they have a axe to grind with the Police Officers Association want to distract the public from the fact that that is what's happening. They want to make this about something else. It's about public safety, period, end of story. It's about keeping the public safe. And your decisions to put your own personal interests ahead of the public it's a difficult thing to put into words. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy, go ahead, Kathy. Ms. Kelsey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for taking my call. Last week, I took my grandson to a park in Livermore. We had an incident with a homeless man coming into the park, screaming obscenities, throwing trash around, throwing things at people, and the police were called. And by the time the police arrived, the man had already left. And here I'm gathering my grandson thinking, where can we go? It was not safe. And the thought crossed my mind, if this happened in Santa Clara, the police would already be there. Anybody that's called 911 or had a need for the police to come out in Santa Clara appreciate how quickly they come. And I'm not understanding why we have to cut the police, because I think of our budget at our house. If our roof was falling in and we had a rainy day budget, let me tell you, I would use it to fix that roof. And I think that this is the time to use that rainy day budget to support the police. I just cannot believe we are talking about cutting the police. I think it's a shame. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Attorney?
No, I'm just cautioning everybody on every side of the table. Please let's not talk about labor relations in a public council meeting. It's just an inappropriate place for any kind of discussion, both by the POA as well as by the council members. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, it's been so long, on the floor, and it's a motion to fund the police department, exclude the police department from the cuts, exclude police department field training officers, task force units, community service officers, Northside police station, and using $1,654,949 from the general fund budget stabilization reserve.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Needs 5 votes. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park, Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Councilmember Gilmore.
Yes. So because that needs 5 votes, that fails 4-3. I'm going to ask then, based on that vote, Councilmember Watanabe, if you'd like to make a motion for alternative 8 by itself.
Thank you, Mayor. The same had just crossed my mind as well. Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Yes, I'd like to go ahead then and make a motion to adopt alternative 8 regarding the police department, which encompasses the same thing as number 7, except that it will replace the proposal will replace the fiscal year 2021 general fund budget with a lower reduction, I guess, using the transit occupancy tax as opposed to utilizing the budget stabilization reserve.
All right, that's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Councilmember.
Yes, I actually agree with Mayor Gilmore on this. I think the fact that the transit occupancy tax, if we don't get the TOT that we expect, we will have to transfer this money from the budget stabilization reserve. So technically, I believe this should take 5 votes, which is what she had mentioned at the beginning of this whole meeting. And so that, I believe it's pretty much the same as item number 7, because I can see this money coming out of the budget stabilization reserve. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a member of the public, Amy. Amy? You were on, then you weren't. Did I lose Amy?
It looked like she dropped the meeting.
Dropped the meeting. Okay, well, let me know if she comes back.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the police department alternatives. So go ahead, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. So that, I tried, that motion failed. Sorry, police. We will not be funding you. Okay, so we are now, I think we're all out of motions. We're all out of votes for this issue. We're all out of talking. So we're going to take it's 5 minutes to 9. We're going to take a 15-minute break. Thank you. Be back at 10 after 9. continue on with the meeting. I had a request from the city manager to take 2 items that should be fairly quick because we have consultants on the clock. And those are the public hearing general business items 8 and 9. City manager, I want to open the public hearing on those.
If the council is okay with the exception to the scheduling of the, I know we had set the order items. However, we do have our consultant who has been waiting for a couple of hours, and just recognizing that's not a good use of his time.
I'm fine to do that. Do we need a vote?
No, we don't.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to ask for the presentation for item 8 to be called up, and Manuel's going to lead us through. And we have our consultant, Mr. Gail Connor, here if there's any questions.
Thank you.
Manuel, we can see the presentation if you want to get started.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you, Manuel.
We can hear you.
Looks like my headphones stopped working. I apologize. Sometimes that happens when they've been connected for a while. I apologize about that. Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight. Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Have a short presentation for you. And let me get that slideshow started. There we go. So tonight we're here to talk about a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interest at 1051 Martin Avenue. And this is related to the South Loop project, which we have discussed in the past. Really briefly for the audience, it's a fairly large project for us. We're installing a new transmission line, 60 kV, and that includes 82 new steel poles and approximately 2.4 miles. This has been in the books for a long time, and the council has taken many actions related to the project, starting with 2015 in the capital improvement program, in 2016, hiring a consulting firm to do the design, in 2020, amending that contract to start the easement acquisition, and later on adopting the negative declaration for the project. The budget's approximately $25 million. We expect that will go up as the project continues, and we're looking to start construction later this year, in the later part of the year. And as you know, and while we're here today, the status of the project is we're currently doing the easement acquisition. So there are many benefits. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of these. In summary, what it does is it increases reliability and capacity, both by putting new equipment, also replacing old equipment, and creating a brand new line. So from a status perspective, we have accomplished a lot over the last year on the easements. There are a total of 37 parcels that require easement. At this point, 29 of those negotiations are complete. The council has approved 12 agreements as part of previous meetings, and we have 17 scheduled for you coming on March 23rd and April 6th. In addition to that, there were 5 parcels and 4 property owners where the council took a resolution of necessity on November 17, 2020. So what is the process for acquisition? It's a fairly long process, and we take a lot of time and effort in working with the property owners. Start off by sending a letter to the property owner that the city will appraise the value, and that's of course is done. Complete a fair market value appraisal. Then we send the initial offer and allow for a second appraisal that we pay for. We negotiate with the property owner for many months, trying to reach an agreement. And in many cases, as you've seen, we bring agreements to council that have been negotiated. If there's no agreement, then we ask the council to consider resolution of necessity to start the eminent domain process. A couple of very important notes is that the eminent domain process does take a long time, approximately 24 months. But what's really important is that it does give us the rights to build the project after receiving the order of possession. And that takes 7 to 8 months, and that's very important for the project schedule. And in bold, just to make sure that we don't miss it, is that we will continue to negotiate with the property owner during this entire process. Our goal is to come to an agreement in something that we can all think it's fair and makes sense. So for 1051 Martin Avenue, we sent the initial offer on March 27th, 2020. And it's been 11 months of ongoing negotiations. So we're almost up to a year, really. We're getting very close to a year to try to work with and come in. If you look at the property on the left, in green is the property, in blue is the easement that we're proposing to acquire. It's about 1,256 square feet. And there's also a pole that would be located in front of the property. So this part, I'm required to read the whole thing to you, so I'm going to ask for your patience in advance. Yeah. So the resolution of necessity findings are that the public interest and necessity require the project. The project is critical to maintain reliability of the power system in Santa Clara and necessary for future development in the area. The project's planned or located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Staff has considered multiple alternatives as part of the project. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. The easement at 1051 Martin Avenue is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project. And the offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On March 27, 2020, the city made an offer to Bay Area Cellular Telephone Company to acquire the easement in accordance with the above referenced government code. With that all in mind, we're recommending alternative number 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 1051 Martin Avenue, Santa Clara, California, from Bay Area Cellular Telephone Company, and of course, available for any questions.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. So the public hearing is open, Manuel, Mr. Pineda, on this. So is there any special procedure that I have to follow? Just ask for public comment and then close the public hearing and then vote?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So we'll start with the questions from the council then. Councilmember Jane?
I'm sorry, I actually didn't realize the order of operations. I was ready to make a motion, but I'll wait until public comment.
Okay, thank you. So we have the public hearing open. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on 1051 Martin Avenue? City Clerk, I don't see anyone. Do we have any other public comments on this?
I have no e-comments or emails that have come in on this item.
So Councilmember Jane, would you like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I'd make a motion to close public hearing.
All right. Is there a second on that?
Yes.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy, second. All right. Do we have any other discussion? Any other questions? Councilmember Jane, your hand's up. Did you want to make a motion? Did you want to ask a question or anything?
No, we just need to vote, I think. Yeah.
Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Did we make a motion to adopt this staff?
Oh, no, we didn't. We didn't. We need a motion for the, would you like to make that, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, I'd like to make the motion then to adopt staff recommendation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, a second for staff recommendation. Any
Did we need,
We're
sorry.
We're voting for the closing of the public
That's
hearing
what I
right now.
thought. Yeah.
All right, first, okay.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Now we'll entertain Councilmember Watanabe's motion for staff recommendation. Assistant City Clerk, go ahead.
Just a moment, I'm entering the information. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. All right, Director Pineda, so we're on to number 2, 2435 Lafayette Street.
Great. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Great.
Yes, you can.
So The first few slides are the same as the one you just saw, so I'm going to go right through them, especially this late at night. So this is related to 2435 Lafayette Street. We discussed the description of the South Loop project as part of the previous presentation. I briefly went through the benefits, what the steps for acquisition are at, and exactly the same as the other one. We'll continue to negotiate with the property owner as the process continues. The acquisition status, and you'll see a lot more on the 23rd and April 6th regarding agreements. And this one is focused on 2435 Lafayette Street. Offer was sent on May 12, 2020. So we have over 9 months of ongoing negotiations. In blue, you see the power line easement, about 4,100 square feet. In the pink color, that's dashed, that's a temporary construction easement. That's a little bit over 4,100 square feet as part of the process. So once again, this slide I do have to read to you, so I'm going to go through it as quickly as I can. The resolution of necessity findings are that the public interest and necessity require the project. The project is critical to maintain reliability of the power system in Santa Clara, necessary for future development in the area. The projects planned are located in the manner that will be the most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. Staff consider multiple alternatives as part of the project. The property sought to be acquired is necessary for the project. The property at 2435 Lafayette Street is necessary to achieve the technical needs of the project. The offer required by section 7267.2 of the government code has been made to the owner of record for the full amount established as the fair market value of the property. On May 12, 2020, the city made an offer to Westco Properties, Inc. to acquire the easement in accordance with the above reference code. With that, staff recommended action is alternative 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 2435 Lafayette Street, Santa Clara, California from Westco Properties, Inc. That concludes staff presentation and available for any questions.
Thank you. Okay, the public hearing is open. Do we have any questions from any council members? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open it to the public. Do we have any member of the public that would like to give us any testimony on this? Okay, seeing none. Councilmember Becker, do you have a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second to close the public hearing. Councilmember Becker, do you have other comments, or was that just your motion to close? Was that a?
Sorry about that.
Okay. All right. Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. All right, that passes unanimously. Councilmember Becker, you have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for alternative 1, adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire certain real property interests on 2435 Lafayette Street, Santa Clara, California from Westco Properties, Inc.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second from Councilmember Hardy. Any other discussion from anyone on that? Member of the public? Okay, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Director Pineda and Gail Connor, for joining us this evening on this issue. And thanks to the council for moving that along so we can go to the rest of the agenda. All right, so now we're going to move on to item number 7, which is a study session, proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 2021 budget compliance and management policies. Executive Director Santana.
Good evening. So we have a presentation. We're going to start with the budget, and I'm going to open with just a couple of slides to set some context here, and then I'm going to hand it over to Ken. As part of a study session, we are not requiring or requesting action. The purpose of the presentation of tonight's study session is to make available the proposed Stadium Authority budget for the next fiscal year 2021-22. To be transparent with the public about the Stadium Authority's fiscal condition, as well as the status of the marketing plan and the CapEx budget. Let's go to the next slide. Just wanted to mention before we start, these are the topics that we'll be covering as part of today's presentation. With a deferral by 1 week, last week, we are moving the consideration of the proposed budget by the board to March 23rd, and you'll find a brief memo in your packet that goes out this Thursday. So I'll be covering the standard of care, fiduciary responsibility, and critical issues to set context for evaluating the budget, and then Ken will cover the remainder of the items. So let's go to the next slide. The management agreement, section 2.9, has a standard of care provision that sets the standard for which to evaluate the budget, and it is that the stadium authority through the budget should look at a prudent, commercially reasonable, good faith efforts in managing. There's 3 different elements that it presents. One is that the maintenance of the stadium, that it's a quality NFL and multi-purpose public sports, public assembly, exhibit, and entertainment facility to a standard of quality comparable to other facilities. To control the manager operating expenses as well as the Stadium Authority operating expenses, and to maximize operating revenue. Let's go to the next slide. We wanted just to get on the same page. We use the term fiduciary responsibility. We agreed that this captured, you don't have to adopt it, you don't have to accept all elements, but the key points here is that when you operate as a fiduciary, you are acting on behalf as another person or persons. In this case, the stadium manager acts as our agent, and you bring a duty to preserve good faith and trust, as well as you are bound by legal and ethical acts in the best interest of the stadium authority in this case. The 3 areas of responsibility, as we just reviewed the standard of care, would be to be commercially reasonable and to demonstrate good faith in efforts, to maintain the public facility as other similar facilities, maximize revenue, and control operating expenses. Let's go to the next slide. So there are some critical issues that we want to set as foundational items that are important for the board to consider when evaluating the budget as a whole. The first is that we have not yet satisfactorily, according to the board's direction, closed out last fiscal year. I had the opportunity to provide an informational session with the newly elected council members in December and shared with them that at that time, we were evaluating the documents where fiscal year 1920 was negative by $2.7 million. We sent a letter on December 1st, so at around the time the information session was happening, and we provided some documents that we were questioning and some additional documents that we were requesting. We're now almost 4 months into this process from the December 1st letter, and we still have not received any answers from the stadium manager. And so in terms of good faith and transparency, we think that's a critical issue as you look at the current year budget as well as next year's budget. The other is there hasn't been a strategy communicated to the Stadium Authority to reduce future losses, at the very least, a strategy to reduce expenses during the COVID pandemic. I want to say that you just closed your action on the city budget, where we presented a 3-year turnaround strategy and what actions would need to be taken, as well as policy options that could be taken for the city council to act and balance the budget and turn around the budget condition. Same as here, we're still looking for any type of strategy that helps with addressing the multi-year losses. In addition, we're now in our 3rd fiscal year where we know that we have a stadium manager who is not able to comply with state worker wage laws or correct the violations. We have no corrective action plan from them around how they're going to cure the original contracts that they've issued from beginning fiscal year 14-15. And we know through their trend of expenditures on CapEx budget that the level of maintenance for the stadium should be heavily questioned and reviewed. We know that there has been the appearance of a lack of transparency and frankly honesty around the naming rights signage replacement project that calls for overall more due diligence with the CapEx projects in terms of what else requires more due diligence, for which time was not allowed given the production of the proposed budget. Let's go to the next slide. In terms of critical issues and standard of care, as I mentioned, we should each all share concern that we have put together CapEx budgets for the past 3 fiscal years, and we have identified collaboratively and collectively with the stadium manager on improvements, repairs, or maintenance of the stadium to keep it at the premier status that is comparable to other similar facilities. However, what we find is that in the past 2 fiscal years specifically, our stadium manager has only been able to expend 2% or 3% of the CapEx budget. And so while we as stadium authority staff have asked for procurement plans, procurement schedules at our monthly and quarterly meetings, we have not been able to successfully receive a procurement plan, and there is a level of unknown as the board considers this year's CapEx budget in terms of if the council adopts the $14 million CapEx budget, what can it expect by way of implementation? Next slide. So I talked about the standard of care with the other 2 factors. Now we'll look at maximizing revenue. We already know, and I've mentioned the $2.7 million losses. Originally, the estimated $2.7 million losses were projected at 1.7 to 2 million. So it's important to consider that when you look at this year's proposed losses of 600,000 and next year's losses of potentially 600,000 to 0, that there might be some underestimation of losses or some inaccuracies. I mentioned already, this is important because we have not been able to receive successfully budget variations as required by the management agreement that could be brought to the board for updates and considerations. We have not been able to close out last fiscal year with receiving the supporting documentation to understand what the expenditures were for, and we have some samples if the board would like to see some samples of the documents at question, as well as we know that the $600,000 could have a considerable variance when examined against last year's variance. Next slide. Again, with performance rent under the maximizing revenue, we continue to see a decline in the general fund. Net non-NFL event revenue impacts our performance rent to the general fund. We have several years of 0 revenue. The budget does assume net losses and no performance rent for fiscal year 2021. And for 21-22, it does not reflect a turnaround marketing strategy or a turnaround fiscal strategy, as I've already mentioned earlier. Next slide. So critical issues for controlling expenses. The average reduction of the stadium manager is 27% during a year without events. There is a line item in their budget that's referred to as lender fees, admin expenses, that has doubled since fiscal year 1920 with no detail of staff costs. It's projected at 913, and in fiscal year 2021 for additional stadium manager costs, that was also included some additional expenses for the financial management system. The supporting detail for shared expenses is insufficient. It does lack transparency when compared to the stadium authority's detail of expenses that we provided. I do know that there is a presentation that has been submitted by the stadium manager. They did choose selectively some granular level data that we provide. However, as a whole, it still really lacks comparison with respect to the level of detail. That means that the board is not clear on the details of what is being asked to fund as well. The stadium manager's position when we ask about the level of detail is that this stadium authority can review after the fiscal year has been completed. And that means that when the dollars are expended. That doesn't allow the stadium authority to control these expenses. And certainly, as I mentioned, the stadium manager has not been forthcoming about budget variations. So again, there is risk with respect to controlling expenses absent detailed information with what's played out for the 2.7 million, where we find ourselves a year later still lacking the supporting documentation, not knowing the details, and the dollars have already been expended. Next slide. So I'm going to pass it over from this point over to Ken, who will review the numbers and the proposed budget. Ken?
Thank you, Executive Director Santana. Good evening, Madam Chair, Stadium Authority Board. For the record, Ken Lee, Treasurer. So you have several documents included in the report. I wanted to talk through the proposed budget. And so in attachment 1 includes a rather lengthy document that continues the enhanced transparency that we presented through the budget. And so that document does include a transmittal letter from the Executive Director, an organizational chart, general information about the Stadium Authority budget, a year in review for both NFL and non-NFL events. And then it dives into the numbers regarding the budget on an accrual basis, both the shared expenses, a 5-year forecast, Stadium Authority general and administrative budget. We talk about debt, the capital plan or expenditure plan, and then the Stadium Authority work plan. So a lot of information here provided in the proposed budget document that's in attachment 1. Also in the report are several other attachments. Attachment 2 is our annual public safety budget that's submitted by the stadium manager, that's brought forward annually to consider resources for public safety. Attachment 3 includes a Stadium Authority budget policy. Attachment 4, a compliance and management policy. Then attachment 5 shows the correspondence and questions and responses to provide additional information to the board between the Stadium Authority and MANCO. And separately on the next item, we will review the non-NFL event marketing plan. I wanted to talk a little bit about the timeline. As Deanna mentioned, it is a very condensed timeline. You may recall that the last couple years, we've emphasized the quick turnarounds needed between the Stadium Authority and the management company on questions. There's a clause in the agreement that requires a budget to be reviewed 45 days prior to the start of the fiscal year. So that's a very tight timeline. But our work effort started in November internally with the Stadium Authority, working with all city departments. In January, we submitted that to the stadium manager, and they in turn responded with their proposed budget. There was some back and forth in February, and here we are with the first of the study session or check-in with the board with the adoption, as Deanna mentioned, postponed to the March 23rd meeting. From an overview, the proposed budget includes $65 million of operating expenses presented on an accrual basis. I want to note that the non-NFL event, a loss of $600,000 is included on a net level. We do not have the gross revenue or gross expenses detailed in the document. Typically, we don't receive that until after the year's closed out. The proposed budget is a decrease of 3.2 million from the prior year. It includes all the support costs needed for the Stadium Authority, totaling 6.7 full-time equivalent positions. And I do want to clarify that those are equivalent positions. There are really 25 to 30 actual employees that support the stadium that add up to that 6.7 FTE. From a capital expense total, the budget includes $14.6 million to keep the facility maintained. As this executive director mentioned, a lot of these projects have been or are reflected as a carryover, $11.2 million, due to the fact that a lot of these projects have not been able to be completed by the stadium manager. Debt service payments total $38 million in this proposed budget, and it includes the projected debt related to the CFD $500,000, the sub loan, 12 million, and the fixed rate term A loan, 25.5 million. So over the next handful of slides, I did want to provide the context of issues in the proposed budget and continuing status with regards to some of these issues. As we all know, we are in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, and so we had no events with attendance in the current fiscal year, and the projection for next fiscal year is that from a non-NFL side, there would be limited events expected for fiscal year 21-22. As the board knows, the stadium continues to be one of the largest vaccine distribution sites that's expected for at least the next several months. The budget does assume, at least from an NFL side, that there would be full attendance in the stadium, and so hopefully there's hope for a quick rollout of the vaccine, but the assumption there is that there would be attendance for NFL games. As far as the termination of the agreement, the board authorized the termination on February 11th of last year. Work on the budget and fiscal processes do not constitute a waiver or release of the termination notice or any rights by the Stadium Authority. I want to spend a minute to talk about the financial management system. This is a project that was under conversation for quite some time and was brought to the board for a contract award the middle of last year, the fall of last year. And there are several sections I want to talk about with regards to the financial management system and why that's important with regards to transparency and documentation that the board has asked the Stadium Authority to seek. And so with regards to maintaining a separate records for each tenant season and the Stadium Authority's season, we've found out through some of the conversations with our former auditor Lynn Lamb with regards to records that they were commingled. And so Section 7 of the First Amendment of the agreement states that the stadium manager shall use reasonable efforts to maintain separate records for both the tenant season, the Stadium Authority season, and for NFL and non-NFL events. So we know that those records are commingled, and that's one of the reasons why it's been difficult to review and expedite some of the payments through document review. Section 4.1 of the management agreement also states that the stadium manager shall maintain a complete and accurate books and records relating to the operations of the stadium and its services. And so this is where a separate financial accounting system would really allow for at least a lens into some of the books and records. And so the budget does include the continuation of the implementation of the system subsequent to future court rulings on cost allocation. Now, there are, as Deanna mentioned in the stadium manager's PowerPoint, there were several trends and several statements made about general and administrative expenses in the proposed budget. So up front, I want to mention that the budget reflected before you includes resources that we believe are needed in order to comply with Measure J. And so Measure J prohibits the expenditure of city funds to cover stadium-related expenses and talks about what that means. The budget also reflects a base level of service to implement the board's direction and oversight. So when we start that process, we work with every department and all the employees that support the Stadium Authority and get an estimate of hours needed to support the stadium for each fiscal year. So despite some of the messaging in the stadium manager's presentation, a lot of the change reflects the hours needed to support the stadium at a base level. From a staffing perspective, the proposed costs represent a 18% decline year over year. There's some changes I'll talk about in detail later on. Consultant costs are down 47%, and then executive director and board directives are down 54%. So around some of those details, I wanted to walk line by line with regards to a comparison from year over year. And so from a staff support perspective, our proposal here is down 380,000 from the prior year. That reflects the elimination of a deputy city manager as well as an update based on the evaluation of over 30 staff that support the stadium. Legal services, the large jump in among all the categories here, a rollover of some of the unexpended legal services dollars for outside counsel, as well as new dollars that are projected to the tune of $2.5 million. Decreases for both audit services, consultants, and the executive director and board directives. An allocation for administrative services. This is tied around both a Laserfiche integration and SBL integration for a project that's underway, and then some of the other expenses. So in total, the G&A budget represents roughly a $534,000 increase from budget to budget. Now on the next slide, I want to show our trend information by category historically, and focus in on the bottom row that shows in-house staffing in blue. And we started out, at least the first several years with the stadium, since the inception of the stadium, with costs based on activities. We do know that in the 2016-17 timeframe, the executive director direction was given with regards to Measure J and the hours spent on this stadium to be reflective. And so from that point in time, there's been a steady increase based on the workload and the hours that staff has had to support the stadium. There has been an increase in projects, and I'll detail some of those projected for next year. And so to highlight some of the increases, causes for the increases over the time. I do want to mention on this slide, it shows that Stadium Authority projections for G&A costs are roughly $2.7 million. That's a different number from my prior slide because due to COVID, we did have several vacancies within the Stadium Authority staffing, as well as the pause around some of the consultants that were budgeted. So it's important to note that there is a difference between the actuals that are expended and from a planning purpose and compliance with Measure J, the budgeting of these costs. With regards to the work plan that looks ahead, the outside legal consultant increase is due to anticipated litigation. And the other line items are reflective of oversight for the stadium manager on some of the projects. And this lists some of them: litigation support that continues, including prevailing wage remediation, frequent and voluminous Public Records Act requests, the continued implementation of the financial management system, support to the stadium manager, procurement reporting due to the removal of delegated authority, audits around non-NFL events. I mentioned earlier the SBL scanning and integration project, review for shared expense sampling. And before I get to the next slide, want to mention that these are a lot of a huge workload with regards to Stadium Authority staffing for 6.7 FTEs. And so the funding reflected in the budget is what we believe as a baseline for that level of support. On the next slide, I wanted to talk about the revolving loan and ongoing litigation, and the stadium manager continues the use of what is termed revolving loans in the agreement. And by way of context, on March of 2019, the board did direct conditioning of payments based on prior inappropriate use of public funds by the stadium manager. And so that direction to the executive director, as well as to the Stadium Authority staff, was to only release public funds if all supporting documents have been submitted and adhere to agreements and state and local laws. And so that's the basis for the recommendation that you'll see in the later slides regarding shared expenses, the insufficient detail, and the use of a legal contingency until those conditions have been met. The Stadium Authority continues to pay for utilities, insurance, and SBL sales and service costs to keep those operations going. And in response to that direction from the board, the stadium manager has, rather than showing complete documentation, issued unauthorized loans to pay itself public funds without demonstrating the compliance with local and state laws. So the SCSA continues to dispute these revolving loans, and I wanted to point to language in the agreements, that in this case, section 2.2, that says that written notice from the Stadium Authority Management Company is required at least 2 days prior to. And so the Stadium Authority has never received any or issued any notification to management company for authorizing draws from the revolving loan. The other sections I want to point to regarding the revolving loan involve the availability of funds. And so section 4.2, and I'll just focus on the second to last row of words there. The loans, the authority does not have and will not be making loans if there's adequate available funds available to pay for operating expenses. And that's also shown here in section 2.1 with regards to the available funds that are not available. And so we know the funds are available, but the stadium manager continues to go against this agreement language and continue the use of revolving loans. So as a result of both board direction and the issuance of stadium manager revolving loans, I wanted to provide a status of payments that are withheld at board direction. I know there's some language in the stadium manager's presentation with regards to the withholding payments, and I wanted to be transparent about where we're at. And so with regards to capital expenses, that we have invoices that total $488,000 from the last 2 fiscal years that are pending documentation, both to show compliance with state and local laws, specifically prevailing wage. With regards to the 1920 $2.7 million non-NFL loss, this stadium authority has issued questions and follow-up requests for documentation on December 1st. And as the executive director mentioned, those are still outstanding and have not yet been received. We did receive an invoice for buffet costs for the first 4 years of the stadium operations, totaling $4.4 million. This invoice was received last year, and currently that is the subject of litigation, and we have yet to receive the full documents to verify those costs. With regards to stadium manager, lender, admin fees, and G&A costs, these are costs that were started to be invoiced last year. We did make the payment under protest to keep the progress of the financial management system going that was halted because of the stadium manager's request to pay that invoice. And then with regards to shared expenses, both last year and this fiscal year, the stadium manager did fund those expenses through revolving loans totaling $6.3 million in 1920. They were redirected from excess revenue at the end of the year by the stadium manager. With regards to this year, that projection here is totals about $7.6 million. So the use of revolving loan continues to be a challenge for the stadium authority. With regards to some of the details, I wanted to talk about the shared expenses budget. And this screenshot here shows the documentation that we received with regards to over $11 million in costs for shared expenses. It's at a very high level by category. We are given FTE information for each of the categories listed here for security, stadium ops, engineering, and guest services. That's in the documentation. But as far as additional detail, the response that for additional detail was referred to the typical process where after the fiscal year has ended, stadium authority staff would go out to the stadium to review the documents roughly 3 to 6 months after the year has ended. And so we believe from a proposed budget standpoint, there continues to be insufficient documentation based on the board's direction to include this budget. And so as a result, we've allocated these the significant portion of these costs to legal contingency. With regards to admin fees and other G&A costs, I wanted to give the history that typically the lender fees or admin fees with regards to the trust and the issuance of debt has been invoiced and paid through the Stadium Authority. And it was starting in 1920 that the stadium manager started to invoice G&A costs for both the FMS project implementation as well as other G&A costs. And so those numbers are reflected here. It is difficult to verify from a detail standpoint the staffing costs that are allocated to both the G&A costs here, the shared expense costs, as well as non-NFL events. So we believe the FMS project as well as additional detailed documentation would be required to validate those costs throughout those three line items. With regards to ongoing work plan efforts, the significant community engagement was done a couple years ago, and so that continues, data from that it continues to be of significant resource to us. Noise monitoring continues as directed by the board later in 2016. The Stadium Authority continues significant coordination with the management company with regards to compliance with state and local laws, prevailing wage, public works projects, conflicts of interest with regards to projects and expenses. And then transparency efforts, want to highlight that we did prepare minutes for meetings with Manco, and those have been brought to the board on a regular basis. With regards to the Stadium Authority auditor's work plan, we did procure a vendor to develop a shared financial management system with the 49ers to ensure real-time access. That project is scheduled to kick off later this month, I believe March 24th. We did complete an initial analysis of non-NFL event revenues and expenses for the first 3 fiscal years. That report was issued in late 2020. We did expanded analysis for those events for revenue and expenses. And so with that added scope, the report is expected later this year. We did procure, based on the agreement on the college football playoff, an accounting review. And so that report is expected later this year. Procurement of the annual statement of stadium operations, along with our annual financial audit. Review of past construction fund and public safety transactions. So that's underway by our forensic accountant, and that's expected this fiscal year, and continue to maintain a high workload requirements with support and responses for 9 lawsuits against the Stadium Authority. Now, I wanted to dig a little deeper on some of the numbers that are in the report. And so by way of background, wanted to show that just for those on the call, that the city of Santa Clara owns the land for which the stadium is built on, and leases that land to the Santa Clara Stadium Authority. The Stadium Authority is the owner of the building and leases the stadium to Stadco during the NFL season, roughly 6 months. And then Stadco leases the stadium to the 49ers company for some of those NFL events. And so the management company is the manager for receiving funds through the stadium. And so that's both for the NFL and non-NFL event, as well as overseeing, functioning as the role of the manager overseeing the facility. From a numbers perspective, this chart kind of shows the flow of funds. So we start with the operating budget of $65 million. A portion of those revenues are transferred over for debt, $38 million or so. A portion funds capital projects, 14.6, which does include the rollover of projects, as well as the debt also includes monies from the CFD that are transferred directly. When you adjust for the transfers out to avoid double counting, we get to a total Stadium Authority budget of just over $76 million. So I want to walk through the line items on the revenue side in the proposed budget. The NFL ticket surcharge, so this is a 10% surcharge on NFL tickets, and so the estimate there roughly $8.7 million. SBL proceeds based on both the resale of SBLs as well as funds through a payment plan totaling roughly 23.7 million. Interest, non-NFL event revenue, $0 here. In this case, it's a projected $600,000 loss, which you'll see on the next slide. Naming rights of 7.2 million, sponsorship revenue, rent, senior and youth program fees, and the non-NFL ticket surcharge. This is a $4 fee that's collected and split between this stadium authority and discretionary fund, 150,000. So that's on the revenue side. When we get to the expense side, as I mentioned, shared stadium expenses, this primarily reflects utilities and insurance. The bulk of the shared expenses are proposed to be allocated to a legal contingency, 8.1. SBL sales and services, this is the staff and the marketing for the SBLs as well as the buffet costs. Net expenses for non-NFL events. So this, as I mentioned earlier, the $600,000 loss that's projected. So that comes in the form of an expense from an accounting standpoint. Then we get to three revenues that are allocated to the general fund. And so the first one I want to highlight here is performance rent, and that continues to be zero with regards to the non-NFL event loss. $425,000 for ground rent, and then $232,000 for senior and youth program fees. And then some of the other line items are reflective of what's required by the agreement, such as utilities. I talked about the $5.1 million in G&A costs for the stadium. And some of the other expenses and transfers for to round out the $64.7 million in expenses. So I did talk about general and administrative costs. Again, here are those line items with some of the details. Again, staff support to oversee stadium activities, legal services to defend the stadium authority with regards to the 9 lawsuits I mentioned, audits, consultants, executive director allocations here, the projects in administrative services around SBLs and Laserfish, and other expenses. And so that roughly represents about 7.9% of the expense budget. The discretionary fund, so this is funded through half of the non-NFL event surcharge, the $2 of the $4 ticket surcharge. And so based on projected revenues, and this reflects the about 75,000 that's projected to be added to the discretionary fund, 250,000 in the budget that we've allocated to be expended for unforeseen expenses that might occur. And typically this fund has been used in the past to cover public safety costs above the threshold that is currently subject to litigation as we speak. With regards to performance rent, so this is the calculation based on non-NFL event revenue. And so with the $600,000 loss, here's the math and gets you to no dollars paid to the city's general fund. When you look at over time, over the last 6 years that have been completed, you can see that that payment to the general fund has averaged around $2.5 million, but with losses in 1920 and then projected both this year and next year. With regards to debt, we do continue to make significant progress towards paying down our debt. And so the 3 debt issues here and the reflected budgets for those payments are on the slide. I do want to note that with hotel activity significantly decreased from COVID-19, this reflects the projected amount with regards to the hotels, and that amount there is insufficient to cover the interest on the debt. And so those dollars as hotels pick up through vaccines will hopefully come back through and start to pay down some of the CFD debt. So this slide shows the historical pay down of the debt. So almost 60% of the debt has been reduced since March of 2014. And so The budget includes assumptions about debt payments that would take us around the $270 million mark projected for the end of next fiscal year. With regards to the capital budget, I mentioned that the budget totals $14.6 million. This consists of a carryover of $9.7 million of projects, construction, wayfinding, locker rooms, equipment dollars. It does include some new projects around the coating of the main deck, which I have some pictures in the next slide I'll show you. And then the carryover of some of the warranty related construction work, $1.5 million. And so with regards to one of the larger new projects, about $2.5 million around the main deck, these pictures show some delamination to the coating as well as bubbling above the concrete. And so the stadium manager feels that this is a significant project and has brought that forward as part of the budget. With regards to this past or the current fiscal year, there was an emergency project for the recycled water line that did break, and so these are some pictures with regards to the emergency repairs to ensure that recycled water continued from an operational standpoint. Over a 5-year period, this shows the items not including the carryovers over the 5-year period. Again, at $3.4 million in new projects for next fiscal year, and it increases to above 4, drops to almost 2, based on timing of projects submitted by the stadium manager. So I did want to change gears here and talk about differences from the stadium manager submittal. And they focus on 3 main areas with regards to shared stadium manager expenses based on the board's conditions for releasing payment requiring proper documentation. This does follow past board direction with regards to receiving documentation, and we would release funds from the legal contingency once that documentation is received. The stadium manager has requested that the stadium authority reduce the proposed budget for general and administrative costs that I talked about in detail from 5.1 million to 3.0 million. We believe that would be insufficient to both defend the lawsuits as well as support oversight of the stadium. And then with regards to the Levi's sign replacement, this is a project that was submitted by the stadium manager and based on a review of the naming rights agreement has not been recommended for the proposed budget. So these are the areas where the submittals between the stadium manager and what's proposed differs. So in conclusion, I do want to highlight that the budget does provide the necessary funds to operate the stadium, all from a operations, a debt perspective, and capital project planning perspective within legal requirements, and is structurally balanced between both revenues and expenses. The budget does maintain required reserves for operating, discretionary, and capital funds. It includes debt service commitments and identifies anticipated excess revenue that could be used to pay down debt. It invests in strategic capital expenditures, both on the Stadium Authority public safety side, as well as recommended projects by the stadium manager. It advances strategic initiatives based on board direction, and includes budget adjustments that may be required or for consideration of the budget before you, additional budget adjustments may be required based on responses from MANCO. The budget continues in the context of legal challenges associated with the stadium manager. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the submission of the budget does not indicate a change in that position. As the executive director mentioned, the non-NFL event performance continues to be projected at a loss with no turnaround included in the budget. And so from here, we're welcome and would take any feedback from the board. We would incorporate feedback and changes to the document and bring that back to the board for the March 23rd proposed public hearing on the adoption of the budget. And that last bullet here is just to emphasize that, you know, as that we believe the board has the authority and is the legal legislative body to set the budget with regards to the Stadium Authority activities. And so with that, that concludes my presentation, and staff are available for questions.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you for that very detailed presentation, especially considering you've made a lot of presentations lately. So I'm really impressed with your stamina. So
Thank you for the opportunity.
being
Appreciate it.
honest. Yeah, thank you. All right, so questions, authority board, for questions for Ken or the executive director on this item. It was pretty thorough. So council member, authority member Watanabe.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Ken. Like the mayor said, you've been presenting a lot of budgets lately, so I can only imagine your head is swimming in numbers. So I find interesting on page 5. I'm just going to make some comments. The critical issues and good faith. I guess it's slide 5, that on December 1st, the SESA staff submitted questions to Manco to address documentation and details around expenses attributed to the fiscal year 1920 non-NFL event loss of $2.7 million. And to date, there still haven't been any answers received. I just find it amazing that, you know, when you look at these losses, and I believe when we were looking at the $13 million deficit for fiscal year 1920, that $13 million, in that $13 million was monies that the city was not going to receive as a result of non-NFL events not being profitable and or generating any money to our general fund. And so when I look at that $2.7 million and having just gone through another budget session again for the 3rd time tonight, and talking about police and fire and the importance of public safety, boy, that $2.7 million would have really come in handy tonight to help us get that budget item pushed through. And so that's just one observation just to start with. Ken, I mean, it's good to see that despite everything, that the debt is still being reduced at quite a phenomenal rate. And but I do have to ask regarding the fact that COVID did have an impact on the stadium being utilized for even NFL games. And so because of the lack of use for professional events, does that impact the rent payments in any way? And if so, is that reflected in this budget that's been prepared?
Thank you, Board Member Watanabe, for the question. So the budget before the board does assume, at least from a NFL event perspective, that full attendance is available based on a vaccine rollout. And so the full rent payment is included in this proposed budget, and we have not heard otherwise, that whether any scenario of a rent reduction for fiscal year 21-22. So this does reflect that attendance would return to NFL events, and that full payment would be made.
Okay, that's good to know. We can just keep our fingers crossed. I think those are just the only 2 things that I have for now, Ken. There may be something else, but thank you for the response. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? I'm going to ask if there's anyone here from Manco that would like to address the board. Do we have anyone from Manco here? From our property manager?
Mayor, you have a Mr. Jeff Fong.
Okay, Mr. Fong. Are you a representative from Manco?
Hi, Mayor Gilmore. My name is Jeff Fong. I'm the Vice President of Finance at the 49ers. And if Mr. Lee is done, I have a presentation that I'd like to run through that I think will help cover a lot of the questions that he brought up.
Okay.
We have the presentation that staff can load and advance for you, Jeff, if you just want to, if staff can call the presentation up and just tell them when we need to advance the slides.
Oh, okay, great.
Deanna, we're pulling up the slides now.
Okay, well, good evening, board members. My name is Jeff Fong. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you at this late hour. I'm the Vice President of Finance for the 49ers, and I've been working on the Levi Stadium financials since 2015. My team and I have been working hard for the past couple of months to put together the overall budget for Levi Stadium, which we delivered to Mr. Lee at the end of January. I wanted to provide a brief presentation on two significant budget issues that we hope can be resolved, and I'm available to answer any other questions you might have on the budget. I see that there are a number of other issues on your agenda, including discussion of the marketing plan. I am here this evening to talk about the budget, but I'm happy to follow up with the appropriate people at the 49ers after the meeting on any questions you may have on the other stadium matters, like the marketing plan. I would also say that there has been quite a bit of discussion at past meetings about litigation and politics. I'm not here tonight to talk about any of that. If there are questions on those type of matters, we can have the appropriate people from the 49ers respond at a later date. So with that, let me turn to the FY21 budget, and I'll be happy to take any of your questions after the presentation. Next slide, please. As Mr. Lee mentioned, I think we're generally in agreement on everything revenue-wise on the budget. I would just underscore that there may be revisions required in the coming months to respond to local health protocols for COVID-19. So we're also in agreement in that the two big items where we disagree are related to SCSA overhead expenses and the SCSA payment of shared stadium expenses. So we've prepared some slides on both of these issues to explain our position and hope that we can find some common ground here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So your staff has requested a significant increase in their overhead budget for FY21. Your overhead budget is an operating expense that is paid out before debt service and includes things like salaries for your city staff, your PR consultants, and your outside lawyers. So here on this slide, it shows the definition of SCSA overhead from the lease. The overhead is completely separate from the operating expenses of the stadium itself. These are the administrative costs of the SCSA, not the stadium. Next slide, please. One of our duties as the stadium manager is to control SCSA operating expenses, including SCSA overhead. You can see that language from section 2.9 of the management agreement here. It's important to keep these expenses along with all the other stadium operating expenses under control, because we all want to make sure that the SCSA is in a good financial position to repay all of its debt and maintain adequate reserves. The SCSA and the 49ers are both economically aligned on that point. We believe it is particularly important to control these types of expenses in view of the dramatic impact the pandemic has had on the stadium's revenues, and indeed on the revenues of the entire live event industry. Your revenues for FY20 were down approximately $20 million due to the pandemic, and you'll be unable to fully pay off the Manco line of credit and fund your reserves this year. Next slide, please. So what we have here is, this slide shows actual SCSA overhead expenses since 2018 and the proposed city budget of $5.1 million for FY21. The proposed budget amount is a 116% increase since FY19. The last year we had a full slate of stadium events. The proposed budget is broken down by city staff, 1.8 million, consulting 800K, and outside legal services, 2.5 million. Next slide. So let's focus on the 1.8 million city staff portion of the SCSA overhead budget. So what this slide highlights is the $800,000 increase in proposed city staff time since FY19, which is an 80% increase. On the side, you'll see that we have noted the departments where the growth is coming from, including a 44% increase in city manager department, 134% increase in finance, and 89% increase in city attorney department since 2019. Next slide. Okay, here we have broken down the history of the staff charges over the past 3 years in the first 3 columns, and then you see the proposed FY21 charges for city staff in the 4th column. At the top, you see some of your existing staff in red is charging more to the SCSA, and at the lower part of the chart in yellow, you can see that there is additional headcount being added over the past few years. So a couple of things I want to point out. First of all, you can see that some of the more highly compensated staff are charging much more of their overall compensation to the SCSA. We don't have the breakdown of the increases in their compensation for each year, but you can see their annualized compensation in the far right column. For example, you have the city attorney at $568,000 annualized and city manager position at $765K for the FY21 budget. You can also see the growth of these charges to the SCSA on a few of the positions that are charging the higher amounts. For example, you see the city attorney costs have grown 280% over the past 3 years. The city manager has grown 98% over the same period. In the lower part of the chart in yellow, you can see the headcount additions over the past few years. For example, you see a proposal to hire the management analyst in the city manager department at an annual rate to the SCSA of $195,000. So you can see here that the increase in city staff charges is really a combination of some staff charging more to the SCSA, some pretty high compensation rates for those staff, and a proposal to hire some additional staff, also at a fairly high compensation rate. At the bottom of the chart in blue, you can see the 3 top positions: city attorney, city manager, director of finance. They have grown 139% over the past 3 years since FY18. Lastly, the city staff has mentioned in the printed materials and in Mr. Lee's presentation that it is 6.7 FTEs. But it's important to recognize that based on a budget of 1.8 million in staff costs for 6.7 FTEs, that is 265K per FTE. And my point here is that these are some fairly expensive employees charging time to the SCSA. And again, these are overhead costs. These people don't actually work at the stadium, they work at City Hall. Next slide, please. Now that we've gone through city staff costs, let's touch on the second large bucket of SCSA overhead, consulting costs. Included in this bucket are costs for public relations / political consulting and executive and board directors and services, as Mr. Lee has noted. The proposed budget of 817K is an 88% increase compared to FY19. Although we don't know the breakout of the 140K that is in the proposed budget as community outreach, take a look at the yellow highlighted cell, we do know that historically public relations consultants like Sam Singer and the Lou Edwards Group have been charged here. Next slide. Now let's focus on outside legal services, which is the third big component of the SCSA overhead budget. On top of the 1.8 million for city staff and 800K for consulting, the staff has proposed an outside legal budget of 2.5 million, which we believe is almost entirely on outside litigators. You have spent 2.5 million on legal services in the past 3 years, and your staff is proposing to spend another 2.5 million next year, nearly all of it devoted to fighting with the 49ers over a variety of disputes. Taking a look at the footnote at the bottom, just want to clarify that the numbers you are seeing are only for SCSA litigation. It seems to us that we should both be committing to collaboration rather than escalating litigation, especially now that the pandemic has changed the revenue landscape of the live entertainment industry. Next slide, please. Okay, in the materials prepared by city staff and what Mr. Lee just presented, you know, I feel like we're downplaying the significant increase in the overhead budget by comparing the $5.1 million request for FY21 to the overhead budget for FY20. So you can see that here on slide 17 that Mr. Lee presented. He compares the 5.1 million he is requesting for FY21 to the 4.5 million that was in the FY20 budget. From our perspective, it's a little bit misleading and seems like it's designed to downplay the increase in the overhead. Next slide. So we believe that the more appropriate comparison for the FY21 budget is against the FY19 actuals, which is the last time the stadium had a full slate of events. You can see the 116% increase again from FY19 actuals, going from 2.4 million to 5.1 million. Alternatively, you could compare the FY21 request to the city's forecasted actuals for FY20, which you see here in red. The FY21 proposed budget would be a 92% increase over fiscal year 20 forecast. So again, our view here is that comparing budget to budget, as the city staff did in their presentation, downplays the size of the increase they are requesting, and the comparison against prior year actuals gives a more meaningful view of that increase. Next slide. So I just want to highlight a couple of other things in the city staff presentation that we think are like a bit misleading. So the first item is on Mr. Lee's presentation on slide 26. So on that slide, the city staff claims that stadium manager G&A costs have risen by 1,200% between the years FY18 through FY20, with little detail behind the staffing costs. But we don't think that's right for two reasons. First, I think we provide similar detail for our G&A staff costs to what the city provides for its overhead charges. And second, I think the numbers behind that 1,200% increase are just wrong. So let me explain. I think we provide sufficient detail for the board to understand the amount of time charged and the rates for the stadium manager staff that are charging time to SCSA G&A. These staff members track their time, and at the end of each year, we send the SCSA an invoice for their work. So at the top, you can see an excerpt from one of those invoices here. We provide the details by department, and we detail the amount that you can calculate their salaries and benefits. So the only difference between our detail and the city's detail is that we don't include in the invoice the specific salary from each individual employee, because we want to protect the names and salaries of the individual workers. But we do make all of that detail available to your internal auditors. They have access to all the underlying payroll information, including hourly rates and benefits. So again, we think that we provide sufficient detail for those charges. The other thing I want to point out is that the rates charged by stadium manager employees is significantly less than the rates charged by city staff. You will recall on a prior slide that the average annual salary for city staff is around $265,000, which is significantly higher than the salaries for stadium manager employees, which is somewhere in the range of like 160 to 170. Next slide, please. So this is a slide you saw earlier in Mr. Lee's presentation. What I want to point out here is the second item that I want to point out here is that where he brings up that the cost has grown at 12.01% since FY18. So I want to show you why I think this is misleading. First of all, there were no stadium manager G&A staff charged to the SCSA prior to 2019. So you can see the box between FY16 and FY19. And that's because the 49ers simply absorbed those costs in those earlier years. That changed when we began seeing a significant increase in the work requested by your city staff. When you see all those letters and emails going back and forth on administrative issues, that is what these costs are about. So a comparison to 2018 isn't really relevant because there were no staff costs prior to 2019. The only thing in this G&A line prior to 2019 was the lender fees you pay to the banks. So that is really an apples to oranges comparison. Secondly, the city staff misrepresents the manager G&A charges for FY2021. In Mr. Lee's slide 26, he showed that the actual expense was $913,000 for FY21, but that is not the right number. For analysis purposes, they should be using $350K, not $913K, as we have informed them during our budget response. That is the forecast for our actual cost for FY20, which we sent to Mr. Lee on January 29th. Next slide, please. Okay, so a more accurate apples to apples comparison to the SCSA staff overhead charges would be a comparison to the stadium manager's staff costs that are part of other G&A costs. And you can see that here on this slide. Here you see the side-by-side comparisons of SCSA staff costs to stadium manager staff costs. So for example, in 2018, stadium manager had 0 staff costs. In 2019, we had $387K. 2020, we're forecasted to have $250K. And next year's budget, we're projecting $288K. So this excludes lender fees. On the other hand, you can see the increases going across and going up on SCSA staff costs. The other thing you see is that our staff costs actually decline going from decline in FY20 from FY19 because we are managing our expenses during the pandemic and are only projected to increase slightly in 2021. So overall, big picture, stadium managers proposed FY21 staff budget is down 26% versus 2019, the last full year we had events, while the SCSA's proposed FY21 staff budget is up 80%. Next slide. I want to show you one more slide around how the proposed $1.8 million city staff budget has been allocated. The point here is that you're proposing to spend $1.8 million on staff costs, but very little of it is devoted to actually addressing the procedures the city staff has told us that it wants to update. For example, you have heard a little bit, I'm sure, about procurement. The 2021 budget only commits $5,000 of the $1.8 million to city staff to work with us on stadium CapEx projects, and an additional $15,000 on contract/procurement in the finance line. So of the $1.8 million your staff wants to charge, they have only around 1% to actually working with the 49ers to revise the stadium procurement procedures. So this tells us that the city staff is not really focused on collaborating on the issues that they are criticizing. If the city staff were serious about having a successful stadium and addressing the concerns that they raise, such as procurement and capital expenditures, we think they would have dedicated more than 1% of the budget for staff to actually work together on these issues. Instead, their focus is on the continued infighting, writing endless emails and letters back and forth, which really does nothing to achieve our shared goal of having a busy and successful stadium. Next slide. So let me just briefly touch on non-NFL events. So for non-NFL events in this current fiscal year, we are, as Mr. Lee said, we are projecting a $600,000 loss. That includes a reduction of labor and marketing expenses of $400,000 year over year, or 43% reduction through different savings mechanisms, such as saving on 4 of the 7 full-time positions in the catered events team. I know the city staff is trying to sow some doubt in that number, but since there are really no events, it is really relatively easy to project out those expenses unless we get something unexpected from the city, like their public safety bills or a bill for a police workers' comp claim that typically has sometimes come in after year end. In the printed materials staff prepared, they referenced that the city of Santa Clara took immediate measures to limit expenditures with the Santa Clara Convention Center. We took a look at those financials and we see that they have lost $1.8 million for the 6-month period between April 1st and September 30th, including G&A costs and marketing expenses. So we don't have a breakout of those expenses, but of course they have ongoing expenses even though they have no revenue producing events. Next slide. Okay. In Mr. Lee's presentation, right, there was a discussion of the decline in non-NFL events profits over recent years. And there definitely has been a decline, and you can see some of the key factors in this decline. In 2018, the city staff began publicizing the economics of the individual events, which definitely came as an unpleasant surprise to some of the promoters and performers. In addition, the curfew has definitely hurt the concert business. We lost the Ed Sheeran show in 2017 because of that. The next item down here that is the additional bureaucracy at City Hall that has blossomed around the stadium event business, which resulted in some unfortunate headlines and unhappy correspondence with the Rolling Stones show in 2019. And finally, the city has significantly increased the cost of hosting events at the stadium, including large increases in the cost of police and fire. And next slide, I'll show you an example here. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you can see how public safety costs for non-NFL events have increased over time. So what we did is we normalized the public safety cost by calculating a cost per attendee. So this, what it does is it takes total public safety costs per year divided by the number of attendees during that year. And here what you can see is the result. Public safety costs on a per attendee basis have skyrocketed by 74% between 2017 and 2019. Next slide, please. So in the budget we have submitted, we have reduced the staff request from 5.1 million to 3 million for FY21. We arrived at the number by taking the 2019 actuals and growing it at 12% per year, which is the forecasted growth from FY19 to FY20. Even with the $2.1 million reduction we recommend, the city staff will still get a $600,000 increase over 2019 actuals. Our suggestion is that the board direct the staff to develop an overhead budget that is within that $3 million. We would hope that the board would recognize the importance of reducing your overhead costs in this unprecedented time. It's an important message to send to the lenders and what is consistent with comparable businesses. It is important that the Santa Clara community knows that the SCSA can tighten its belt buckle during times of economic hardship like they are doing. On the other hand, if this board decides to double the overhead costs in this environment, which we recommend against, the operating expense reserve could be used to fund the costs in excess of $3 million. Next slide, please. All right. And finally, I want to show the specific language in the contract that gives the 49ers the approval rights over the SCSA overhead budget. So let's take a look at the words in bold. The annual stadium authority budget, of which SCSA overhead is a part of, shall be subject to the prior review and approval of the stadium manager, which approval shall be in the stadium manager's sole and absolute discretion. So the parties to the stadium contracts agreed that the 49ers would have approval rights of the SCSA budget. This was the arm's length deal negotiated by the parties and is crystal clear in the stadium management agreement. Nonetheless, City Attorney Doyle attempted to circumvent that written agreement by filing a lawsuit in Superior Court, asking the court to step in and confirm that the SCSA did not need to comply with the agreement in order to set its own budget. The 49ers disagreed. The court held a hearing and ruled in favor of the 49ers, throwing out Mr. Doyle's lawsuit. Mr. Doyle then refiled the lawsuit with the court, making a slightly different argument. Once again, the court ruled in favor of the 49ers on February 19th and dismissed the lawsuit. Next slide. So let's talk about, next slide. So let's just talk about the second issue right here. And just let me give you a little bit of background. Starting in around 2019, the city staff stopped paying for its share of stadium operating costs and began parking those funds in what you call a legal contingency. And I know this is one of the many issues that are in dispute among the lawyers, and I don't want to wade too deeply into that dispute, but I want to make 2 points to try to convince you to start paying these bills. So as I understand it, the city staff has taken the position that they won't pay their bills until they are satisfied that the underlying costs were properly procured. But it's important to recognize that the majority of the costs that your staff is withholding is for wages of the staff that actually work at the stadium. And I don't believe there are any procurement issues about the employees. So on this slide here, of the 8.1 million you are withholding in legal contingency, more than half of it, 4.2 million, is for wages for stadium employees. So these are employees who work at the stadium on a daily basis, the groundskeeping staff, loading dock workers, security, guest relations. So it seems unreasonable to us that you would refuse to pay these workers. Your auditors have had full access to their confidential payroll information since the stadium opened. And again, we are not aware of any basis for the city staff to withhold payment of their wages and benefits. In addition to the staff's refusal to pay stadium workers, they are not authorizing any payments for contracts that were already approved by the SCSA board. So one example of that are janitorial costs for ABM, which is around $600,000 a year. And this contract was approved in April of 2017. Next slide. Okay, so the last point that I want to make on this issue is that the SCSA is incurring unnecessary interest expense because of this position. Just because you're not paying the bills doesn't mean the costs are not being incurred. Certainly, we are going to make sure the stadium employees are paid, and we are going to pay the vendors who keep the stadium operating, like the periodic fire alarm inspections and the janitorial and cleaning services. So when you don't pay your bills, we lend you the money to pay your share of those bills using the revolving line of credit. So what happens is that you park $8 million a year in a bank account, earning say 0.06% interest, and then you borrow the money to pay the bills from us at 3.25% interest. The difference between the interest earned and the interest expense is what this strategy costs you every year in unnecessary interest. Last year, you incurred over $100K in unnecessary interest. And because you want to have enough cash flow to pay off the revolver, if you keep going with this strategy, it could be like as high as $250K in interest in the upcoming year. To us, that doesn't make any sense at all, and we would urge you to reconsider this part of your litigation strategy. We would strongly recommend that you start paying all of your bills. A caveat I will note to this slide is that we are finalizing how much cash has come in before the end of the year. So the numbers above assume you don't pay back any of your line of credit. Last slide. So in closing, we believe that the SCSA overhead should be $3 million and that you should start paying all the stadium operating expenses. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fong, for that presentation. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comments about your presentation, and I hope you don't run off. So we're very fortunate that you're here, and we appreciate somebody from the 49ers and Manco actually attending, and I want to give you credit for that because we haven't had anyone in a long time, so please don't run off. So City Attorney, you're first.
Thank you, Board Chair. I just found it fascinating that Mr. Fong began his conversation with he wasn't going to discuss litigation or politics, and then his presentation was full of litigation and politics with personal attacks on me and quite absurd statements about our duty to defend, my ethical responsibility to defend the stadium authority. I'd like to go back to slide number 13, please. Mr. Fong. Actually, not 13. Go back to the one where you talk about the our legal costs. I don't know what number that is.
Brian,
Outside
we're sharing the
counsel.
slides on. We're sharing the slides on our side. Do you know what slide it is?
It's a few more. It's a few in front of this. Yeah, this one. It's 12. Excuse me. So, Mr. Fong, you're complaining about the fact that we have $2.5 million in legal costs. Are you aware that I have a legal duty, an ethical duty to defend the stadium authority against the 9 lawsuits that the 49ers have filed against the stadium authority? Mr. Fong?
Yeah, I'm not going to delve too much. You know your legal the best. I'm going to let you.
Right. So carry this. If you can't answer the question and you need someone from your team to answer the question, we could solve this in a minute. If you dismiss the lawsuits, we eliminate that $2.5 million. So those costs are all within the control of the 49ers, not within my control. I have a legal duty to defend the stadium authority. And under Measure J, I cannot not spend that money. I mean, I have to spend that stadium authority money. I can't charge the city for legal defense costs that the 49ers may incur upon the stadium authority by suing us. It's just absolutely insane that you folks have prepared this presentation and suggest that we reduce our budget by down to $3 million, cut $2.5 million off our budget and leave ourselves defenseless. Are you suggesting, how can we stop defending the lawsuit when you're suing us? I can't end that lawsuit. You're the one suing us. Can you explain that, please? Can you explain that, please?
I think it's fair to say, right, that we have we take a very different view on these disputes. We would prefer to have zero litigation.
Then why doesn't Mr. York make a proposal to settle the lawsuits? He can do that today.
Our perspective,
he can do that today,
these
Mr.
disputes
Fong.
really began with your staff taking actions that disregard the contracts that we all agreed to 10 years ago.
Well, you said you didn't. All right. Well, all I can say is you sued us and we have to defend ourselves. So until you stop suing us, I can't reduce the budget that I need to spend. Can we go to?
All I can say, I don't know all the legal, but what I'd say is this. It seems like that the pandemic should cause both of us to take a long, hard look at all the money being wasted on outside lawyers.
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Fong. So please carry that message back to Mr. York and say, rather than have us waste public money on defending these lawsuits that he's filed against us, ask Mr. York to find a solution. Please make a proposal to us. Since he doesn't want to show up today and he sent you and you don't seem to understand how we can solve this. It's nice to say pretty words, but if you want to solve
we would
this,
certainly be in favor of resolving all these disputes as business partners rather than
then please make a proposal. Please make a proposal and send it through proper channels and we'll be happy to consider it.
I will note that and bring it back to the team.
Thank you. Okay, so now that we've disposed of that number, let's go to slide number 15. Now, these are all, you call this overhead. You are aware that Measure J requires us to not charge, the city, Measure J forbids us from city employees charging stadium time to the city. You understand that, right?
Say that again.
Measure J forbids the city from spending money on stadium activity. You're aware of that, aren't you?
Sure.
So we're required to spend these staffing costs because your oversight we need to increase our oversight over the stadium manager. The stadium manager has 3 years in a row of losses with another one coming. This is a complete failure in management.
Again,
and we need to exert, and we have uncovered self-dealing, which you failed to mention as the reason for withholding of the payments on the legal contingency. You just completely failed to mention that. That's one of the grounds.
I think that we have a very different perspective here, but I'm not going to wait any further.
That's fine. That's fine. So I'm just letting you know that these are not comparable figures. We are required by Measure J to charge the stadium authority with whatever oversight we need to perform on the stadium manager. And, we can disagree about whether or not you've been performing your duties under the management agreement correctly or not. However, it does beg it. The performance has been terrible. And it's gotten to the point where we're losing $2.7 million and we're required to perform some level of oversight as to why this is happening, and we can't charge the city for that level of oversight. Meanwhile, on your side, the little green boxes on your side, you're not charging us for all your litigation costs and all of your letters and everything else. Some of them you are, maybe, I don't know. It looks like, I don't know which budget this is actually out of. I know Larry McNeil makes us spend a lot of time by writing all his nasty personal demonizing comments about us. but we have to defend ourselves when he does that. Okay, so can we go to the next slide, number 18? Again, here you are demonizing us, making this political, acting like somehow I have some kind of personal reason for making you, that somehow Deanna and I have caused the fall off in non-NFL events, when it's quite clearly documented. Why are you making this personal? Why are you even mentioning the mayor? This has nothing to do with any of that.
I'm going to jump in here for a minute because I need to make a comment about this, because they continue to call it the mayor's music ban. I just want to say that the conditions of approval where the curfew was added was in 2010, and it's never changed since 2010. So who was the mayor in 2010? It wasn't me. It was Patricia Mahan. So I guess that's who started the mayor's music ban, because it was a condition of approval and it was never changed. So that is very deceptive to continue to say these kinds of things that are completely not true. So I always take exception, because I think it's just a bunch of lies. So as this is an indication, this is extremely unprofessional, and it's very deceptive about Deanna, our city executive director, our attorney, about the mayor's fake music ban that you're talking about and the curfew. The 49ers agreed to the conditions of development in 2010 for the stadium. They agreed on the noise ordinance in 2010. No city council has changed that since that was approved 21 years ago that you agreed to. So this is just not fair. I don't even like to get down in the dirt with these guys like this.
Mayor, may I make some comments? I wanted to touch on the, thank you, first of all, Mr. Fong, for presenting yourself and sharing your perspective. I wanted to just summarize what, as I understand the presentation, is that they're essentially asking for potential violation of Measure J, a voter law, local law. They are asking for less oversight through a reduction of its budgeted expenditures in a time when we are implementing significant systems that, frankly, the management company should have implemented, such as the SBL system, as well as the financial management system. And so with the less oversight and the request to pay our bills, I'm going to ask Ken to bring up a sample of the bills that we get as supporting documentation and why we asked on December 1st for additional information, so that the board can be very thoughtful as to whether this is the right action at this time to release that kind of discretion to the stadium manager. I think it's important for public disclosure to see the quality of documentation that we receive for $2.7 million losses and what they expect us to pay against when Mr. Fong says, pay the bills. I also want to say that the other theme that I'm hearing is that basically don't defend yourself. So there's no accountability. Release public funds, and you'll see the documents for yourself that they provide us, and then don't defend yourself from a litigation standpoint against lawsuits that you file against the stadium authority. I think that's really important for the board to understand the meta message. And we're prepared to go through the Rolling Stones, and staff is prepared to make their presentations about their actions, that what they characterize as complex and expensive city approval is just following state law. And we're prepared to go through those in detail as a response to Mr. McNeil's letter. But Ken, why don't you show us the supporting documentation that Mr. Fong is suggesting we begin to release public funds for the board to be aware of?
Deanna, can I just, just before Ken gets started, very briefly, if you recall, what the other extremely important occurrence that happened was we understood from the Red Box Bowl that there was self-dealing going on. And that is why it was really imperative. It wasn't just procurement, it was also these sponsorship agreements, these negotiations, these event contracts where they are dealing to themselves, where they are giving sponsorship money to themselves. And that was also one of the reasons why the board insisted on getting documentation that the money being spent was not also being subject to some kind of self-dealing. And so it's so for Mr. Fong to simply represent that these things, that contracts were properly procured, does not get around the problem of you're allocating expenses back to the benefit of the 49ers for events that are money-losing events. And it was important to the board that this not continue to happen, and that's why they required the backup. Thank you.
And do you want to share your screen?
Absolutely. Thank you, Executive Director Santana. So before I show some of the documentation, I do want to comment, if I may, on Mr. Fong's presentation. First, I want to thank Mr. Fong for being here and sharing the stadium manager's perspective. I do want to talk about some of the documentation that were directed by the board for us to verify with regards to NFL events, shared expenses, and in the third category, G&A costs. And I think one differing review that the Stadium Authority has to go through is while the G&A cost for the Stadium Authority is allocated to one line, there is some verification between all three lines with regards to stadium staff costs that we have very little insight in terms of what those are until after the fiscal year has closed. So I do want to comment on several points that Mr. Fong had made. And so the first item here is with regards to the G&A projections, and I know there was some statements about misrepresentation, and this shows that we did pull from this stadium manager submittal projections for G&A costs of $913,000. And if they are $350,000, that would be great. That would be saving the Stadium Authority money. So I think that's something we can look at changing. But I did want to point the source to that. Next, I want to point out some of the outstanding documents that we had asked the stadium manager to provide with regards to the $2.7 million loss from last year. And so this backup document here shows the allocation of almost $156,000 in professional services costs. Again, it's an allocation on one sheet piece of paper without any backup, any documentations, any contracts as to what those costs are with regards to the Red Box Bowl. And
this is an example of where Mr. Fong is requesting that we pay our bills with this level of detail. This is insufficient.
On the next example I wanted to show with regards to some of the documentations, here's an event. The Red Box Bowl was held on December 30th, 2019, but the backup documentation, in this case, it's for some audiovisual equipment received with a sale date of January 20th. So since the time of the Redbox Bowl to the invoice date, other events had occurred. With regards to appropriateness of some of the documentation, so this is a sample of documentation with regards to the Rolling Stones concert where football helmets were purchased, an expense to that non-NFL event. And I think this is the last sample of documentation. Here's one where we are in receipt of an invoice with a handwritten allocation with no methodology in terms of how those costs were provided. And so I want to summarize, it's very difficult with regards to both non-NFL events and shared expenses, which are reviewed months after the fiscal year closes, to support a budget that, based on board direction to review documentation and as your Stadium Authority treasurer to authorize approval for payments when these are some samples of the documentation. And I truly believe in an environment where a separate financial management system with all the sufficient backup would help facilitate some of those potential payments and verify documentation. But these are examples of some of the documents that the board has asked me to verify and before payment. So I wanted to provide that to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. City Attorney, State Authority. Brian.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. One last set of slides, 23 and 24. I just want to point out on the revolving loan issue. Can you, Simrata, you're capable of bringing up 23 and 24?
Yes, we're pulling it up now.
Yeah, actually that one, let's see, it might be the one before that with the text. Yeah. So here we have this phrase about the as long as the management company revolving loan remains in effect. Well, we're disputing that the revolving loan should not have been in effect. So this section does not apply. So that's one legal point. I'm not expecting Mr. Fong to respond. I just want the board to understand that this section doesn't apply because we're disputing that the revolving loan should never have been put into effect because the funds are available. And it's only because they refuse to give us sufficient backup to know that these are legitimate payments that we haven't paid them, as Ken just illustrated. And then of course the slide number 24 about interest charges and things like that. I mean, all of these things are in dispute in the lawsuit, so we will not pay these charges if we win these lawsuits. I've heard that the 49ers representatives have threatened some of the council members or board members with the idea of, well, we can keep these lawsuits up for as long as we want. We can drag this out for a very long period of time. Well, that to me is just bullying. And the idea of both bullying somebody with that kind of statements and at the same time telling you, oh, well, you need to stop spending money defending yourselves. These are really just very strange ways of trying to build a collaborative relationship. So I don't know what else to say. I don't really have any more questions for Mr. Fong. I think, despite the attacks on me personally in these slides, despite the very severe misrepresentations contained in these slides, I don't think that there's anything in here that should convince the board to do anything other than to follow the budget recommendations that staff is providing. That's all I have to say, unless the board members have any questions for me.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, there's some questions from the board members. Board Member Becker, you're first.
Thank you, Chair. So for Brian, I have a question for you. So based on what was his name again? Jeff was proposing, showing us. Sorry, I'm a little tired. I think we all are. Okay, so he said something about November something, and then February 19th, 2021, that there was a dismissal, or was it that management with the thing you just showed?
No. Well, no, what happened was it was on the budget issue. And it's not my lawsuit. I mean, he keeps personalizing things, but it's not my lawsuit. The board, the board back last spring in May authorized the filing of what's known as a validation action. And I don't want to get into what we advised the board at the time, but it was the court did not accept jurisdiction of that action based upon the technical reading of the statute under which it was filed. So it had nothing to do with the merits of whether the board is authorized to whether the board is the appropriate authority to approve its own budget. It simply had to do with the application of the particular statute under which the lawsuit was filed. I can come into closed session and brief the board
on how that lawsuit works, but it was certainly not as it was represented by Mr. Fong, who is not a lawyer.
Okay, and it's though, but a judge did reject these, or because I want to make sure that
A judge granted a demurrer, which
Okay.
means that he found that there was no jurisdiction under the statute under which it was filed. So it was a very technical decision. And I don't want to get into what we advised the board that authorized the lawsuit in the first place. So I can do that in closed session if you'd like.
Okay, that would probably be the best part.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some catching up we need to do in closed session. And as you know, we've been have very crowded closed sessions lately. So we will be doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Authority Vice Member Chahal.
Thank you, Chair. So let me try to switch on my video if that works. Okay, thank you. So I have some comments to make. Looking at both the scenarios and looking at comments from City Attorney, that we all need to sit together and end these lawsuits. So that is one thing which can save both parties tons of money. And if something can be resolved sitting on a table, discussing every aspect of positive, negative, whatever has gone, that will save us tons of money. I do understand there are several issues and both sides probably, and we need to resolve that. That's the prime, and that way we can add some more funds to our general fund. Like if we, just an example, like if we have to, on our oversight, leaving aside the $2.5 million for the legal fees, if you have to spend that type of money just for oversight from our staff, that is probably not acceptable, and we need to work out how we can do better way to save money for our general fund from this operation. I'm talking about from the stadium operation, how we can make more money into our general fund. That's first thing. Increase in the cost of monitoring. Yeah, so that I touched that. Waiting on sporting. Okay, one good aspect is I think both the parties are very active on that. Having an independent financial management system, that will really, really help. And let's prioritize that. We need to put that thing in place as soon as possible, because that's the one thing which is lacking. Like there was a commingling of accounts at the Manco part of it, which should not have happened, and Stadium Authority not getting the right numbers. So if we have that financial management system, independent system, I think that will solve not all, but some of our accounting issues down the line. I would like to touch base on naming rights issue. That's a pretty good money maker for Stadium Authority. And on that, I know we discussed this thing a little bit. I would like City Attorney to throw a light on naming rights contract, and that is clause 3G, which is different than 5F. So if I can know something about that, that would be great for City Attorney.
3G and 5. Do we have the naming rights agreement here?
I have it, yes.
No,
Yeah,
but-
so 5G refers to maintaining the sign, and 5F refers, 3G refers to maintaining the sign, and 5F refers to also cleaning, repairing, and maintenance of the signage, which is the responsibility of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority under this agreement. but it is quite distinguished from the duty to replace, update, change, refresh, or refurbish. So those are two different responsibilities with two different sources of funding. So the duty to pay for the cost and expense of replacing, updating, changing, refreshing, or refurbishing the signage is that of Levi's under this agreement. And I did talk to Levi's counsel and went over this section with him, and he agrees with me that those are two distinct duties. And it appeared to him that I was correct in interpreting that in the case of replacing the signage, it would be Levi's duty to pay for that.
So Levi's has agreed to replace the sign?
They haven't, no, he said he hadn't talked to Levi's.
Although you mentioned you talked to Levi's counsel.
I talked to their attorney, but he is an outside counsel who is the person who wrote this agreement for them. And works with a New York law firm, and he told me he was going to talk to Levi's about what Levi's knew about what the 49ers were asking about in terms of this sign. And he promised to get back to me, and he hasn't yet gotten back to me. He also indicated—
It sounded like you said, Brian, he agreed with your interpretation.
He agreed with my interpretation of the contract, yes. Which is at variance with the interpretation that Larry McNeil, who is not a lawyer and is not a party to this contract, seems to be telling people.
Okay. So
you have to recall that this is an agreement between the Stadium Authority and Levi's. It is not an agreement to which Manco is a party or Stadco is a party. He also, the attorney for Levi's also told me that Stadco has a separate agreement with them for naming rights, in which he said they have the same language. So if that's true, he wouldn't tell me, he wouldn't give me a copy of it because he said it was confidential. But if it's true that the same letter F is in their agreement as well, and it's also true that it says that instead of the Stadium Authority having the duty to clean, repair, and maintain the signage, that the Stadco has that duty too, then it's possible that they're sloughing off part of they're trying to slough off part of their costs onto us. But we don't know. I mean, I think the best way to resolve this is to have a three-way conversation between us, Levi's, and Stadco. I mean, since they're the three parties to these two different agreements, it would make sense that, we all agree, what is actually going on here. We don't even actually have any correspondence whatsoever from Levi's about this issue. And the only correspondence we have from Manco is successive misrepresentations that they've had to correct. And so, I can't trust Manco. I can't trust what Manco's saying about what the conversations they've had with Levi's. How could I possibly do that now when I know that they've previously misrepresented at least twice?
So the only reason I'm asking, because we are making $7+ million from this naming rights to the Stadium Authority.
Correct. Basically. Yes, that's right.
And if I read 3G, the very first line says signage activation, except for changes requested by naming rights sponsor after the effective date pursuant to Section 5F, all of the signage and other advertising opportunity granted to the naming rights sponsor hereunder shall be designed, produced, installed, illuminated only with respect to the specific signage described in Clause 1 and 2 of the definition of such term and maintained by SCSA at SCSA's expense.
Well,
except the naming rights sponsor.
Yeah, I've read that.
That's
as
my
well.
point.
Yeah, I understand that, but the other party to the agreement disagrees with you. So the attorney for the Stadium Authority and so far as I know, the attorney for Levi's disagrees with your interpretation. He agrees with my interpretation. That maintenance is a separate duty than replacement, refurbishment, updating, or changing.
my point, the reason I'm talking about this thing is when this contract is between us and the Levi's.
Right.
You did mention that.
Yes.
So why don't we resolve this thing like?
That's what I've been trying to do.
Because it's a question of $7 million, which
No, they're not threatening. They're not threatening in any way whatsoever to withhold any payments to us. That was something that was manufactured by that person. What's his name? Darren, who sent that email. He's the one that brought that up, and then they said that was the errant email. So Levi's, it's just important for the board to realize, Levi's has in no way threatened to withhold any payment to the Stadium Authority.
Okay. So
what is important, Vice Mayor, is that the 49ers do have a separate sponsorship agreement, similar to what the Stadium Authority has, and they also generate revenue through the signage agreement. And we went back and we looked at our records. We know at minimum it's $66 million. So the question has to be evaluated against whether it's a gift of public funds when evaluating the provisions of our naming rights agreement, and also what are the expectations in the 49ers agreement when they're making revenue off of the same sign, and they also have responsibilities with respect to maintenance and replacement.
And I'd have to advise the full board that, you know, if you were to authorize this payment for this sign, given that it appears that the clear interpretation by both parties of the contract is that it's not warranted when it's a replacement, updating, changing, or refreshing or refurbishing, that would be a gift of public funds, and a taxpayer could come along and sue us immediately, and we'd lose.
So, and I'm looking at some of the naming rights presentation to the council. It does show me that there are two contracts, naming rights with the Stadium Authority and sponsorship agreement with Stadco. And naming rights agreement has 20-year terms, option to extend 5 years. And it's a total payment to the Stadium Authority is approximately 154 million over 20 years. So
that's a good thing.
That's the reason I'm saying, like, we do not want to lose that money.
Well, they're not in any way threatening us with losing that money.
Okay.
Levi's has never made that statement to us. The only person that's made that kind of a statement is Manco, that one fellow at Manco. Now, have people at Manco told you otherwise? Are other people telling you that Levi's is threatening to not pay us?
No, I
think the best solution here is full transparency.
Yes, that's full transparency, and that's why I'm confused between 3G and 3, and this was discussed.
Well, I'm giving you that transparency. There's a distinction between the word maintenance and the words replacement, updating, changing, refreshing, and refurbishing. Those are two different concepts. And the attorney for Levi's agreed with me that they are two different concepts, and that it appeared to him, at least before he had talked to his client, that Levi's was not claiming that we needed to replace the sign or pay for the sign to be replaced.
Can I just make a comment, Vice Mayor? So we are not recommending that it be included in the CapEx budget just because of the lack of transparency, the lack of understanding where we're at with the Stadium Authority's agreement and Levi's. No one is debating whether the signage needs improvement. It's how we get to the improvement that is required. The good thing is there is an opportunity to clarify all of these dangling ends, to sort through the mistruths and to get to where we're at. And we can always bring an action back to the board. And so for reasons that led up to the lack of information and the misrepresentations, I just took it out of the proposal. We know it's out there. We know it needs improvement, and there's nothing preventing us to just tabling it until we have more information. But I cannot make a recommendation that goes against a legal agreement and that is based on untruths and a lack of transparency. And there's plenty of time to bring it back to the board for further action once we sort through this.
that
So
makes sense.
that's
But
why, that explains my recommendation. I know that the management company was also seeking that answer is why did I take it out? That's exactly the reason why. And frankly, I have the same concerns for other CapEx expenditures because as I mentioned in the budget, I have not had an opportunity to do my due diligence. I have a lot of questions around the truthfulness of some of these dollar items and the reality of whether they can implement given their trend record with implementing. And so this one was the easiest because it was most straightforward in terms of lack of or just misrepresentation. We will bring it back when we sort through the issues.
okay, that makes sense. Okay, I can agree to that because
And I agree as well. That
Thank you.
makes the most sense.
to me, it's a lot of revenue which we don't want to be put it to be a dispute. Basically, that's
That's absolutely correct. That's absolutely correct.
Right. And my other question is, the point raised by Mr. Jeff was there are certain salaries and shared expenses which has been audited by our auditors, and they have not been paid, and they have gone into the loan from Manco. So can you throw some light on that? Why we are not paying the basic salaries and which have been verified by our auditors? If unless
Can I suggest, Ken, that you bring up one of the slides showing how they
The first slide,
they
Ken,
allocate
the
the
first slide.
salary? Yeah.
And also explain the limitations of the auditor. I know that question has come up before, Ken.
Let me pull it up right now. Okay, so so a couple comments on that. One is the Stadium Authority auditor has access to the shared expenses after the year has closed. And so Lynn Lamb and my staff have been working with Stadium Manager Finance staff even this month on the closeout of fiscal year 1920 shared expenses. And so those expenses were paid by the stadium manager through the revolving loan. And so when you're looking at auditor rights or auditor review with regards to Lynn and staff here, it comes almost six to 8 months after the closeout of the fiscal year. That's where I believe, you know, the financial management system would help with regards to some of that review as on a as-you-go basis. The slide I'm showing here, this is with regards to review of non-NFL events. Again, this is done after the year has closed out. These documents were received in July, and staff was focused on closing out the fiscal year. But again, you know, this is almost 1 year after the closeout of the fiscal year, and these the documents have still not yet been signed off on. And so
Vice
I
Mayor,
want to.
and we did ask for instance, if you look at the series of numbers, we did submit this and ask them for an explanation of what does this mean, and how is this supporting documentation? And so we're near 4 months now, and we haven't received a response from them. And so when your question is, if you know, why aren't we releasing public funds? It's
no.
because we haven't received a response.
I got it. I'm not asking you to pay for this when we don't have supporting document. I'm asking
That's
for this.
the answer, though.
I'm asking you for paying the salaries and other, like they mentioned various, which are I don't have exactly the screen in
I think
front
you're
of me.
looking at slide 23.
Slide 23, if you can pull that basically. Yeah, let me go to 21, 20.
Councilmember Jane, board member, Chahal, excuse me. It's important for you to understand that the Manco employees work both for Stadco and the Stadium Authority. So they're performing services for both. So when we're saying we're not paying the salaries, we're saying we need to see that the allocation that you've allocated these employees are doing it for both organizations are being allocated correctly. It's not that we're not paying salaries of people. It's that we're not reimbursing Manco for the salaries that they're paying until we're assured that the time and work that these employees of Manco are performing are being properly allocated to the stadium authority's expenses. And that's why Ken was showing you that other indication. So it's not like we're supposed to pay their salaries. We're supposed to reimburse Manco for their time, for their activity, which is fairly allocated to our efforts. And that's
So-
the part that's missing. That's the
Right.
part that's
So,
missing.
so if I go back to PowerPoint number 13, basically 13 from Mr. Jeff.
Simrat, can you bring that up?
Yes, will do.
So yeah. So if you look at this one is showing like what is the percentage benefit and what's the overhead, the top portion of it. It does show that. So, and Jeff mentioned that our auditors have verified this thing. So what else we do need on that one? That's my question. Like why, in case of dispute, if you have to pay interest, why? I'm not discounting other part. If they have not given us supporting documents, yes, please hold it, not a problem. But something very basic, like when our auditors have the capability to check their pay stub and check the percentages benefit on that. I'm trying to find out why we should incur interest on this part, because there will be some minimum shared expenses on the salary of some of these people. So it's not that they are doing at zero cost. So that's my question. Like, why aren't we accepting this one and why aren't we paying on this one?
So Vice Chair, if I may comment, on this specific slide, the G&A costs here represented were given to us after an invoice, after the fiscal year was closed out. And this was the sole documentation that we received. And so what's difficult, a couple of things are difficult to verify. One is the allocation of these costs as they compare to what could have been charged as part of shared expenses and non-NFL events. And the second thing is these charges were provided to us and invoiced to us in light of implementation of the financial management system, which we did pay under protest, but we contest that the implementation of the financial management system should have been done by the stadium manager at the onset of the accounting system. And so I just want to point out that the details here, the bill was paid, but it was provided much after the fiscal year was closed out.
Okay, so your point is this was an older scenario, but if they provide this information, same information, and our auditors verify the same information in real time, that can be paid.
Well, and the one point I want to make is it's difficult to validate that these staff costs were also not charged to other line items such as shared expense and non-NFL events. And so the details behind the staff costs related to all three line items and the verification of how those are allocated out would be helpful in order to validate how those costs are charged out. And so that's what's missing from this specific piece of backup documentation.
That's an excellent point. I just want to make sure that the board understands exactly what Ken just said. If he needs to clarify, it's not worth missing understanding what he just said.
So my point is, what would be those documents would be? If our auditor goes there to verify these things, what would be the substantive document we would need to make sure we pay this or not pay this, basically, either way?
Can I just add one layer of detail to this as well? If you look at the chart for city manager, for example, and those FTEs, that's generated from actual time card entries. We have time card, the 49ers have requested all of our time cards, everything they ask about detail about what hours are we spending on this. And they get that through Public Records Act requests. We don't have any of that kind of detail for their spending on the salaries. And that's the exact point that Ken and Deanna are trying to make, is we don't know. Yeah, you can provide general information about what someone is paid, but if you don't see the time cards and you don't see, how they're allocating their time among the two people that they work for, it's impossible to know whether the charges are fair.
I just want to go back to what Ken said, because it's important. If we are paying for some of, let's just say, the janitorial services through shared expenses, if we're releasing the public funds and some of those funds, then you can also book expenses to events, non-NFL events. And that requires going through all of the different supporting documentations for the events, for the profit and loss statements. And that's the exercise that we do. We look at the shared expenses, and then we look at that against the non-NFL event and how expenditures were charged. And sometimes there's janitorial services there. We have a duty to make sure that there isn't double billing, and that you're paying for janitorial services through shared expenses. And that would be the payment under the concept of paying our bills. But if they're double charged into janitorial services, then we have a problem. And so what Ken, when he was saying what he just said, is he was saying he needs to be able to verify that before he can release payment. And this is, payments could be made more expeditious if we don't have to wait 3.5 months for documentation and responses to our letters. I think that's what, if you have any influence in your conversations, I think it would be very helpful that we know what we need. We've put forward that request on December 1st, and they haven't responded. And every month we ask. So, let's shift the burden a little to, they want prompt payment. Prompt payment comes with supporting documentation, and not 3.5 months of non-response for which we can release the funds.
And for that's the reason I'm very happy that the financial management system, as soon as that implemented, it will solve some of those issues. Like basically, then we have a real-time access to all this information versus not getting for 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months, whatever the case may be. So I want that system to be implemented ASAP so that we don't have these issues.
We too, and that's why we're a little taken back that the suggestion would be that we reduce our G&A budget at a time when we have some initiatives that will help us with understanding SBLs and actions related to the SBLs that the board is considering, as well as the initiatives of the financial management system.
But on that one, looking at the figures, like how much we are spending on the oversight year to year, I have some reservation, but we can look that at our end, like what's going on. But yeah, I'll stop it here. Then I may come back at if after other council members, after other board members ask those questions.
Yeah, and we're gonna be ending this soon because it's almost midnight. So Authority Member Jane, your hand's been up for a long time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that my first question was similar to what Vice Member Chahal had said. If we could go to slide 23, as I had mentioned. So here, you have grounds expenses here, and guest services and security. And I think City Manager Santana was saying that we want to make sure that they're not double billing these for both shared expenses and then as a special event. And I guess I would like to hear from Jeff Fong about that response to how we can verify that these are not double billed. And then if we can quickly verify that they're not double billed, it just seems to make sense to me that we should pay the wages and not incur that interest that he was talking about. And then if we could go to slide 19. And I am concerned because this is normalized. This is actually public safety costs per attendee at events. And I would like to understand why these have gone up 74% in 2 years.
I'm still here if it's okay for me to speak
Yeah,
right now.
go ahead. I don't know. Did you bring your documentation with you? I don't know if you're gonna bring it or send it in so we can verify you're not double billing.
Yeah, so I can try to answer some of these. So on the page 23, which was the wages. So this one, in terms of allocation, this one is 50-50 for all employees, 50% to the Statco side and 50% to the Stadium Authority side per the lease. So it's just a clean split. They do, the city staff can come in and audit all the records, but it should just be they have everything they need. It should just be a straight 50-50 split. There's no, calculation to it.
Can I stop you there for a minute? You said the city staff can come in and audit the records, that it's clear. City staff, do you have access to audit those records?
So with regards to the timing of the review for shared expenses, it's been 6 months after the close of the fiscal year in terms of the review of the shared expense. Now, if the stadium manager is inferring that we can go there anytime to review the records, we would take them up on that. Now, I do want to caveat that two things about it are really inefficient. One is we're required to go in there, log into their accounting system to review some of these records. They're not delivered to us electronically. We don't have access to their financial management system, nor are we giving them hard copy. The second thing I want to point out is there's literally thousands of transactions to weed through in Statco's financial system in order to validate some of these costs. And from that, it's difficult then to compare with the other line items where staff are charged, the SBL sales and services, the G&A costs, and the non-NFL events. So while I would appreciate, the opportunity to be able to go to to the stadium to review them, I think from an efficiency standpoint, it makes it very difficult.
I would only add that as we've all been in COVID, the stadium has had different procedures where we don't have unfettered access to the stadium. We in fact have had to make appointments based on schedule and availability and their presence at the stadium. And so it hasn't been easy. We did try to do this virtually. I sat in during some of the reviews just to during the first review, just to better understand how this would work. And it was clear, I think, that it was doing this exercise virtually wasn't going to work. So it just COVID alone has created its own barriers, and there have always been barriers with respect to access to reviewing documents.
Okay, but I believe this new management system will make this much easier. Is that correct?
I think so, yes, to the extent that there's good information that's put in the management system by the stadium manager, then we will have, the goal is to have 24/7 access.
Very good. And then to slide 19.
Public safety costs. Yeah, go ahead, City Manager.
So I'm going to ask either Chief Nikolai or Assistant Chief Rush, if they're still on the line, to add some of the driving cost. I do know that the board, after a couple of significant events related to soccer, the board directed that we look at our public safety deployment and that we re-examine our deployment. And we had several presentations, and in fact, we did add more staff to address neighborhood mitigation efforts, as well as where the professional consultants that advise the board, as well as the police department, where additional deployment of staff was needed. And then also it's just normal cost escalation. Part of these are agreements, our outside agreements are with agencies for which we do not control their cost through MOUs, and so we inherit those costs, which are reflected in the chart. But I'll pass it over to the experts in terms of public safety. Chief Nikolai or Assistant Chief Rush.
Yeah, thank you. That's absolutely correct on all those points as far as what adds to the additional public safety costs. In addition to that, our deployments do change on different factors that we see across the globe and in the United States here. Just for instance, the shooting that happened in Las Vegas, for instance, at one of the concerts there, we've added counter sniper capabilities at our stadium for all the remaining events. So small events like that change, different dynamics, different fan dynamics. If we have an incident in a certain area at the stadium or the surrounding jurisdictional area, we'll add additional resources there. And we do collaborate with stadium management to see what personnel would be best suited to handle the rising problem. If they can handle it on their end with private security, and if they can't, then we'll handle it with public safety staff. So that's kind of a general overview, but in addition, just the rising costs of personnel in general also adds to that.
Okay, thank you.
Can I say something too, is less attendance at these events brings up the per attendee cost of public safety. So it's not necessarily true that there's diminishing profitability because of the overall public safety costs, because the way they're doing it per attendee, so the less people that attend, you still have to have the public safety there. So it brings up the cost of each. So this is a strange way of looking at it. So I don't think it's really what we're trying to get at in terms of the cost.
Yeah, if I could just add to that, I would probably want to just double check all those figures as well. Just for our staff alone, from 2015, we had an average of about 34% of Santa Clara specific police officers out there. In this past, 2019, the past full season, that was lowered drastically to about 19% of the total staff out there. So I know our footprint has lowered quite a bit, and we have had a lot of civilian staff replace sworn law enforcement. For instance, our staffing from civilian perspective is up about 13%. So we have been trying to save costs on that level as well. So again, I would want to double check all of those figures that were in this presentation.
Right, because
Okay.
it seems like the number of events have decreased. And so the overall attendance has decreased because of the, sheer number of less events. City manager, did you have to say something about procurement? Because that was another question.
I do. I know that there was a chart there about collaboration with procurement. And I think it's important if we can just go to that slide, Simrat, about the collaboration and what we've budgeted. The management agreement, there's an attestation that the stadium manager has expertise in professionally managing a public facility. And in that, there was really significant procurement that was delegated to the stadium manager. And we've already learned what happened with that delegation of authority with respect to compliance with state laws. But other than that, there is no provision in the agreement that requires that we guide them or provide them with a level of assistance. We do process the documents to go to the board if they're to be presented. And so that's what the budget reflects. It reflects an expert stadium manager that is capable of procuring as they represented in the management agreement, and our increment of work that is estimated for the production of documents to make it to the board. I want to say that what the statement of staff does not plan to collaborate on procurement, that's just not true, and that's a poor reflection of the stadium manager's understanding of all that we've already done. We have had multiple training sessions with either our Department of Public Works, our finance, and our legal department. We have provided countless contracts templates for bidding and templates for them to conduct their work, even templates for contracts. I can tell you that last year alone, as already been mentioned, the stadium manager made 366 different PRA requests. And the volume of that was samples of contracts for operating operating the stadium, such as our electrical contracts, our water repair contracts, anything under the sun that they could think of. They've made those PRA requests, and we've produced those contracts so that if they want to borrow, piggyback is the term we use, that they can. We even went so far as providing them with instructions and resources of where they can borrow bidding documents and bid pricing to facilitate their procurement. We've even went so far as providing them convention center contracts and convention center documents. And so, and when they've requested that we meet with them, we've made ourselves available to respond to their questions. But if the suggestion is that collaboration comes with hand-holding or doing their work for them, that's not what we've budgeted for. And if that's the case, then I would again, ask the board to consider that we have rightfully presented what our resource needs would be based on Measure J, and I think that, as I described, does not reflect that we do not plan to collaborate. Indeed, everything that we have done has been around collaboration and providing them with the resources that they should already have based on their representation to the Stadium Authority. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, because it's the Stadium Authority that has been paying them for things that they should have already known, and that we have been paying for management services in the first place, but apparently they didn't understand or didn't have any experience for the job. Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. I know a couple of other questions have taken place over the last couple of minutes, but going back to the conversation regarding an audit and the questions about the double billing, I have a question for Mr. Fong, and that is whether or not would the stadium management allow city staff to do a real audit to verify that there is no double billing? And if you can't answer that question, could you go back to the stadium management and bring us back an answer?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question, Councilmember Watanabe. Yeah, so let me, before we get too far away, I'll answer that one and a few of the other ones. In terms of Mr. Lee's request about coming over, it's nice to talk to you live, Mr. Lee. And yeah, you can come over, as long as it's you're comfortable and it's COVID safe, we can find a COVID safe way for you to come over. Love for you to have you over. You can look at what you want. We can figure that out. Payroll records are open. In terms of, I think there was a PSC follow-up. I'm happy to take a note of that and have the right people get in contact with Mr. Rush. I think Councilmember Chahal had a question around the G&A that was on slide 13. I just wanted to let everyone know that we do have time cards. So, Mr. Lee and his team, they're welcome to take a look at those time cards as well. And I know it seems like a lot of people have brought up the accounting system. I just want to say that we are in favor of the accounting system as well.
Okay. Is that it, Authority Member Watanabe?
Oh, I just wanted to make one final comment. Thank you, Chair. And that is just to thank Mr. Fong for coming and sharing this presentation, because I feel like it helped our staff debunk the stadium manager's claims about expenses. I think the city manager just made a very great statement about how, our staff has taken on so much work, additional work, due to the lack of transparency and accountability in assisting the stadium management in operating the stadium. So when you look at the expenses, and there's a question about how expenses have doubled, there's a reason why, and I'm glad that our staff had the opportunity to be able to clarify that tonight. So thank you again.
Thank you. City Authority Clerk Hassan Hagag.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Mr. Fong. Simran, if you don't mind going to the slide, I don't remember the number. There was a slide about the legal costs, if you don't mind. And I know it is maybe a little unusual for the city clerk to be talking about a stadium authority issue, but there was something here that I wanted to ask Mr. Fong about because it was, no, not this one, sorry. I think it was early in the presentation.
Probably slide 12.
Thank you.
Oh.
Maybe that's it. Keep going back if you don't mind. Another one. Yeah, this one. So my question, so it is unusual for the city clerk to be weighing in here on the stadium authority issue, but I am the elections official for the city. And Mr. Fong, I do want to understand, what does the CVRA that you mentioned here have anything to do at all with the stadium authority?
No, well, it was nice to meet you. And yeah, no, what I wanted to do is just clarify to everyone that these expenses that I'm showing on this slide is for outside legal services for SCSA matters.
Yeah, so what does the CVRA have anything to do with SCSA matters? I'd really like to understand why this was brought up on the slide. Out of all the lawsuits that the city goes through, why was the CVRA brought up here?
It's just an example.
Why is that an example that's relevant to this discussion?
It is an example that we felt just gives a differentiation between what is stadium authority and what is city of Santa Clara.
How would that be any contention here with what the CVRA has anything to do with the stadium authority?
As I just mentioned, because I was just trying to give a differentiation between what is city of Santa Clara versus SCSA.
Do you know how many lawsuits that the city goes through every year?
I'm not a lawyer, so I would not be able to tell you that.
So out of the dozens and dozens of lawsuits that the city goes through each year, why does the CVRA stand out as a relevant example here?
Again, let me repeat myself one more time. The SCSA versus city of Santa Clara. Just trying to differentiate. Simple as that.
Well, the only connection that I see here is that Mr. York, through his independent expenditure committee, spent nearly $750,000 on defeating Measure C. So I do see a relationship here. I don't think it's relevant at all for this presentation. I think it is a very underhanded and pretty nasty approach to bring it on in this presentation at all. So I really would like if you can clarify that, and if not, go back to Mr. York and ask, maybe he's trying to get back his nearly $750,000 for trying to defeat Measure C by putting it on this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Manager.
I just wanted to make one correction as well. There is a line item in the Stadium Authority budget for public engagement and outreach. And we have produced several records around how we've underspent over the years on these contracts. It is not for political strategists or political strategy. We have provided all of our invoices. They have been requested multiple times. And we do not, as a public agency, engage in political strategy or the use of consultants for such. Our contracts have been approved publicly by the board, and the scope of service went through committee as well as through the board. So those have been vetted out. And I think it is inappropriate to include a description by Manco that is just not the case, and it certainly characterizes our efforts as it's just a misrepresentation and distortion of the actual consultant agreement.
Madam Chair, I had some more questions for Mr. Fong on this one specifically.
Okay.
Just where he got the $5 million from. I don't like, what would make you believe it's $5 million?
I can go back to my team and ask that.
Yeah, I mean,
if you want a specific response, I'm happy to do that.
yeah, I mean, I'd like to know where you got that figure from.
We're actually going to be here tomorrow, so maybe you can bring that back tomorrow. We have another meeting tomorrow.
Yeah, I really think that would be important, Madam Chair, to know where this figure came from.
Yeah, because we're going to end up, because it's midnight now, we're going to end up deferring all of our other items till tomorrow. So Mr. Fong, you can bring that back tomorrow along with the other things that have been requested. Thank you, City Clerk. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to have a point of order, which is I really do not want to put our city in any danger or anything, but hearing what the city clerk is saying, I think this is a little too political for the city clerk's role. And I would wish that the city clerk would refrain from saying these types of things and acting as if he's a council member. Just a suggestion. But moving forward, I was going to say about moving forward on motioning to continuing some of these items that are on consent calendar. Thank you.
Yeah, let's finish this budget study session, and then I'm going to come back to you, Councilmember Becker, for that motion for the rest of the items, because we've already been going for, I don't know, 8 hours now. Is that it? So let's just finish this budget study session, and then I'm going to go right back to you if that's okay. Vice Chair.
Sorry, Madam Chair, may I respond to the comment from?
Quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just real quick.
Gag, you may not. You
No,
are non-political.
You're not running the meeting. Sorry,
me,
Madam Chair has allowed me to.
Okay, go ahead, City Clerk, and then I have Vice Chair.
Yeah, so I answer to the people. I'm elected by the people. I'm not appointed by you. And as the city clerk, I am the elections official. So when topics are brought up around elections and elections procedure, I am responsible to the people of Santa Clara to bring up issues regarding that and representing the city and the people that elected me, not you.
Thank you for that. Okay, Vice Chair Chahal, you have other questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I do have one comment regarding the public safety cost. I know it goes into once we are analyzing this thing, I would like to have a statistics of dollars spent per safety officer deployed. That will give us some idea, like whether our costs have gone per head each individual officer deployed, or is it because of the lesser number of attendees, basically. So if we can include that, that would be nice.
That's a huge, Vice Chair, that is a huge
workload issue.
That is massive because there's so many outside agencies per employee. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but we
sheriff and CHP and all of those?
No. What I'm saying is I'm not asking for individual. Let's say we deploy 100 officers on a particular day, and then we spent whatever 300K, right? So 300K divided by 100. That's only I want. I'm not asking for bifurcation. Oh, give me CHP, give me Santa Clara, give me Milpitas. No, I'm not asking that. I'm just asking number of officers deployed on particular day, how much money we spent on that day. So per head, how much did we spend per officer, basic. That's it.
That's not an easy thing, city manager.
Yeah, that would be a closed session conversation on public safety. We generally don't release the numbers of public safety that we have deployed at an event. And I'd like to work with the department and finance, because we are in budget and preparing for the May release. I'd like to work with them on just a workload assessment and just a timing, so that we get you the information if that's the board's pleasure, but at the same time, we recognize the confidentiality as well as the workload.
Perfect. Whichever way, this is nothing urgent now that we were talking about that thing, public safety ratios and different numbers. So I thought that would be a number I would like to see. And
thank you. I thank you for the
to be confidential
consideration.
It can be presented in a closed door. That's perfectly fine. And at the end, I would like to say thanks to Director Can, City Manager, City Attorney, and to Mr. Jeff Fong. I'm glad that 49ers are back in discussing about it, and the discussion has moved forward and issues, and I hope it comes to a proper resolution going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Authority Member Park.
So thank you very much. Just a couple of things. I mean, as someone who opposed the stadium in the very beginning, this is not the kind of nightmare that I thought we would be facing, but it is certainly indicative of the cost of a bad relationship. I've said this many times. Disputing a rule does not invalidate the rule. Can we get the disputes over worker salaries settled so that we can pay the bills, at least for some of the costs which were accruing interest. A very famous person once said, City of Santa Clara does not seem to understand interest very well. But I would like to get to paying workers as quickly as possible. I don't think that we're disputing that the workers did their jobs. I think we're disputing how they're being billed. I think that that is something that could be reconciled fairly easily. I also know that when it comes to lawsuits, the only lawsuit that people talk to me about is the CVRA lawsuit. I did a quick search on the internet on Santa Clara lawsuits. It's one of the first things that comes up. And as for the number, a lot of places are stating, including sources within Santa Clara, saying that it is going to be over $4 million, and that's before the appeal. So I think that those numbers, anyone that's doing, if you hire an intern to do quick research, I think that those are the types of answers that come up. I do think that perhaps they were not in the best taste in considering where we are with the city, but I also feel that the city put ourselves directly here. It would also be nice to have a summary of the lawsuits that we filed, because I would like to know more about the lawsuit and the appeal that city attorney or stadium authority attorney Doyle made that was thrown out. It looked like they said they did not have jurisdiction. I forgot what the phrase was being used there, but it would be nice to have that kind of information publicly available as well, so that we can have full transparency, because that is something that was brought up, but I didn't really have any opportunity or incentive to look into it because I didn't know the context. So those are all good things. But again, I'm a little disappointed at where we are with the relationship. And I'm really disappointed that Santa Clara is kind of turning this into a us versus the stadium issue, beyond just a 49er management versus stadium authority dispute. I think that many of the things that we're talking about actually go against us, work against us, the city of Santa Clara, regardless of who manages the stadium. I think that we really need to think about how we make the stadium as successful as possible, regardless of who the manager is. I also think that we need to think about what the optics of sponsoring a stadium in Santa Clara looks like to potential sponsors out there. I'm also very concerned about how people view the city and the stadium, which I think is one of the biggest, venues and one of the highest potential money-making venues in this area. I'm very concerned about this, which is why I would really, really like and really suggest that we find a way to work with stadium manager, regardless who that is. And if there are issues, I mean, we should work them out. But I feel that when I listen to these presentations, I do feel that there's a little bit of finger pointing on both sides. And at some point, I think we need to figure out how we can make the most money. But spending the money that we're making on litigation, that doesn't seem like it's the answer. And it's certainly not the answer that I would want as either a city council person or a resident.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the stadium authority attorney, how many lawsuits have the 49ers filed against the stadium authority?
I kind of lost count at about 7 or 8.
How many lawsuits has the stadium authority filed against the 49ers?
0.
Okay, so, and all of the board members know that. All of the board members have been brought up to speed on every single lawsuit. So we can't say, you don't know about it. And I also want to say that the Manco is operating under the same rules and regulations that yielded profits in 2015, 16, 17, and 18. And all of a sudden, under those same rules, nothing's changed. Same rules and regulations, we're losing 2.4 million, potential 600,000, another 600,000. There is something wrong with management. Something's wrong. And I am confident that with the proper manager, we would be financially successful. It's not happening here. But let me tell you, our losses are tremendous on the Stadium Authority. But whose losses are who's not losing? When the 49ers came to Santa Clara to build a stadium and they convinced us and they made all these promises, they were worth about 800 million. I just looked them up according to Forbes magazine. They're now, because of the stadium, worth 3.5 billion since they came to Santa Clara. So somebody's making profits. It's not the Stadium Authority and it's not the city of Santa Clara. But again, operating under the same. You talk about, you know, our legal fees. We are defending ourselves. We can't spend city money on any of this. And if you're, I don't think anybody's proposing that we don't defend ourselves among those, you know, against those 7 lawsuits. It's really simple. Had they cooperated, followed the agreements, the management, we're just telling them follow the agreements, which you all agreed to, including the curfew back then and everything. And just follow what you said you were going to do. You can't change the game now. You all agreed. We all agreed together. This is what was going to happen with the stadium. All of us. I supported the stadium. I supported it full out, and I still support the stadium. What I don't support is wage theft, self-dealing, you know, mismanagement. I don't support any of those things. And I love when people say, including a lot of you council members, oh, well, Lisa supported the stadium before and Kathy supported the stadium. Of course we did, but we didn't support breaking the law. I don't support that. I don't support, you know, cheating workers out of their wages. I don't support conflicts of interest and self-dealing. I don't support any of those things, and none of you should support it either. So, you know, I just say that we don't have the right management team in place because they never had the experience to get this done. We're paying money to have them, we're paying money and trying to teach them how to manage a facility. It's so wrong. I'm just really happy that we are, you know, going to be before judges to see these kinds of things, because I think that's the only way. Now you can say, oh yes, let's get along. Let's sit down. Yes, let's sit down. Okay, bring us all these documents so we don't have to waste time and send emails and try to track down things and, you know, make sure that workers are getting their fair wages. Right? And there's no conflicts of interest. Let's all work together just to follow the law and follow the agreements. I don't think we're asking for anything more than that. So we'll move ahead with this, the study session, and we'll go ahead with the budget. But you know, if authority members are proposing to pay for things that we're not legally obligated to do, that's going to be very interesting. And you know, go forward. So I'm hoping that Mr. Fong, and I appreciate him coming. I didn't like his presentation, but at least he came. So I appreciate that. I'm going to ask that when we finish this, that we continue the other items till tomorrow. So hopefully Mr. Fong will come back and get some of those questions we've asked answered and bring the documentation. So if anybody has anything else, I'm going to go to the public, and then we're going to adjourn this meeting till tomorrow. We have public members. Mr. Fong, did you have something else to say? Your hand is up.
Oh, no, nothing else from me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Please join us tomorrow. Deb, your hand is up.
Okay, I hate to bring up something nobody mentioned, but where the hell does it stand on reopening the illegally closed San Tomas Creek Trail? Can we please get that damn thing opened? Then let's go back to tonight's thing. you just brought it up a little bit, Lisa. The Patricia Mahan was the mayor, but Lisa Gilmore, yourself, and Pat Colstead were the head cheerleaders for the 49ers sponsored Santa Clarence for Economic Progress. And I think we all remember there's a small citizens group that tried their damnedest to get the public to hear the real truth instead of the lies and misrepresentations. Too bad they didn't listen, because this is exactly what we predicted. You hired somebody who didn't know what the hell they were doing in running a stadium. They were used to that. They sued the city of San Francisco bazookas times over and over again. So we're kind of getting what we asked for and what you were warned about, and it's pretty pathetic. And this is exactly what happens when you let a tenant become your manager and your talent booker. You set yourself up for a real conflict of interest. And it was a stupid decision to enter into those contracts, and you were warned over and over and over again. And I don't know how you get out of them, because they were legally binding then and they still are. So this quagmire is a mess. And 1919, you got a new city manager who's been nothing but more contentious and entered more problems into the mess. So maybe it's time for a mediator and stop the chest pounding about what's going to happen and start making something happen. Talk about fixing, but I don't see a thing that's been fixed. Not a zero, not a darn thing. And it needs to be fixed.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else want to speak on this issue? All right, any council members? Because this is a no action. Do we note and file this? We don't even note and file. It's just no action study.
Just a
session.
study session, yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I know it's 12:15. We're now going past 8 hours. Could I please have a motion that we continue the rest of the meeting until 4 o'clock tomorrow?
So moved.
I
All right.
gonna
as-
make that motion. I had my hand up.
Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
We have a
but-
motion and a second for that.
So, but
we
I
have-
would also just like to appreciate the staff for hanging in here. I know these council meetings have gone really long, and I know the staff often starts work at 7 a.m. the next morning. So we had some heavy issues tonight, and I really appreciate all the staff hanging in there for us. Thank you.
I also appreciate the council members that work. I know there's a few of us on the council, so I know it's really hard, and appreciate the public that hung in with us for this long. I mean, I don't know how many are watching us at 12:15. We've been going for 8 hours, but let's get this going. So we have a motion and a second to continue to 4 p.m. tomorrow. Assistant City Clerk?
Board Member Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shahal,
Yes.
Board Member Hardy,
Yes.
Board Member Park,
Yes.
Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Board Member Becker,
Yes.
Chair Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you very much. This meeting is continued until tomorrow. Have a good morning.